Team Liquid is under a lot of pressure with the fan expectations that they are now the best team in the North American LCS.
Wow, should be able to get one more hit. High gets out alive by the skin of his teeth. That's the damage coming in. Double kill for Sneaky. Dominating performance over the #1 Team Liquid.
With Liquid starting off really well in the first week, they looked a little shaky. It seems like they still have some things to iron out.
TSM had a very TSM-like game yesterday. And guess what? They won.
One hit from Dead Wild Turtle, sure to clean this fight up.
Team Solo Mid came into the split just like everybody thought they would.
That's a team that very rarely loses to a team like Liquid. I think it's the Edge TSM.
Championship Series Spring Split. The crowds are going wild here in Los Angeles, excited for some games today on Sunday. And of course, earlier, CLG walking into the studio. They've got a big game today against Cloud9. Both of those teams had fantastic games yesterday, and they have a chance to leave the week, CLG that is, sharing first place. So I'm excited to see what they bring today. Now, why settle for one big game when we've got 5 explosive matches lined up for you to enjoy? Hello, I'm James Dash Patterson. On the analyst desk today are Joshua Jet Leesman and Aiden's Irene Moon. How you guys doing today?
Doing great.
Yeah, this
really
is going to be another big day of LCS. It's almost like a super day of LCS, but in all honesty, it's the day of the Super Bowl. I'm looking forward to LCS and then maybe
a little bit of both.
Yeah.
There's a lot of competition going on today. Now, yesterday, we had a lot of new faces in the NALCS. Piglet, Impact, Avalon. So let's give these guys a report card. Jet, how did they do?
not well. I would give them a D. And some school systems don't even give Ds, like where I'm from in Canada, C- for that one. But honestly, it is only one game, so it was a rough start for some of these guys. Some of them were camped, but Piglet didn't bring masteries. That's a fail in a lot of ways. Avalon didn't really look like he had any sense of what to do in lane swaps. And in general, the Korean players just didn't perform yesterday.
Yeah, it was really the North American LCS high school, and we were picking on all the new kids there, just showing them what's up here in NA. And every team came with the strategy of camp the new guy, put them off of their, like, they're very uncomfortable in this new team, just make them even more uncomfortable being behind in the game. So they really couldn't do anything.
Well, they have a lot of time to develop as new players. There was one other huge figure yesterday, and that, of course, was the champion Callista. On top of being flashy to watch, she was, killing champs, taking names.
Yeah, and Sneaky's Callista is the one that stood out to me personally out of all of them. He has a deeper understanding of the character, the champion, more so than anybody else. He understands that the passive, when you go backwards, you go further backwards. But when you shoot a Q, you go further forwards when you're using that. That is not in the tooltip. And also the E, when you're using the rend, when you're stacking it up on somebody, it has about 1,000 range where you can detect and actually activate your E. If somebody flashes out of that 1,000 range or goes further than it, you can then turn to a minion, throw a spear at them, you then get the activation availability on your E, and then you hit your E and you hit the person who had flashed away because it extends the range to about 1,200 in terms of detonation versus detection.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of yet to be seen how the ripple effect of that Callista play evens out for the LCS. I wonder if it's going to be something these guys just get banned out, or whether it's going to be a champion kind of like Lee Sin in the jungle, where unless your AD carry can learn that champion, you're going to have to ban it away. And I just don't think we've necessarily seen the counterplay to Callista. We saw a lot of Callista with a lot of the counters banned out against it. I wonder if we're going to see some of that today.
Well, definitely a very nuanced champion, so
yeah,
a lot to learn about her still.
Everything was picked up by Cloud9 too. When they picked the Callista, they're like, let's take all the single target lockdown, Aurelia point and click, Lissandra, Annie, Vi. They took pretty much everything that you would use against it. And then I asked them about it, and they're like, oh, I guess we're just kind of lucky.
Well, hopefully we see things develop with that champion today. I do want to pull up the standings and take a look because the NALCS is divided right down the middle. Of course, in the top half, we have newcomers Team 8 and Gravity, as well as our defending champions TSM. Each of them have 2 wins. And in the bottom half, teams like Cloud9, Dignitas, and Coast. Those teams are holding 1 win and 2 losses. The field may start to shake out, though, after our 5 games today, with Counterlogic Gaming up first against Cloud9. After that, Dignitas will Split will take on Winter Fox, followed by TSM squaring off against Team Liquid. Then we'll conclude our day with Coast versus Gravity. And of course, if it's hashtag big plays you're after, then we've got you covered. Here are a few of the granddaddy moments from yesterday's action. Coming in at number 3 from Teammates' great win over Coast, at DDRocks13 says, "The binding heard around the world. Dodo is your number 3.
Looking to take out Jez's before the fight starts, just like happened mid. Oh, Mashman gets in with the binding! What a play from Dodo! That could be it! What a bind coming from Dodo! Now the Nexus turret falls, the Nexus is going down, and Team 8 is gonna take the game over Coast!
That is what ended the game. Even though it's the most silly thing of a little binding going through, Mash is in the wrong spot, and the team didn't have the items to get him out of it. No QSS, no Mikhails at that moment in time. Made it a big play.
Who says dodos are extinct?
I'm going to let that be. Next up, the play that reminds us even the pros have their mortal moments. And we went with this mostly because of the awesome tweet. At Dr. Kepper says, "What the hell? I just got killed by a random Ezreal in my game that came from another game." Let's take a look.
Just to get this inhibitor down, Hanser may be 1,000 to himself now. He's being greedy. Oh!
Oops! If you run an artillery-style team comp, you cannot shoot your Arcade Barrage backwards.
So what ended up happening there is he had moused over to the left and hit the champion portrait of his teammate Shifter in the Xerath, so it automatically just aimed him in that direction. But I think he was actually aiming for Kobe's sanity, and he hit.
Yeah,
took that thing right out.
Do that.
And definitely a slight misplay there, but in all honesty, the heat of the moment, can't blame him too much for it. At least his mouse went in the right direction.
It's a big misplay.
The ability went in the other.
It's a feature that's existed forever, and you don't see people miss Ezreal else like that, so he clicked in the wrong place. That's just
day I learned.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And finally, Afro and Double Lift going ballistic. At Wince22 Whelp says, "LCS big plays can retire for the weekend. Rush Hour pulling off the Flash Blitz Pull Fates Call combo to perfection. Rip Zhao Wei Zhao." And at E Hammond 22 said, "If that Ballista Pull doesn't make the top 5 LCS big plays, I'll eat my mouse pad." Looking at you, PTL. Let's roll the Ballista.
The mid under fire, CLG relentless this game. And Tip missing. Oh, the flash hook! They got him! Zhao Wei Zhao goes down. That was beautiful.
The Ballista play pulled off perfectly right there. They saw the opportunity. Double Janafra move, make a highlight play.
It's actually a very interesting use of game mechanics there, and it's completely intended, by the way.
Yeah, it was super cool. And the one thing that wasn't even noticed by me when I watched that play the first time is when Blitz finishes the pull, he's guaranteed the knockup from the Kalista ultimate, which is why even after the flash away, Zhao Wei Zhao was still basically stuck in place, so he could go and then hit him again with.
Right, I was gonna say you follow that up with another power fist, and it's just you're hating your life.
You're gone.
You're hating your life, especially as a Xerath of all champions. Well,
You want to stay far away.
Yeah, no doubt we are in for more of those memorable moments today, so call them out on Twitter with the hashtag LCS Big Plays. With those Ballista moves still dancing in our heads, though, we wanted to see what 2 champions do you think synergize the best, and what name would you give them? Send us your LeBroms, your Narvins, or your Curse of the Sad Bullet Times. Tweet at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS. There were a number of champions released in the offseason, and among them, though, Azir specifically for the players that master his mechanics. He could be a game changer.
Azir is a champion that if I think you can play him perfectly, then he's just completely beyond broken. But the problem is that no one can play him perfectly, and I don't think anyone will ever be able to play him perfectly.
With a word, I end you.
Azir is just a champion that scales really well and does consistent damage with his soldiers in team fights.
You can poke someone down to like half HP without them even having vision of you, really. His Q range is really long, and if you land the Q, then you're going to land 2 or 3 autos late game, and that's enough to take someone very, very low.
这个英雄相对来说还是比较容易发育，因为他可以用他那个 W 技能来帮助他补刀，他可以站在非常安全的地方，然后就可以补刀下兵。
Nothing is beyond my reach.
The passive, as in building the tower, I think it's best used if you're trying to set up wave control in one lane. You can just set up the tower, you'll slowly get the wave control and get your wave pushing, and you can make another play on the other side of the map. If they go for the Azir turret, you have the rotation on the other lane, so it can really be a distraction and a zoning tool.
Never cross an emperor.
His ultimate is also a game changer. I feel like there's going to be a highlight play soon of someone playing Azir in competitive where he just like jumps to one of his soldiers, flashes, and then knocks the entire team back like some sort of insect play with his ult.
Grab number 2 misses, and Phoenix! Oh, Phoenix right in the middle of the fight with Shifting Sands!
Once you reach the later stages in the game, if you have a comp where he can really peel for a strong AD carry, for example, using his ult, he can just be really, really powerful. It's like having a second AD carry doing constant damage. If you don't kill him and you don't kill the AD, you're definitely gonna lose a team fight.
我觉得打这个英雄的话，你对线肯定会有点难，然后你会尽量选一些突进型刺客类，然后让打野帮助你，然后一起去gank他。
He just dies to ganks really easily. His HP is like wet paper. You usually aren't picking up any defensive items until after your Grail and Morale-Nomicon, your Stinger, and your Death Cap. And then by then you need Void Staff, so you aren't really looking at anything defensive until your very last item, so it's very easy to just get picked out.
Oh, that banks some gold. Going over to Pole Belter.
Azir is a really high risk, high reward sort of champion in that if you mess up your ultimate by even a tiny bit, or if you E incorrectly, then you're just gonna die immediately. But if you can position your ult properly, that can just single-handedly win a team fight. He's just a very difficult champion to play, but he can be really rewarding.
And we've already seen a few impressive Azirs so far this split. What's your impression of the champion so far?
I think it's really damn strong. I think that this champion has a high margin for like skill cap and also has a high margin of error too. You can mess up, and also there's a lot of counterplay to it, but the ranges on it are a little far right now, and I know that Daniel Klein's looking at it for 5.3.
Yeah, I remember actually in the office we have a quote board, and on it says dash, Azir will never see competitive play. I think it was dated in like December or something.
Yes, I said that when the champion was released and was bug-ridden beyond belief. And
we'll
actually,
never see
it was taken out of context.
It's not a context
we don't need
board.
to have this. Yeah, it's not a context board. It's a quote board. So somebody took a very, very small part of the statement. I mean, whatever. We're not going to have this argument right now.
Yeah, I think he's going to see a lot of competitive.
I agree.
Personally.
He is a very high skill cap champion. If played well with the 4 buffs he's seen since then. Anyway, now we're going to send it over to the caster desk for the call of Game 1.
Thank you very much, Dash. And by the way, I thought Nara was going to get played too. I was right on that one. So you are just horrible against me, Dash. But anyway, guys, what's up? I'm David Freak Turley. With me is the man who demands a funny intro from his co-casters, Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler.
Still waiting.
It's going to be a while. Going to get the game started right away, guys. It's our first match. Counter Logic Gaming versus Cloud9. It's going to be a wonderful match here. Yesterday, both these teams, you can hear the crowd likes these guys a whole bunch. They had the dominating performances. They outplayed their opponents individually. They had great team-wide decision-making. They took objectives well. Both these teams look great.
Yeah, Cloud9 in particular, they were playing like they had something to prove because of the week 1 failure. And Lemonation was a carry support. He got 3 early kills on Annie, and his bottom lane partner Sneaky was on a rampage with Kalista. And they didn't just win the laning phase, by the way. They were waging psychological warfare on Team Liquid's new high-profile AD carry, Piglet. Sneaky admitted in his interview afterwards that their plan was to put Piglet on tilt. And to illustrate how far ahead Sneaky got, he was up 31 CS at 10 minutes in.
That's ludicrous. That's actually just I would just hate life if that was me. But Sneaky, of course, reported that CLG's Rush Hour duo lane, their bot lane, gave them some of their toughest fights in the offseason. So the high-level AD carry skills definitely going to be in play here this match.
Yeah, and both of those guys played Kalista. Double Lift also had a flashy game. And like we saw in the LCS big plays, the Kalista plus the Blitz grab allowed them to get picks from an entire screen away. So I will expect that she will be banned away in this game or picked very early on. But another player that showed up big yesterday was Link. Tip activated CLG's Snake Trap with Cassiopeia, and Link successfully pulled off the ultimate flash to turn fights in their favor.
Yeah, they played really well around that guy, but we're going to get ourselves into the starting lineups right now. On the blue side, Unleashing the Hounds is Counter Logic Gaming, Zion Spartan in the top lane, Smithy in the jungle, Link in mid, Double Lift on AD carry, and Aframu on support.
And on the red side, it's Cloud9. Up top is Balls in the jungle, Meteos, mid, high, AD carry, Sneaky, and support Lemon Nation.
This is going to be just a glorious match right here. CLG, if I understand correctly, sitting on 2-1. C9 trying.
That's a good guess. You can't.
Half the teams are there. C9 and 1-2 here, so a win for Cloud9 puts them tied for the middle at 2-2, even after a very rough early start to the season. CLG though could guarantee themselves a tie for first place at the end of week 2 if they can win this match, bring themselves to 3-1 in this game. Looks like we do have bans working out, guys. So first ban, Annie, elimination. Looking like Kiwi Kid here.
Yep, so Annie, one of the really popular supports to combo with Kalista. Gonna have to keep a very close eye on the bans to see what type of Kalista counters they ban out, as well as the things that work really well with her. Because as we know, both of these AD carries have fallen in love with the champion.
And it's interesting to see the Cassiopeia banned, knowing that Hai would be able to last pick and counter pick it. We typically see assassins and super long range mages as the counter picks here. Doesn't want to deal with it at all. Kalista, of course, goes away from Sneaky, even though Double could have first picked it.
And the thing is, Cassiopeia can be played in the top lane as well. So banning that out is actually a strong decision because Zion Spartan's a carry top laner. Cassiopeia actually even like her more in the top lane. She has a lot of really good matchups in the top lane. Last ban, by the way, is Lissandra, just barely showing up there before the insta-lock from CLG. Rumble for Zion Spartan. They do take it away from balls, and already CLG set up with that glorious mid-game team fight that Rumble brings.
And this is going to be one of, I want to say, very few Rumbles we've seen in North America specifically. I know we've seen them a couple times, but not super often. Rek'Sai comes in from Meteos, LeBlanc in for balls, although they'll likely be high with Kassadin banned here. Now, Meteos, he just actually broke a promise to me. You see, he came in and said, okay, so every single game, I just play whatever beat me last time. And just kept, you know, hopping onto the new champions. He won his last game. He's supposed to stay on Vi. Meteos is a dirty liar.
What was the thing that beat him before he won his game?
He played champion. Rek'Sai? He played what, Elise and then Rek'Sai and then Vi, and then he won on Vi, so he has to stay.
Well, he's going with Rek'Sai this time around, Freak, and you cannot question his decision there because very strong champion on this current patch, especially with Jarvan banned out. Meanwhile, some interesting single target lockdown here with Vi, my favorite champion in the game at the moment. Going to be locked in, comboed with Morgana. Now, I really like the double pick up here because Morgana is one of the biggest problems for Vi to deal with.
Yeah.
Very aggravating when her target gets a black shield on it. So it's always a good cover-up to actually draft her on your team when you have Vi as well.
And it gives CLG some really nice things they can do. The Dark Bindings to set up fights, layer an Equalizer on top of that, and just the counter engage if you dive into these guys. Rumble ult plus Morgana ult makes things kind of scary. So I already like CLG's look, and they can really go anywhere with their, I assume, mid lane and AD carry pickups. But heck, we saw Morgana into LeBlanc yesterday, and it arguably should have gone really well for Pabelter when that happened.
It could be another attempt at the mid Morgana versus LeBlanc. First time around didn't quite work out so well because Pabelter got targeted really early with ganks. This time around, though, it will provide a lot of defense against Rek'Sai ganks as well. I like it for the bottom lane. Anytime you have a jungler with some quick CC that's a physical damage jungler, Morgana is just such a great bottom lane support to lock in, just so you know you don't have to worry quite as much about that lane and getting ganked.
Yeah.
Really hard to break through Morgana shield when the bottom lane support locked in is Janna. She doesn't have much magic damage to help break through it.
Yeah, I actually am very surprised to continually see Janna picked against Morgana in the lane matchup. Just how well Black Shield deals with Monsoon and the fact that I just feel it's pretty risky here. Now, Cloud9, of course, are going to sit on their AD carry pick for last, make sure they really know what the bottom lane matchup is. Seems with Kalista off the table, there's nothing contested that either team is rushing to pick up here. CLG forced to put in their entire team composition.
So they already have the Morgana and Rumble. So if you add Caitlyn to that, it's actually a fairly strong siege. And they do also have the option of split pushing since they've got that Zed locked in. So anytime you get this CLG squad up against the tower, the Zion Spartan ultimate, since everybody's bunched up in a lane, he can just lay that down and you get a lot of time for Caitlyn to auto attack and get a lot of damage down on that turret. Quirky locked in on the other side, though. Very well-rounded here, team for Cloud9. That actually does peak pretty strong in that mid game. We'll see if Hai can get control of the mid lane and start roaming around. Anytime you have two assassins mid lane, I always like to see who gets the first jungle gank there because a jungle gank in mid lane then allows your mid laner to gank other lanes for you. So kind of cascades from jungle pressure mid into pressure all over the map.
And I have to agree with you, Copen, especially with both these junglers being rather potent early on, Rek'Sai and Vi. Both very scary bruisers to deal with.
Yeah, people really underestimate Vi's pre-6 ganks. If you just put in a few games on this champion, your flash gank pre-6 is really, really strong. You will guaranteed at least get a flash for your flash in the trade, as long as you don't really mess up your flash queue.
Well, there's the handshake. Coach is heading off the stage here. They've given what advice they could to their teams, and hopefully they do a good job from there. Counterlogic Gaming, they've got the split push Zed, which I feel like is going to be pretty scary. Link so far has been playing well in the LCS. We'll see if he can keep that up. But guys, the teams are loading in, so share your predictions with us by tweeting #CLGwin or #C9win to @LOL Esports. We'll be, of course, updating the vote throughout the game. There's the crowd, wonderfully color-coding themselves blue and red. You guys did a great job of that.
Yeah, these are two of the most high-profile clubs in North American League of Legends. Very large fan bases, as you can hear in the crowd. Counterlogic Gaming at the top of the standings at the moment. See if they can keep up there. Now that they have Zion back in the fold, working with the team. He's actually one of the guys that had to take a game off, or 1 week off for the opening week.
Yep. Well, he's been the target of some shots, of course. High has been attacked a few times from his games in the early beginning of the split, but Doublelift himself says he respects his opponent, and haters gonna hate.
High has set, for 2 years, he set the standard of playing well and making smart decisions, and now when he's falling off, people will, I guess they just come out of the corners, the people who didn't like him from the very beginning, and they put on their loudspeaker and they say, okay, he was never good. He was always like this. There was never a point where he was good. He was always playing stupid and always feeding in lane. Everyone just trash talks me whenever I do something stupid or lose a game or whatever. I feel like it's expected, and as a pro player, you have to understand, like, that's just part of the job.
Minions have spawned.
Strong words there from Doublelift. Everybody seems to forget the past 2 years that High and Cloud9 have been atop the North American scene just after one faulty week. However, though, they cleaned it up very, very well yesterday. Week 2, they've come out really strong. This time, no surprise once again, Cloud9 go with a lane swap. Almost every game this season so far, they've started with these lane swaps. He's not going to go with the farming behind the tower that Doublelift liked to do yesterday. Sneaky's just going to go with a regular, bunching up the minions, get it to push in their favor, focusing all of their damage onto the front melee minion. Lemonation, I also like how he hides in the bush during the beginning stages of the freeze, just to keep CLG guessing where the support is. Yeah. Never want to give away any unnecessary information, especially in lane swap situations.
Definitely very smart. What interested me here as well is that both junglers got to start on the greedy side of the map. Both started on the weak side, didn't get punished for it. The top laners were helping, I believe, in both these cases.
Very early back from the Cloud9 support, Lemonation drops a ward in the furthest lane bush there, so that Sneaky will be protected from any weird lane ganks, as well as Spartan trying to hide in the bush to soak up CS.
We've seen this before.
Heads down bottom to help Balls. Yeah, Balls plus Lemonation are actually big fans of doing the top laner plus support laning, especially when he can grab one of those range champions. A couple more seconds though, and he will lose his range.
I'm just a little bit concerned about how this match will play out, though. I feel like it goes pretty heavily into Doublelift's favor, but
well, it definitely
tracking Balls CS.
Yeah, it definitely does. Caitlyn, especially plus Morgana, is going to have a pretty easy time pushing them in. But Caitlyn, with the range advantage over all other AD carries anyway, Doublelift would be playing a very similar style, whether he was facing Sneaky or Balls. Morgana does bring that extra added threat. This swayed Balls from being greedy and going for CS. Now this is the old patch, by the way. Smithy was able to back and not only upgrade his jungle item, but also grab several wards. Early jungle control as far as the vision is concerned here. Smithy looking to get some deep vision in Cloud9's side, which is something that Cloud9 usually prioritize a lot earlier on. But Meteos has just been hard farming with Rek'Sai. Hasn't dropped his ward yet.
And it's been overall very good from Smithy. He defensively pink-warded mid lane, got the green ward down more aggressively to watch the right side of the jungle, and so far I think it will.
Meteos will find him a little bit too late. He has the sonar there, so doesn't have to face check Smithy. Alerted to his presence. Smithy gets away with large wolf as well as one small.
Is he going to stay for the ward? Nope. Afraid of high. Good defense.
Zion Spartan in the top lane. Put a lot of 1 versus 1 harass down on Sneaky. Elimination back from his warding trip down bottom. I guess they're not going to keep up with the support plus top laner duo down there. Sneaky was not able to bully Zion Spartan because he started with the double jungle. He got up to level 4. Sneaky didn't have the extra levels to bully.
Yeah, so far, CLG has done the best at holding on against what's normally so good for C9 with their lane swap. Smithy looks for a push onto balls, though.
Shouldn't be able to.
Yeah, nothing to go for here.
Just a zone.
But it does clear basically a double wave away from the turret. You can see how many casts were there. A lot of golden XP lost by balls. The teleport from Zion's going to catch most of this.
Now, the Meteos has not shown on the map, so that teleport could be a little bit risky. Zion does not know that Meteos is on his side. Balls trying to soak up some experience, get in range. They zone him out though, so here comes Meteos. Okay. See if Zion's teleport does cost him.
Got flash. Meteos going to go for the knock after elimination. Pulls aggro. It's going to be the flash away from Zion, but good escape. Now Meteos has aggro. Forces summon or heal. Barely survives. Zion trades flash for much more.
These towers are still extremely potent. 3-person dives are fairly hard to pull off. Zion does a good job using his flash to avoid enough damage that they can chase off Meteos, and Zed comes in to try and clean it up top, but Link is seen by the pink ward, and all of Cloud9 back off. That earned them a tower advantage, because the difference between junglers, Smithy just went to try and zone balls off, whereas Cloud9, Meteos, they actually go for the dive, and because it fails, CLG gained their first large lead of the game.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think the big reason why the zoning worked, though, is Balls understood that Vi Morgana actually deals some good damage early on.
A binding is definitely...
Right, exactly. Whereas Janna, like, okay, she pulled aggro, but didn't get to do much otherwise, so the actual 3-man group, better for CLG, paid off, well done. BF sword now for Caitlyn as well, so Doublelift is menacing to lane against right now.
And we mentioned the CLG team grouping up for the towers as well. Whenever Caitlyn does get an early lead like this, you want to try and knock down as many outer turrets as you can before Corki hits Trinity Force and is able to get his level 6 and start poking you back. So Doublelift with that BF sword is going to be a really big indicator of what CLG are looking for towards the mid game here. If he just wants to try and bully Sneaky down bottom, or if they actually start rotating him over to try and pressure other outer turrets. Looks like they still want CS on Link, so they're keeping him in.
So far, so good for him. He's actually winning his lane with, I believe, 0 interference up against high. And that's also with Smithy absorbing a wave when he had recalled out.
Yeah, it was with 0 interference from Meteos, plus he was very confident that Meteos was not even close to ganking because Smithy spent so much early time warding around the mid lane. CLG's focus in their vision has been mid lane. You can see it. They've got pink wards on both sides, even a little bit deeper of a green ward here. So they're keeping Zed very safe for the early stages, letting him farm up until he does get, looks like he's going for Bork first rather than the Brutalizer.
I feel like I usually see Cutlass Brutalizer.
Yeah.
I think it mostly depends on when you get to back, but he also added the Null Magic Mantle to make sure he's not under threat from high. So the 1v1 potential not really there from the LeBlanc. The wave clear seems to be happening first from Link, so he's most enabled to make
There's
moves.
the first roam. We were looking for the first roam from mid lane. Looks like it does come from Link. Targeting balls. He does have his flash, but still a very squishy Gnar as he's started just the Doran's Blade plus Longsword build. Hasn't gone into the tanky build. Looks like he is going to try and get a little offense first.
Still going to do the pink ward clear high. Oh no, they're going to defend this. CLG not worth going for the ward. They want to make sure they don't get picked off unnecessarily.
Small victory.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. The early rotation. Sneaky and Lemon both showed up mid out of nowhere.
Now, the thing is, this tower's not very low because High was not able to pressure Link since the vision was all in Link's favor. So even if they do get a split-second head start up here on the mid turret, wouldn't be able to get much.
No, they tried to make the play, didn't happen. They have to run immediately back to the bot lane as Doublelift pushed it up.
Yeah, lose out a couple minions even for that.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. Usually with tier 1 dead, you get a bit more grace period, but Sneaky is going to lose out on the entire melee wave. Should get the rest, but still lost
might
gold.
have not been there.
I know he lost 1 or 2 melees. I'm almost certain of that, but wow, Balls forced to flash away in the 1v1. Zion burns his ult for the privilege, but super worth it. CLG's newest acquisition, clearly doing very well so far.
Yeah, he was pressuring Sneaky solo, forced elimination.
Oh, wow.
Binding!
So many ults, that's all it's going to take. Goodbye to High. After he makes that one happen, he even gets first blood for the privilege.
All right, and that makes it, well, that makes it much easier for this Caitlyn to start knocking down the outer turret.
Oh my god, Sneaky!
Another binding! Aframu and the skill shots. It doesn't have to be Blitzcrank. Throwing out a couple bindings here and earning his team a lot of pressure. They actually give up on the mid-siege and go for Dragon Control instead, sweeping out the river and gaining the crab. Looks like they want to purchase before actually starting the Dragon, instead of trying to take advantage of the time that High has to walk back from base. Maybe they feel like their damage at this point is not quick enough to take it, and Corki is, you know, post 6. Rockets are very annoying while you're doing Dragon. Don't want to risk taking too much damage from it.
It's true. And Devil even just went for an Average Blade here. He's actually slowing his early damage progression by denying Pickaxe, denying the early Infinity Edge. So maybe CLG taking it a little bit slower than they would have otherwise. This turret taking a lot of damage off those recalls from CLG. They basically took those kills, took a Scuttle Crab, and then recalled, which gave some space for C9 to make moves.
Link able to handle the wave clear himself. Zed's good for clearing one wave like that, but he definitely needs backup as all of Cloud9 swing down. Meteos taking the opportunity to invade jungle, get those wolves back. Scott has fully upgraded Stalkers. However, Zion under turret, we've already had a hard time taking him down. Dragon will be traded just for the effort top, and they don't even go for the dive.
And really nice by CLG. They'd already swept the pit out in the first place. Just the 2 guys that can jump over walls. Let them sneak in there. Easy duo.
Plus, they have this ward up here.
Yeah, very nice. CLG so in control of this game. They are not letting Cloud9 do absolutely anything.
A lot of focus on Zion here from Cloud9. Zion handling it very, very well. Going for an early Zhonya's too. Not even going for the Haunting guys on Rumble. Wants to rush into the Zhonya's.
I'm seeing that so much this year, actually. That all 2014 was all about the Leandry's Rush. This time around, I'm seeing so many Zhonyas. Haven't done the math on the damage last year, but he's clearly prioritizing not getting blown up by champions like LeBlanc. High, another bind hits. Link gets some nice damage down. And bot lane tier 2 goes down. CLG just taking double for Nick Smithy there.
So that was just a beautiful move across the map from CLG. They are controlling Cloud9 so well. Cloud9 having to play all reactively, which is fairly rare for them. CLG rotations indeed.
So, slow and steady winning the race. The Caitlyn, despite going Average Blade, doesn't need the extra damage, is still knocking down turrets successfully. High goes for some wave clear. Black Shield, who cares?
I really like the greed here from Doublelift. He won't be punished for this because they're using Caitlyn as this wave shover and turret taking AD carry that she is at the moment with her extremely long range, moving him across the map to points where they don't have to fight team fights. They're just fully using Doublelift to take minion waves and turrets, not punished for the absence of a pickaxe, just gaining a lot of extra gold from that Average Blade.
I think that they actually preempted 230 Force power spikes and were super aggressive even before that happened. Blue buff attempt coming in. Oh, I think High got it. And Smithy will die for his hubris. CLG though, Afro goes in. Nice ult. In comes Zion from the back. Binding's dodge, but Elimination's going to go down. Bit of a coup by CLG.
Teleport advantage for Cloud9 now. So they use that teleport just to answer 1 kill on the support. It also leaves Balls some time here to solo farm, which He definitely needs. He's been a little bit punished in the early game, and they would really like to have him be the front man. They need that tank on the front line. Without him, a lot harder to engage. Also able to pick up the global gold here, so Cloud9 clawing their way back.
Thankfully for Ballsy, answered the turret that Zion had taken, I believe, right before the teleport. C9 actually lost 2 tier 1 turrets right before that fight, mid and top.
This huge gold lead, though, that CLG got from all the early turrets that they knocked down is going to be very, very big if they do actually decide to go for a team fight. Infinity Edge now completed for double lift. Trinity Force, though, I don't think CLG would like to force team fight. Probably just continue with the strategy they're going with at the moment. Zion also, the thing about going for a Zanyas really early is that there's a huge time where you have, oh, okay, so he's not going for the full Zanyas.
So arm guard for the armor facing Rek'Sai Gnar.
As well as the efficiency, just stacking up the arm guard, very efficient item.
Yeah.
Stack up that extra AP. So he got that really early on, and it's fully stacked now for the time that they might actually group. Link sends down bottom, so they're going to have the split pushing with Zed. People cheering for the CS abilities. It was impressive, able to get all those under the turret. Zed is a very strong champion, to say the least, for CSing under turret because of his passive.
They're below half. It's pretty much a one-shot, but heck, good job to him. So, Cloud9, they have lost every single lane except the jungle, I would say. And the fact that only Rek'Sai has good CS here, of course, all their turrets getting destroyed so rapidly. Everything going well Counterlogic's way. Caitlyn scaling up really well off her high CS. iEdge already done.
And the thing is, with CLG having this much map control, with all of the turrets getting knocked down, look at the network for Meteos that he's been able to set up. His tunnel network is severely lacking. He only has 1 tunnel left over on the red side jungle. CLG have cleared out the entire map, so no surprise Rek'Sai plans. He's pretty much just been hard farming this whole time. You mentioned that CS that he has over him. It is true, but Smithy's been able to make good use of his ultimate. As Meteos will have a tough time.
Jeez, those bindings! Afromu making so much happen in this game. Going for the early Zonias as well. So right now they're sieging, they're picking things off. But 1,500 gold from now, the team fights themselves also going to be scary. When you can pop Zonias and ult.
I'm just waiting for the point where Cloud9 decide they're tired of CLG's map control and they want to just call in balls for a teleport or a flank and go for an all-in. They would have to combo it with a good flash from Meteos, though. They may be waiting on Meteos' flash. Rek'Sai, at this stage in the game, they really would rely on his knockup, and they definitely need him to be able to get to double lift. Without flash, that's fairly difficult.
You guys took no time getting back to that word sharing thing.
Well, this is a really, really well-played strategic game from CLG. Especially considering they're facing Cloud9.
Oh, absolutely.
Who are usually on top of their wave control.
I am absolutely impressed by them. And this is something that CLG talked about with Zion joining in, if I recall correctly. He's a pretty vocal player. He would come in and talk about things on the top side of the map. So CLG's got vocal input from every single spot on the map. Everyone's calling out where the minion waves are, what turrets are available. There's Dragon number 2, no contest again. Counter Logic Gaming playing a nearly immaculate game.
Every time Cloud9 attempted something top to target Zion, CLG took a massive advantage off of it. Whether it be an entire turret, dragon, shoving on the other side of the map, and Zion Spartan wasn't even in danger. He escaped both times really well.
But on the other side, CLG tried to dive balls, got turrets for it practically both times, forced flash for it, got map control of that, and C9 didn't punish anything on the other side. So it's sort of going both ways here, where the aggressive moves are working, but only for one team. So 3,500 gold lead with 2 dragons up as well. CLG have played mostly for ward control the last few minutes of the game.
It's getting really scary here for Cloud9 because double lift. Caitlyn really wants to get to the combination of the Infinity Edge plus a lot of extra critical strike on her build, and she's already almost there. Whereas this Trinity Force has been on Sneaky for quite a while now. and Cloud9 haven't been able to really take advantage. Zion teleports in, takes a large chunk of damage from High. Meteos is...
Link goes in, here comes Meteos. Slows on the Link, gets the knock-up, some good early damage. He's got to outplay the death mark. Can he do it? High dashes around, gets into the fog, and they get the kill. High's going to get traded back, though.
Link with the death rattle is able to kill High. Trading kills and 3 people committed down bottom. CLG, very, very quick decision making. We're shoving up mid. This is the thing, they constantly have pressure on the map in multiple areas. So if Cloud9 commit down bottom, CLG can shove straight up mid. Another turret knockdown for them.
This one's not the farm alarm, guys. Meteos looking for pressure onto Afromu, but the ward's going to keep him safe. Nothing done here. What's crazy about this as well is just before that fight, I checked the vision. CLG had almost 0 wards up in the map. They'd all timed out or gotten cleared before they all recalled. They went for those aggressive moves without knowing where anyone could have possibly been.
You say anyone. They saw 3 people
That's
down
fair.
bottom.
Yeah.
And one of them was the teleport.
But I mean, just to set up the mid lane push, to set up the bot lane fight as well, right? Like, people actually were bot lane, but Double got to push mid because of it.
They have been keeping up their pressure as well as their ward control. I mean, deep wards in both sides of the jungle here for CLG. Yeah. Giant gold lead as far as the new patch is concerned, at least.
Man. Afromu, so good at these long-range skill shots. The Blitzcrank last game, the Morgana here. A great force for Counter Logic Gaming. Double soon to get Static Shiv. Just scaling up, being that menacing.
I mean, this is going to be really scary. Double lift once he combines. I'm not quite sure which one he's going to want to upgrade first. Probably go Phantom Dancer with the recent changes.
No, not with Afro's Blade.
I guess I'll go Static Shiv.
Afro binding. Oh no, High can't juke it. He's gonna go down. That's a quick kill picked up. Smithy claims it.
Afro move. Please.
Yeah.
Please, Afro move.
Oh my gosh. Well, these hits are ticking up pretty nice for Counter Logic Gaming. Up double kills, up still 3.7 thousand. Dragons in, I think, 3 minutes, maybe a bit less. But the game has been completely controlled by these guys. The best C9's ever done is traded kills and traded turrets. They've got nothing unanswered. After misses one, the exhaust and the ult comes in. The flash dodges, but there's the Piltover combo. Smithy not going to get the kill though. Sneaky stays alive thanks to a shield. Dodges the Q from Double Lift. Lemonation very low. Gets the crits. Double gets the kill. Balls gets locked up. Even more deaths for Cloud9. 2-0 CLG once again.
They find a large skirmish when Double Lift finally has his double item completion here. Static Shiv, as you said, with the Average Blade completed, giving him enough crits on his Infinity Edge to turn that one around. CLG, what a dominating performance here. Beating Cloud9 in all aspects of the game so far. Really working with the Caitlyn pick well, I have to say.
Yeah, the fact that they got 4 turret kills in the first 13 minutes was astronomically high.
Binding some Afromu at all key moments.
Yeah.
The entire CLG roster really looking like a squad that's ready to keep first place this time around. All right, Double Lift, fancy footwork, does get down in HP, so can't keep trading. Seeks in a couple of sneaky auto attacks. Woo! Sneaky flashes the Q, but Vi is able to get there with the ultimates. Now, at this point, they just don't respect the crits from Double Lift.
Wow.
You can't really expect crits in a row. Was that 3 in a row? It looked
yeah.
like 3 in a row. And you kind of have to feel bad for Lemon.
I actually counted. He was 2 and 4 before that. 2 crits, 4 non-crits.
Yeah.
3 crits in a row on the back end.
It's a little bit of luck also helps in a game where you're just winning through strategic prowess. Double Lift does have the favor of our Jesus.
And the crowd cheering for CLG's great vision control, which, to be fair, is about as important as champion kills in the first place. So
yeah, when you're running a team that has Caitlyn constantly pressuring lanes as well as a split pushing Zed, I mean, this is not by all means the safest strategy to pull off.
No.
It's very difficult, actually. You have to have confidence in your split pusher. You have to have a lot of confidence in your AD carry not to get caught while she's pressuring like that. And CLG have done it very, very well. Zion Spartan, solo man, clearing out the wave with his ultimate. Very good choice there. All of Cloud9 committed to the top lane, and he neutralizes all the resources Cloud9 commit to the bottom, or the top side, with just his ultimate, and allows the double lift link combo to take out 70%. I feel like Lemonation gets crit every single time double lift shoots him.
Well, here's the chance, though, for Meteos to make something happen. Gets the Chilling Smite down. Balls isn't far away. Double forced to flash. Balls flashes for the slow. This could be double going down. It finally is.
So they are finally able to punish them for this very, very high pressure strategy that CLG are trying to pull off. They do catch one, but they gain so much in it anyway. Smithy barely able to escape.
And it got pushed out for all the attention bot lane. Of course, nothing else was really gained, but High overextends. Afro finds more.
He finds High. Ball's going to not make any use of his Gnar form as well. Mid laner not present. All right, let's see how CLG close this one out. Dragon control should be easy to maintain. Binding again.
Jeez.
Oh my.
I figured it was a bind. I didn't see it.
Not only does double lift crit Lemonation every time he fires a shot, but Afromu hits High every time he fires a binding.
Yeah. I mean, there's so little action, but
you're speechless because CLG are playing so well.
Well, that's the thing is, I think as I said it yesterday, CLG is actually going to look good this year.
Potential free?
With Zion Spartan, I think it's finally realized they've gotten a good 5-man roster. The fights are so short, though.
This is ridiculous. You are so shocked right now.
I am and I'm not. It's great to see CLG finally in this kind of form after so many years of their fans waiting. This is the team CLG fans have been waiting for, by the way.
Well, let's see what Cloud9 can do to claw their way back in. They would need to catch someone out once again, take advantage of the Caitlyn split pushing.
And the thing is, C9 have been spending, I would say, half this game forcibly trying to get farm onto Balls because they're getting out-rotated, a lot of things are going poorly, except Balls is now winning his CS game against Zion Spartan when he was getting bullied around before. The big tank is really big. Can he survive double lift? I don't know. But that's kind of been the subtle objective this whole game for C9. This Balls Gnar is what I'm watching to see if that pays off.
Gnar can single-handedly turn the tides of the game. For that, he would require his ultimate, though. And once again, Gnar bar full, so he's going to have to wait for another full recharge. CLG, let's see what they do with this opportunity, because they were just mid and saw the Gnar bar expire here, 4 balls. Trying to get vision in the jungle, one of the most dangerous places when you have to worry about a Gnar flank. No teleport or flash for him, though.
Sneaky's sending his skill shots, too. We landed a bunch of rockets in Aftermoon.
Yeah, Sneaky's always been the consistent guy for Cloud9. Even when they're having a rough game, Sneaky keeping his CS up. He did not die in that mid skirmish, which was very impressive. Levi charging at him.
Yeah, so CLG, though, these skill shots, the long range, just their presence around the map has been so far overwhelming for Cloud9.
Yeah, it's really hard for them to get inside of Doublelift's range. Since Doublelift got such an early lead, the threat of the Caitlyn and the poke that Caitlyn has been able to put out, you know, backed up with bindings, is just really hard for Cloud9 to find their way inside of CLG's vulnerable zone.
Yeah. I think the big thing is going to be a flash and burrow for Meteos. Caitlyn, without flash, is not very good at escaping things like that. Her net will get canceled. She won't move anywhere if you knock her up during that quarter-second animation, or even after she casts it. So,
and by the way, that's tunnel first, then use your flash.
Yes.
Don't flash and then try and use tunnel. Much less reliable. Double lift on the front, though.
Smithy getting spotted out of High as well. Double gets the black shield, burns his net. No escapes available. Balls with the slow halfway in the Gnar
wears off.
Meteos still in the front, gets the flash engage. Double down to 800 health, and Link off on the side, kind of locked up. High goes in, forced to get away though from expecting everyone else. Now Ball's getting jumped on, but there's the Gnar bar. Doesn't land the stun. Smithy forced to flash away. Link very low, throws a house. Can they make this comeback happen? Death mark used, kill picked up. C9 finding their way back in this game.
That's only 1 kill though. Baron is a very rough objective to take with just 1 kill. Smithy's really low. They might just feel like they've been backed into a corner here and have to go for it.
CLG
Look at the
back.
bottom side. CLG have a huge wave pushing bottom as well. It's gonna finish the turret that double lift and Link just put a lot of work in taking down. Rumble Ultimate's available.
This could be the game-winning push for CLG. Zion gets the ulti down. Good early damage. Sneaky at half. Forced to run away. Zion Kaisem gets the knockup though. But is there enough damage? Oh, the damage on double! Sneaky gets it! Overextension by Doublelift. Meteos now goes in for Xmith. He does not quite land the knockup, but Zion getting chased by this heavily fed Gnar. More flash the way. CLG escape, losing only 1 kill to stop Baron.
They only grab 1 more kill, and their inhibitor turret went down.
Oh, yeah.
All said and done, that was actually good for CLG.
Absolutely
just because of the work they put in earlier in the game with that Link double lift push on bottom. The minions are able to finish the job. Inhibitor line has already been cracked. Cloud9 try to pull off the Baron, but once again, Baron ends up costing the team. Meteos back at it. Rek'Sai's right back down there. I thought he was going for crab control. Looks like he's going to take out the pink ward.
Vision of control, of course, incredibly important. Both these teams are going to be pretty quick at killing off Baron if they get time to sneak it.
This is number 4 right here.
Number 4 here. They now kill minions 15% faster. CLG, you already had trouble with their Zed split push. Link has been doing a good job of creating pressure on the sides of the map. It's going to get even worse now. Quick ward clear on both sides.
And CLG's battle plan coming into this was just so well thought out. I mean, they had the split push on the bottom, furthest away from Baron. That's going to provide the most pressure for this late game Zed split push. Link can return and put a tremendous amount. You can even see they're pinging out the bottom inhibitor now. Link down there would provide a tremendous amount of pressure for Cloud9 since they just heard the Rek'Sai ultimate. Juggling between Baron and a bottom inhibitor. Looks like CLG gonna just defend the mid right now though. Sneaky's at his Bloodthirster second instead of going Bork, which is extremely popular right now. Feels he needs that shield for all of the assassination potential with a Vi plus Zed, as well as the potential of a Rumble ultimate coming down on top of it.
Smithy loses the Banshee's Veil, forced to get away from that one. Even the Banshee's Veil jungler, who's half his health high, so the damage spread is there, but of course CLG staying far ahead. Double with some very good poke.
Look at this, Balls rushed a Thornmail after his Warmogs.
Yeah.
So he's looking to take hits from Double Lift. He got a large pool of HP plus the Thornmail, and hoping that Double Lift will kill himself, attacking the main tank.
It'll be difficult though. We'll see if he can make it happen regardless. Black Cleaver coming in for Link eventually would make that a whole bunch easier for Double here. But right now, Chronologic Gaming still holding control of this game. The occasional misstep, good poke on a Zion, half HP. High might stay for this one. Zion, get and jump, pops the Zonias, in goes Smithy. It's got to be a bit tricky for Balls, but he's going to stay alive. They pick up the top laner. Sneaky now jumping into the back line, gets a shield, walks away. Balls going to get stunned. Meteos as well. The damage from Doublelift. Can he get it? No, he's forced to run. Balls is on, pulls an Afro move, but Balls will trade his life. High can't get the damage. 1-for-1 top laner's dead. The clone from High tanks the ulti.
That team fight saved by Doublelift freely auto-attacking the entire time. Black Shield protects him from the Gnar ultimate as well. Might have even just been just outside of range. But Sneaky could not commit as well as Doublelift could to as many auto-attacks. Extra range there from Caitlyn helping out a lot too. You can see Link in that fight as well. He uses ultimate on Balls. I thought that was going to cost them. But the consistent damage output from a 3-item Caitlyn auto-attacking the entire time evens it up and swings the fight back in CLG's favor.
And that's the thing. Like, think about how much that fight should have been better for Counterlogic Gaming. Gnar ult stunned one person. Zed ult used on the wrong person. Like, so many things could have tilted these fights so much harder one way or the other if they had hit a better target, hit more targets, things like this. So these fights, though that one was close, could easily swing heavily one way or the other.
You can see how hard it is for C9 to actually take out Doublelift though, since Meteos targeted,
In goes Zed one more time. High's gonna pop Zonius. He should survive, but nope. Xfinity has something to say about that one. 1-for-0. Counter Logic Gaming in control again.
All right, this should be the end. Oh, they're going for more kills.
And the ulti's layered on. Sneaky goes down. Couldn't hide from this one. Mid's available.
Should be an easy inhibitor turret. Maybe even 2 inhibitors off of this one. 35 seconds on Sneaky, 20 on High. CLG complete control inside the base. 2 inhibitors. Well, maybe they'll just end the game.
They could try 15 seconds on High, 25 on Sneaky. Minuet coming in at about 10 seconds. Dragon's up in 2 minutes.
No reason to play overly aggressive and go for the end. They have so much control. 5th Dragon threat and 2 inhibitors down. This is CLG's game.
From start to finish, too.
Oh,
Only
yeah.
the smallest of missteps where they went down 1 kill twice. That's been as bad as any CLG fight has ever gone, is -1 kill. But turret control, nearly immaculate. 8-3, 2 inhibitors down, every single Dragon. On respawn, too. They snuck 1 6 minutes in, and then when it respawns, 3 people are there. It dies again and again. Great play. They played a little bit slower when Double Splash was down. That went fine. Smithy, hadn't seen him in a year, practically. So far, great with Counter Logic Gaming.
Yeah.
Link shaping up well. Zion Spartan, a great addition to the team.
I mean, you can list off every single person on the team.
That's what I did.
Yeah, they each did their parts. Smithy with the early ward control as well. Let's see if they can end it as clean as they started it. 5th Dragon in 1 minute. Here come the elixirs as well.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very difficult to take that fight.
It's really funny to watch a game like this because the kill score would betray how much CLG's been in control. 10-6, you think, oh yeah, close game, 4 kills apart. Not at all.
Not even close. This game is domination.
CLG massively out-rotated C9. There have been, I would say, 3 to 4, honestly, free turret kills, where they just out-rotated so heavily there was no defense. It was a matter of right-click
Not to
until it
mention,
died.
every single Dragon was uncontested.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous. All right, well, let's take a look. Cloud9 trying to make a move here up to the top side.
Baron for Dragons, the best choice they could hope for.
Well, 2 inhibitors are down, so they have to do something quickly.
Yeah.
Their backs are against the wall. They're forced into this position, and they're going to do it.
They're just going to hope CLG doesn't look at them. Smithy burned his Q, actually, puts the ward down. I don't know if he can Vault Breaker in time. I think he probably will be able to. C9 going to stay for this one, though. Binding goes down, good ulti in, and the Dragon went down. So now can they keep fighting? Limation losing so much health. Ball's likely to die from the Zed. They switch over to Sneaky. So far, Nara's dropped down. It's going to be Meteos also joining him in death. Now Sneaky 1 hit away. That's 3 kills for nothing. By the way, they can teleport into the mid lane. They will do so right now, but Zion gets killed for his troubles. That said, there's still minions coming in. High and Lemon, the only ones surviving. Never mind, just Lemon, the only one surviving, but I think it's gonna go sour for C9 here. Double Up is inside the base. Here comes Nexus turret number 1. I don't see it being defended. CLG fans, here's the team you guys were waiting for. So far, so good for CLG in 2015.
Wow. CLG, first place North American LCS, and they deserve it. That was the most one-sided game that I have seen in quite a long time.
Yeah, it was good decision after good decision after good decision. Good play all around. There's the 2 newcomers to the roster. Smithy and Zion and CLG uniforms. Completely at home, it seems.
Yeah, that's the exact type of game that they would like to play. Not under pressure at any point in the game.
Cloud9, of course, end their week 1 and 3. This was their redemption week. It looked good yesterday. They took down Team Liquid. You think, all right, C9's turning it around. But of course, every season in the LCS, the teams get better and better and better. Counter Logic Gaming showing that they are now people to be very afraid of.
For Cloud9, these guys, once again, ending the week on a sour note. It's going to be rough for them, but they can regroup, as they showed in the first game this week versus Team Liquid. Maybe showed their hand a little early with the Kalista. Everybody was jumping on it, though. I don't think it was a well-kept secret. It was just because the bug was fixed with her So then all AD carries jumped on her immediately.
A good number of them, certainly. And that's the thing. It's not like you save it for a special occasion. I mean, fighting Team Liquid is a great special occasion. Then you get to force bans, right?
Exactly.
I wouldn't say it was certainly a bad time to pick the champion up there. Interesting to note that CLG did ban it as opposed to pick it for themselves. Clearly, they have many more things they'd like to go back to, as shown here. Link pulled a ban, still did great on Zed 6-2 and 4. Wrapping up his keyboard. All I can say is a well-controlled game. It was. I don't want to say it was slow because it wasn't. Just the fights were a bit far between and short because it was like binding dead.
37-minute game. That's not long.
Standard.
Yeah, exactly.
Fairly standard. Especially right. We ran the entire gamut. We got Baron basically dead. We got 5 dragons. We got everything but 1 turret killed. Like. Every objective you could have gotten, you basically did for CLG. Fantasy owners of CLG, by the way. A lot of points for that
they're
one.
raking it in.
Yeah. But First Blood 2, I believe. Just
they got everything that you could possibly want. I mean, on the new patch, it's really hard to end games even before this as well. So CLG playing it pretty much by the books, ending it right on with the 5th dragon.
And it's been good. Like they got the early pressure, they kept it the entire time. Very well played by Counterlogic Gaming. For now, we're going to send it over to Riv, though, who's with CLG's man in the top lane.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Zion Spartan back on top for CLG and helping to put CLG on top right now in the records. Obviously, other teams are going to be meeting up here, up there today, but you guys came out very strong. Like Kobe said, that was a very one-sided game. What was CLG's mentality throughout it? Were you guys just all smiles?
Yeah, we definitely knew that. Honestly, like when we came back week 2, I just felt like we're gonna 2-0 this week. Like we're gonna do it. We're gonna win. And we came into this game very confident, but we stayed level-headed. And we knew what we had to do, and I got the Rumble pick. We denied the Rumble pick from Balls, and I'm still pretty comfortable on that champion. And we knew that they were going to pressure top. So I got an advantage early in top lane. Blew his flash, but what happened was they'd constantly 3-man me and things like that, so I just had to play safe, and then everyone else just did work.
Did you feel any pressure coming back into this week with fan pressure on you or anything like that?
Not really, honestly. Like, compared to like the previous CLG top laners like Seraph or Nien, like the hate or like anything, like the expectations, like I don't really feel any of that at all. So that's a good thing, I guess.
And something you said in one of your videos, that we rolled out before one of your games, is that during your break, you kind of took some time to sit back, see how all the players played on the team, and you really got a lot out of that. Do you think a lot of players can benefit from that?
Yeah, I think you can learn a lot from just being able to watch your team with a different player in your position because you understand their tendencies, you understand how they want to play the game, how they want to play the lane differently when you're the one in the game as well because you're often focusing on your own thing. But when you get that like coaching perspective, it really broadens your view of the game.
All right, very interesting. Next week, you guys have Winter Fox and Gravity coming up. How do you feel about those matches? And will it be kind of a break when you get home or right back to practice?
I definitely don't want to sleep on them. Something that's definitely happened a lot before is just like getting complacent and losing. Yeah, sure, we went 2-0 this week, but teams get better. They have unpredictable strategies. I mean, you saw our level 1 strategy yesterday that nobody brought out, and things like that will happen. So you just always have to be ready, and I'm definitely not going to sleep on those teams. Gravity's looking pretty good.
All right, thank you very much, Zion Spartan. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck in the rest of the season. We're going to now throw it over to Dash and the guys on the analyst desk.
Thank you, Riv. A fantastic, controlled, and aggressive game by CLG there. What were the keys to victory, though? Because aside from looking at the fact that they just seemingly dominated all the global objectives, what was it that allowed them to do that?
I'd say lane swapping, honestly. It was a very unexpected play by CLG to go for the lane swap and then also out lane swap Cloud9. If we look back to last week, Balls averaged 40 CS at 10 more than his opponent because Cloud9 was dominating lane swap so heavily. And this game, I felt like in pick and ban phase, Cloud9 was trying to counterpick for Sneaky by waiting for the AD carry. And when CLG locked in the Caitlyn, there is no lane counterpick to Caitlyn. And then not only didn't just do a 2v2 lane, they won the lane swap. So CLG took Cloud9's strategy away from him and outplayed him.
Yeah, that's really what it came down to here is they had the lane swap going for them. And usually, Cloud9, last week we saw them coming out on top, but I think the way that they actually played the lane swap just very mildly different with the shoves. Balls kept teleporting back in and getting chunked out immediately, and he was having a hard time against that Caitlyn too. There's no lane counter for it, and also in terms of top laners, it's really difficult to deal with that long-range Caitlyn. And Afromu was on top of his bindings all game long. Having this guy on a pick support is really big for them, and they really seem to come out and capitalize on when he lands those skill shots.
Of course, then they also had the split push potential with the Zed, which was a huge threat given their early lead. I think that's where I would probably point at them playing their composition so well. The early rotations by Doublelift opening up the map to then say, all right, let's throw Zed in the bot lane, put that damage on that bottom turret, which then netted them the in-hid turret later in the game when they were having a standoff.
Yeah, I'd say it was a level of coordination we haven't necessarily seen from CLG that much in the past. Cloud9 had a few misplays, but that was also kind of similar to what we saw yesterday when CLG played Team Impulse, was they're forcing the other team to react to them. The number of times Aphromoo came mid lane on Morgana, landed the binding onto High, and then put him in a greater deficit was too many for me to count off the top of my head. He was just landing binding after binding.
Well, maybe we can help with that. We do have a replay. We have a little video package here of the Morgana bindings that were landed during this game. We're going to pull that up on your screen for you. Just because it was such a huge factor in winning the game, both the threat of the bindings, but then the fact that he had the accuracy to hit so many of them.
Let's see how many we got here.
This roll off the clip now, yeah.
This one was awesome because he knew High had nowhere to go. He did a mini step backwards because that's going to get hit by the death mark, and he cut him off this time. Every single one of these by Aphromoo were either using Fog of War and also predicting where High was going to be going. He had no vision of that. That binding was basically in the wall the entire time. He also used the minion wave. This one was just a nice shot. Again, not knowing where, or cutting the person off from where they're trying to go. If he jumps backwards, he's getting hit by Caitlyn. If he goes forwards, he gets hit by the binding.
Right, using them to zone as well. And then also utilizing the geography of the map to hide the bindings. Shooting them through turrets rather than out in the open makes it much harder for a player to react to the incoming CC.
Yeah, they're putting them in bad situations. Basically, you couldn't choose a right option. There was no right option in a lot of those situations just from dodging bindings and also playing the map.
They also had early dragon control, as Kobe pointed out, taking that early 6 minute. So that's what also is phenomenal about the way they played the game, because generally we see teams choosing between turrets and dragons.
Yeah.
CLG managed to take 4 turrets to 1, as well as 2 dragons in the early game.
Yeah, they got every dragon that game, and then when they forced C9, like I was saying, in bad situations, C9's like, we have to do a Baron right now. There's nothing we can really do. They came up, they stopped it. There was kind of like an even trade there, and then they had to go back to the scene of the crime. Doublelift does the last dragon as they're fighting it 4v5, and they take over the game there. So they were forcing them in really bad situations off of the plays that they made early, and then just kept perpetuating that.
To be fair, there were glimpses of the Cloud9 team fighting prowess. We do have a replay. We're going to pull it up. It's a mid-team fight where they end up trading 1-for-1, and I feel like it's the setup. It's Cloud9's setup allowing them to pick the correct fight. As you mentioned later in the games, Irene, they weren't afforded that opportunity. We're going to pull that up on your screen right now. Irene, I'll let you walk through it for us.
The big thing that actually stands out to me here is Smithy's target selection. He goes after Balls here, and Balls is still in mini Gnar for basically the entire fight until the end where he gets a nice Gnar off. They start rolling the clip out here, and you're going to see they start grouping up High. He goes after Zion, and they get Zion in a situation where he has to blow his Zonias, and then Smithy's like, go after Balls. Everybody's like, let's get on Balls here. Death mark on Balls. No real damage to him for the most part, and that's what ends up giving Cloud9 that early kill, is they focused a priority target, whereas Balls really isn't a priority target.
They also had a bit of the, they set it up with the poke, as you said, damaging out a priority target, so that therefore they had the option to be more of a threat in the team fight. Kind of put CLG on the back foot there. It definitely showed CLG's power, though, in that they came out of that still 1-for-1.
Well, in general, it kind of showed how the game, as clean as CLG played it, was not fully in control until they made a few nicer plays. I know the fight afterwards where they were able to kill High for killing Doublelift and took the 2 inhibitors was really the defining moment. But that one, it's not all roses for CLG. They did misplay that team fight a little bit, and there was a danger of them giving the game back to Cloud9, considering all the strong plays CLG made throughout it, from the lane swaps, the Caitlyn pick, the Zed split pushing, everything they were doing to get that lead. You got to be careful in League of Legends, because they almost messed up there.
Yeah, you had to be extremely careful, and in that fight, if they had been even in gold at that point, that would have been a fight for Cloud9, because CLG were pretty much given that wiggle room because of how well they played the early game and mid game.
Absolutely, but credit to CLG again, though, because they secured that gold lead for themselves and played the composition properly. I think that's what the big takeaway here is, that we are watching a team execute on what they decided they were going to do in Champions Select.
Yeah. I love the fact that they went with the split push as much as they could and the threat of Link in the mid lane. We're like, we're going to camp the Zed. The Zed is going to be able to deal with people, and Link actually completely just played to the win condition of Zed, kept picking off high, making his life pretty much a living hell. And every time Afro moves, like, I'm going to bind, I'm going to roam, I'm going to play this champion the way it was made to be played as a support. And then they team fought every now and then with Zion, but they kind of avoided those as much as they could against Cloud9. I thought that was exactly how you should play the composition, and it was really well done by all of CLG.
A solid win for CLG. Still a bit of a struggle here for Cloud9. But you guys, we've got more games to come today, so top off the guac, grab a drink, and meet us right back here in 3.5 for our next match, which is Dignitas versus Winterfox. You're watching the North American LCS.
It's our first match, Counter Logic Gaming versus Cloud9. It's going to be a wonderful match. Of course,
Oh, wow. Binding! So many ults, it's all it's going to take. Goodbye! He's got to outplay the death mark. Can he do it? High, dashes around, gets into the fog, and they get the kill.
Back up. Rumble's coming. We can do it still. Take it slow. Nice kill. I'm binding right here on Nar. Nar. I'm coming long. Nice ulti.
So now can they keep fighting? Limation losing so much health. Ball's likely to die from the Zed. They switch over to Sneaky. So far, Nar has dropped down. CLG fans, here's the team you guys were waiting for.
If you're looking for stats, box scores, VODs, or in-depth analysis on your favorite players and teams, head to lolesports.com. When you're done studying up, click on the tickets link to join our in-studio audience and get the full immersive LCS experience. Plus, you might even catch some poros. Guys, we're going to head into our second game of the day. It's Team Dignitas versus Winter Fox. Now, this split is only 3 days old, but it's been a rough start for Dig. To give you an example, despite having a win, they haven't had a gold lead of over 1,000 yet.
Yeah, in their loss yesterday, Dignitas got behind early once again, and they were forced to play a very slow and cautious game. Kiwi Kids' Annie was banned away during Champion Select, and they ended up picking that Siege comp that relied heavily on poke and disengage. But being behind, they weren't able to effectively execute their strategy, and they were forced to wait for their opponents to make a mistake, but that never happened.
And of course, for Winter Fox, they were soundly beaten by TSM, who ran the team triple mid, the pile and Pobelter strategy, right out of the gate.
Yeah, the first 2 minutes, TSM showed their plan with a flash stun, 3-man gank to get the first blood for Bjergsen and start the mid lane in their favor. But Pobelter wasn't the only player who had a tough game. Winter Fox's new top laner, Avalanche, struggled in his North American LCS debut. He looked very uncomfortable in dealing with that lane swap, so other teams may look to exploit that weakness as well.
Let's see if that happens in this game. There has been a lot of attention on Winter Fox's communication issues. The team is supposed to be using Korean for in-game comms, but neither Altec nor Glebe speaks Korean. Pobelter says this isn't a big concern, though.
So, with 4 Koreans on our team and Altec, we're actually going to be using Korean. And I think it'll be fine because Altec's playing the AD role, so I really think that just by using pings and just by saying go or don't go, it'll be sufficient. Like, as AD, you don't really need to think that much besides, I'm going to deal damage or I'm going to run away.
No, I think Pobelter's right. Tons of damage speaks for itself. Guys, going to check out the starting lineups here. On the blue side, Team Dignitas. Gamsu in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Shifter in mid, Core JJ playing AD carry, and Kiwi Kid on support.
And on the red side, it's Winter Fox. Up top is Avalon. In the jungle, Helios. Mid, Pobelter. AD carry, Altec, and support Glebe.
And of course, yeah, as we mentioned, Glebe is still playing right now this week. They are still without their would-be starting support, Imagine. I know you guys heard Pobelter talking about playing with 4 Koreans on the roster. Of course, their coach, when he comes in, will be a Korean former pro as well. So they're really going all out in that sort of style here. But basically 3 English speakers, 3 Korean speakers in the lineup right now is going to make communication. Actually, no, I take that back. Helios speaks some as well. So kind of 4 and 3 here. Either way, we're going to see how these guys manage to get through their games. Callista, banned away, didn't, to my knowledge, see Altec play it.
No, but neither did we see Core JJ play it. And maybe it's not something they're willing to first pick. Actually, I really don't like first picking Callista for a number of reasons. One of them is Lissandra. But not going to be on the board this time around, and neither will Kassadin or Rek'Sai. I have a sneaking suspicion that Winter Fox are going to try and save their counter pick for Pobelter, because they do have guaranteed last pick, and he will be a crucial part of this lineup.
One thing I do always see with Kassadin bans is a tendency to want to play LeBlanc, though. And I usually, when that happens, I see it done by the blue team. So it surprises me just a little bit. Dig, oddly, it's not on the screen yet. Their last ban is Annie. Of all teams to ban Annie, I would have not expected Dignitas to be that team.
Well, that does signal that they are going to run something that would fall too hard engage. Both Lissandra and Annie. Good bans here from Dignitas if they want to go with a similar strategy that they had yesterday. I feel like they are going to go more disengage oriented, maybe some longer range damage. Jarvan, good all-around pick there to start it off. Now, of course, we always have to mention, still available, Sivir early pick, Corki is banned. That explains their last ban right there.
Well, I thought Sivir was supposed to be good against Corki, was the thing.
So, oh, yeah.
Like, a lot of this is very strange to me that they're choosing the bans here. Of course, we'll see what their plan ends up being as it pays out. Of course, Corki, so good mid-game. You could talk about the lane matchup, but strategically, Sivir really wants bigger team fights when champions scale up. And Corki is all about pressing an advantage 15 minutes in. So, strategically, this ban sure might make sense.
Well, speed on speed here for Winter Fox so far.
Yeah. They really want to choose their battles.
Very quick bottom lane, yeah.
Pick start fights when you want with Sivir.
And also, with Annie being banned, Jenna was the next support Kiwi Kid went to. There's the insta pickup here, though.
All right.
He's going to be healing this time on Nami. They do have the combo, so we'll be team fight oriented for Dignitas. They just don't want that Annie engage catching them off guard. They want to engage on their terms.
Well, Dig's going to have to hope that Tidal Wave's going to have to follow up. To my knowledge, Narvin is still undefeated in North America specifically. We've seen the various elements lose once in a while, but I believe together they're 4-0. Lee Sin picked up for Helios here, the Maokai top lane for Avalon facing up against this Gnar. And they are, in fact, saving their mid lane pick for certain.
These will be some very interesting team fights to keep your eyes on. We're going to have to keep our eyes on multiple targets this time around. Very quick speed advantage here for Winter Fox. Whoa. A lot of poke, a lot of long-range damage here. If that Gnar and Jarvan ever get a good initiate and lock up the team for a second, Core JJ and Shifter are going to deal out plenty of damage to take down anyone who gets CC'd. However, Jen and Sivir, very quick Winter Fox team, as we said.
Yeah,
and Pobelter is definitely known for taking a champion to try and roam around, get kills, and split up the game rather than wait for a team fight.
That's true. So I was corrected, by the way. Narvin did lose yesterday. Team Liquid was taken down by Cloud9 when they played Narvin. So if my information is to be correct, then this could be the #2 loss for Narvin. See if they can do it, or if they can keep that win rate up, of course. Winter Fox, yeah, Pobelter typically looking for something individualistic here.
Into Azir. A lot of people really like just killing Azir. As mentioned in the video intro that we had, if you bring a jungler such as Lee Sin, who's great at early ganking, Azir with not the strongest of defensive statistics. Pobelter on Zed, really scary if he gets an early kill, start roaming around, doesn't want to let this Dignitas team group up ever.
And no big surprise, of course, Shifter bringing an exhaust for himself to try to not die to the Zed all-ins. I think that is the only 70 you're allowed to bring in that matchup if you don't have the kill pressure yourself. So Narvin, Azir, Kog'Maw as well to deal some damage. I don't think Dig can do many great split-up fights, but their 5-on-5 certainly scary as hell. Winter Fox, a bit of individual playmaking, but also fairly team fight focused with Sivir and Maokai in this lineup.
I think they're really going to go more towards split pushing, put a lot of effort into Pobelter, and then just use speed of Sivir to catch people out. Winter Fox probably looking to split up this team and take advantage of Dignitas as they get caught out of position.
Yeah,
if they get caught out of position.
If they do, of course, it's just all up to their control. We've seen them play slow, controlled games before. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite win that one against Gravity when they played that way, but it was certainly contentious for a while. We'll see if that ends up happening here.
Well, this time around, they've got an engage option. A great engage option.
Yeah. Crumbs on Jarvan, going to be able to start fights off. Should be easy to follow him up with Gamsu here. We were wondering if he was willing to play Gnar. He is. Bring this out for this match. Now, guys, remember to keep tweeting with every gank and team fight who you think is going to be victorious. Send hashtag DIGWin or WFXWin to @LOL Esports. As always, the vote's going to show up at the bottom of the screen at some point during the game. And we have Game 2 of the day.
So, can Winter Fox keep Dignitas spread out and pick them apart? Will they be able to get a lead for Pobelter and try to use Alt-Hex speed later in the game to pull off a finish? Dignitas this time around, if they do go even in the early game here, then they do have the option of controlling those neutral objectives fairly effectively. All they have to do is group up and they can easily put down their vision. Kiwi Kid, early money.
Nice. Unfortunately, he doesn't run the Bandit match. Hold on, Helios spots a Gamsu. Okay. A little bit of damage, all right. Run, go, get, aww.
Gamsu, by the way, is probably the strongest point for Dignitas so far in the first 3 games that they have played. Coming into this week, #2 on the KDA for North America. And with Dignitas being down in gold every single game that they've played in the North American LCS, very impressive for Gamsu.
Minions have spawned.
On Gnar, he is going to be a critical part for this team as well.
He's only got 1 death, right?
1 death. That'll do it for you. That'll give you a good KDA.
Typically. At some point, assists will show up in your inventory, so it's going to be the case. Avalon will be starting at the Raptor camp. Soccer balls apparently are greater than Raptors. I don't believe they've ever existed at the same time until now. You're seeing it first.
Very popular start for many top laners to take a camp. Maokai definitely one of the best at starting it, for reasons you can see right there.
And the lane swap comes in, so Winter Fox wanting to dodge the matchup. I do think this would end up being a slightly better 2-on-2 in Dignitas' favor, though we see this for reasons other than the 2-on-2 matchup. Could be for
also
game reasons.
Also what it does is isolate mid lane and allow more people to roam around. So if they want to get Pobelter ahead, they want to get the Zed early lead, they can put a lot of pressure onto the mid lane, and they are not waiting for it.
Wow. Level 1 Shifter puts down the W. There's the level up, but he's got almost nowhere to go. Is he going to flash the Q? Yes. Crumbs shows up, says hi. That's a flash for a roam.
All right, so Winter Fox playing their team as expected. Pobelter gets the early summoner advantage on Shifter, and we'll probably see Shifter hugging much closer to his turret now, as there will be multiple people roaming around in this game. Here come the answer from Dignitas. Much less effective, though. Just trying to ward up.
Coverage, though. They're going to be able to watch almost all of Janet and Lee Sin's roams. You know that they actually warded the right-hand side? Lee Sin have to get his own blue buff. Pobelter is not going to get knocked up. Trying to run away. Nice little bit of damage from Kiwi Kid. He's only level 1, though, so no CC from this Nami. Look how close he is. This bar is almost full. Could have maybe forced a spell out if he had gotten a bit more XP as part of this.
Well, up top, it looks like the wave has been shoved into the turret here by Altec. Large wave built up and gotten a decent amount of harass done. Nobody up here to support it, though, so Gamsu will be able to CS pretty well under the turret, using Nara's range form here. And boulders fairly soon. Don't expect Jarvan to really come up. Gamsu's so low with no health potions left.
Yeah, thankfully swinging the big Gnar. That was going to be a nearly killable enemy champion. Altec, so far so good. 23 minions on Sivir.
Just protecting here, not looking for any aggressive moves, just trying to get vision so there's no dive. Avalon down bottom. So decent amount of success as well, CSing.
Right, and we talked about this in the pregame. Avalon had a really, really rough time playing a lane swap game yesterday. So far, holding up.
Lane swap.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any wards either. They haven't seen Jarvan since he was just top a few seconds ago. They should be timing. Takes about 30 seconds for last time you see Jarvan until he could show up bottom lane after a recall. So they actually time Helios, goes down to cover Avalon down bottom. A lot of ward coverage in the bottom side. So they're helping Avalon succeed in this lane swap here. Don't want to leave him out to dry. He's got plenty of vision, as well as the support of his brother.
And there's a quick ward kill, though. Avalon's still getting harassed by Core J. It's a 1v2. And this top must playing aggressively.
Let's take a look here. Teleports used from both of the solo laners, by the way, really early on for their first bases.
And look at this, Gamsu able to play aggressively against Altec. Hyper plus the Tidecaller's Blessing, letting him push Altec around.
Look at all the ward coverage as well that Dignitas have placed around mid lane since the early move. Winter Fox blowing the flash from Shifter. They immediately brought all of their vision coverage to mid lane so that Shifter does not have to play so safe that he gives up CS.
There are literally no gank paths.
Yeah, they warded every single angle. So
jeez.
Azir is a very crucial part for their team. They need him to get strong and scale. He scales ridiculously well.
So far, he's a bit down behind Pobelter, but I guess when you lose your flash at the very start of the game, the level 1 gank, you kind of expect that to happen to you a bit. Glebe trying to wrest some of this control back, getting pushed out by Kiwi Kid, though. Looks like Nami, the better duelist. Shifter getting hit by Glebe a bit because Helios is coming in, as is Pobelter. They're going to actually wrest control of the boards away. Kiwi Kid forced to flash.
Kiwi Kid aggressively defending his wards. He's very protective of them. Has been caught out on occasion when trying to fight that vision battle. Quick move over from Winter Fox is actually supported by the jungler, whereas Kiwi Kid did not have Crumbs in the area, who's farming a bit harder than Helios. By the way, he's also, both of them have pulled out the Stalkers. And he does not clear the ward. You see what? He has quite see it. And now he sees it. He's just not clearing it. All right.
Really?
Unfortunate there for Helios. Wastes his Raptor proc.
Yeah, I'm watching on his screen just to be sure.
Rewatching?
Yeah.
All right.
He smites it.
Check back in later. Yeah, he never got vision of it. It was so far up.
Weird. Yeah, there's actually a small block that it was behind.
It's a very smart placement then.
I never knew that existed. He actually couldn't see it until the last maybe 3 seconds when he ran left.
That is actually very important because, especially in competitive play, Raptor Camp, one of the most popular camps to use your smite on for the buff. If you leave a ward that close to the red wall, it's a very small range where it will proc the Raptor buff. However, he's still not in vision of the ward, and you can waste enemy jungler's Raptor buff proc. Nice little tip there. I believe Kiwi Kid placed that one.
I can check if you want.
Might have been Crumbs. All right, Detective Freak, you're on duty.
All right.
Take over here. Not too much happening, save for CS. Defensive warding from both teams. Bottom lane has been our first recall. Shifter did it. Okay, so props to Shifter. First recall there. Core JJ coming back to lane with the early Sheen.
I like that. I really do like Sheen first on Cog because my favorite part about this is he has a way of triggering it with his auto attacks. That sounds dumb. He presses W and right clicks you and gets a Sheen trigger at long range. It's like a perfect synergy. It doesn't even cost mana.
Not to mention his ultimate, where you can have it pretty much triggered on cooldown.
Right, so yeah, you W auto attack them, wait a second and a half, R auto attack them, and oh look, I got to Sheen proc you twice with 600 range.
Yeah, beating up on Sivir, abusing her short range.
And all those things, aside from the ult itself, dodge spell shield.
The other thing that we have to keep our eye on in duo lanes like this after lane swaps, when you swap back, these supports are really under-leveled when they first get back there. Both of them were just level 3. Whereas the supports can put out, or the AD carries can put out a lot of damage because they just bought. So if you get a Sheen like this, if Core JJ had put that burst combo you talked about, 2 Sheen procs, couple auto attacks onto Glebe, very dangerous if a jungler is in the area. But they did not trade. Winter Fox moves over to Dragon. They do see Shifter in mid lane as well. So Winter Fox trying to take advantage of the recall that Shifter took. Wow. Just now getting back to lane with those double Dorans. Pobelter just swings on down.
Really impressive by Winter Fox. They're not even going to get punished by much. The bot wave gets pushed into their turret, but they'll be back in time to grab most of it. Great dragon control.
Shifter respecting the all-in from Pobelter as well as the...
Ult. Nice knockback into the turret. He can R away, but he should have the death mark damage and doesn't even go down. Beautiful play by Pobelter.
And we see the power of the counter pick here. Red side, there are definite benefits for the red side.
Triple longsword Zed.
Thought they were going to save that for Pobelter. He really, really made use of it. The wall for Azir is extremely frustrating for most champions to get over. As we saw, Zed can easily return to his R though. Trinitas going to, just one moment, they let the vision coverage lapse around mid. That was a very small window for Lee Sin to even be on the bomb side, and he wasn't even needed. Just covering for Pobelter, so Pobelter could go that aggressive. They knew that Jarvan was not there in the area, and even if he was, it could have been a 2 versus 2.
Oh, absolutely wonderful stuff then. Shifter, though, didn't use his exhaust, by the way. To my knowledge, it was up. He could have survived, actually,
still up.
the 1v1 all-in. Yeah, it's still up. I don't think he used it at any point during this game. There we go. That one, not blocked by any stray rocks. Helios clears some wards away, gets vengeance. We could push it around a little bit here. Okay, so Winter Fox, they got the 1-on-1 kill mid, they got the dragon control. They are otherwise, though, a bit behind both in bot lane and top lane. The Koreans for Dignitas are actually pulling the only weight right now for Dignitas.
Lane swap initiated by Dignitas. Came out a little bit down in the CS. Their bottom lane, pretty much even though.
Oh yeah, I guess there's a way they got cleared back, so yeah, that should
not that big of a deal.
Retcon that.
Kiwi Kid.
Nice freeze by Kiwi.
Now usually it's a fairly dangerous move to tank a lot, especially if you're under leveled as a support trying to freeze, but they have such good pink ward coverage here. Kiwi Kid, well aware, no jungler will come take his life as he tries to save some more money for Core JJ.
And I really like how he froze it, because some supports will sit there and just take a bunch of auto damage for a long time. He pulls them halfway around the bend, and then for the last 3 seconds, he de-aggroes it, because they have to walk around anyway. Same amount of time the wave is frozen, but 3 less seconds taking damage. So anyone out there looking to freeze waves, there's a good way to do it.
Kiting much more effective than actually taking damage. Look at this though, Dignitas. Crumb's making his first really aggressive move. And got into position. There's zero vision for Winterfox, so I'll take here.
Early ult uses a smite. Spell should blocks the Q, but not the knock of the body. Here comes this tidal wave walked away from. Altec had flash the entire time.
All right, well, the fight's still going, but I feel like an instant Cataclysm would have gotten at least the flash from Altec.
Definitely.
And a Cataclysm for flash of AD carry is always worth trading.
Gamsu overextended though. There's the Q. Helios. Get out of my lane. 2-0 Winterfox.
Very nice shot. Didn't get to see the beginning of that, how they forced him out of the turret, but there's that speed from Janna really coming into effect as well. Uh-oh.
Crumb's no escape. Exhaust used this time by Shifter to keep his teammate alive. Crumb's 1 hit away. The Q poke still going in. Helios shows up. Wow. Winterfox finding everything.
Now we've got a 3-man defense here for Dignitas. They better back up, get back to the turret here.
Jeez, Winterfox are doing very well for themselves. This is a battle of 2 teams at 1 and 2. Dignitas having an uncharacteristic slow start to the split. Winterfox still without their full lineup, but have a chance to end this week 2-2, which really ain't bad considering how good the NALCS has gotten. So far, that plan is alive for Winterfox here.
Alive and well. However, we expected Winterfox to, take small skirmishes and try and pick apart this Dignitas team in the early game, trying to accrue a little bit of a lead here, taking advantage of the Zed 1v1 power, as well as trying to split up the team. The thing we really got to keep our eyes on is once Dignitas actually decide to group up, try and utilize the strength of the champions that they have drafted.
And that's the thing.
It all comes together.
It really does.
As a 5v5 for Dignitas, so they haven't really had their time to shine yet. Glebe, the support, shining in that role so far as a sub.
True.
There's the split.
But here's the problem, right? Is Dignitas have been seemingly unable to group up and play the comp the way they want it to. And Winterfox keep poking at them and saying, I dare you to group up. I dare you, because Pobelter's going to take 2 turrets down if you do. So far, very good for Winterfox. Teleport comes in from Gamsu to try to push the rest of these guys back. Dig do go mid lane. They're pushing hard. There's the tidal wave. There's the dive on in. Nar's going to get missed. Nice flash away by Altec.
Right there, while not much happened, I think it's a perfect example. Okay, never mind. We're going to keep going here. Helios wants blood.
Good dodge on this. Crumb's taking some damage. Uh-oh, here comes Avalon from the back. Sivir ulti popped as well. He's going to lock up Core JJ. There's a tornado as well. First kill picked up for Pobelter. Pops ulti, goes to Shifter. He's going to escape pretty quickly. The Emperor still trying to get away towards his turret. Helios finds another. Trades back onto the enemy jungler. 5-0 game for Winterfox.
So, before Winterfox are able to use their speed and collapse on the retreating Dignitas, I think that tower siege from Dig is a perfect example of teams working around Gnar and the mechanics of the champion. You can see that his ultimate form is just about to fall off. And so, Altec 100% expecting Gamsu to come in for that flash ultimate. They know that Dignitas are looking to press this because they're being pressured on side lanes, and they really take advantage of forcing Dignitas into the situation where you only have one choice. They group up, they try and force it mid, and then they play around the Gnar timings. Then, really good job by Winterfox to actually re-engage once the Gnar is back in mini form. That big front line is not there for the team. There's the duel from Helios and Crumbs, by the way. Helios was a bit up on combat stats for that one.
Even though he's taken a minion wave, just the nice RQ at the end there, using the extra cooldown to secure the kill. Very nicely done. 2 dragons and nothing. Dig have taken down turrets to their credit. There is some bright points here for the Dignitas group, but they are really otherwise not on the scoreboard at all.
Well, we'll see if they will have better luck forcing a group next time. Winter Fox easily just go right back to game plan. Pobelter split push. Everyone else try to hold the waves while he does. The thing about having a Sivir plus a Zed, not only do they work really well together by forcing the enemy team to split up and then Sivir's speed for catching them, but also Sivir's wave clear is great. You can have 2 lanes of pressure. You can see Winter Fox, they're pushing top and mid at this time, whereas Dignitas are just trying to hold on. They do get 1 turret traded, and that's actually good for Dignitas.
It is.
Best they can hope for right now are trading of objectives.
And that's what Dig really, really needs to keep doing. Like, they're having a rough game. The one bright spot, again, is that they are actually doing a better job of taking turrets down. They've taken better turrets down. Their 5-on-5 is strong.
Onward.
If they can make that happen and not get picked apart by this Winter Fox lineup, then good. But the individual playmaking is there. Helios is 3-0. Pobelter 2-0-1. These players can completely break apart what Dig wants to do.
Top lane is the outer turret left standing here. Dignitas may decide to swing up there. Looks like not though. Azir, really they have to get at least 1 item on Azir though before they can really pull it together. Shifter's got pieces at the moment. Looking to farm up a bit longer before he can complete first item. Maybe Morello. Core JJ and Shifter in the same lane, actually less than ideal here for Dignitas. Both carries having to fight over that CS. They already have Trinity Force on Core JJ, so yeah, I would probably send him to a different spot. Looks like Shifter did get his cash money for his Morello.
It's something that Dignitas can use, the fact that they have a really high-powered Kog'Maw here. Morello's done on Azir. His exhaust being back up as well means they should be able to survive Zed. His damage output's going to be high for both these major carries.
Board coverage lapses here for Dignitas. Winter Fox, not only can they spread out the team, but they've got vision in both sides of the jungle here. This is the perfect scenario for Winter Fox. They can play around in the jungle, pick someone off while Pobelter actually applies pressure top. Looks like he will get this turret as well.
Yeah. Smart by Winter Fox. They went into the jungle, realized that they were going to be in a 4v5. They backed out, but it created enough tension that Dig did not show up to stop top lane in time. And there we go. More turrets going Winter Fox's way. The Zed split push, very successful. He's 50 minions, by the way, up against his lane opponent. Gigantic lead here. And until Zhonya's is completed, which is 1,800 gold away, Shifter's not going to be able to withstand a 1v1. Exhaust or not, honestly.
We'll see how quickly they can get their exhaust down onto Zed in the team fight, because it looks like they're forcing an issue once again. The Gnar almost ready to transform here from Gamsu, and he does have teleport. So this is the opportunity. Oh, there it goes. He pops it inside the jungle. Dignitas should probably back up a little bit as that bar dwindles. Because we've seen, if Gnar's not going to control this Winter Fox team, then nobody's going to be able to control it. Crumbs is just way too weak right now. He has not built barely any tank stats. There's no health. Just got armor. And he's a jungler, so he's going to be a bit poor. Sure. Since he doesn't have kills as Helios does. So they really rely on Gamsu to be the front line, try and control Winter Fox's damage. Quick move up mid, though, from Winter Fox. They should gain position at least on that mid turret. And even though Gamsu's teleport is up, so is Avalon's.
So So then they're going to match up in the bot lane right here. Dragons up in 30 seconds. Dignitas, if they are able to be the stronger 5-on-5 lineup, maybe they can control a neutral objective pretty well.
I think that WinterFox would put a large priority on this dragon, though, because number 3, the speed buff, I don't think that WinterFox would actually want to trade a turret for this dragon. That speed is going to provide them a really big boost in catching out Dig, taking advantage of them in fights.
CoreJJ at the front line! Ulti's popped, and CoreJJ, he's gonna be a really low health Kog'Maw. Pop! Down he goes. Pobelter gets the kill. Out goes Dignitas. Over aggression by this team. Get up their 6th kill. Now Kiwi Kid on the wrong side of the map. Hits the tornado. The bubble's a bit better, but Pobelter is basically here. A little birdie slows down the fish. And now a Shadow Ninja wants a kill.
Will they let him live? Throw the fish back. Kiwi Kid's he's a small fish. Hey, he finds his own way out.
It's like a fishing show on television. They don't want to catch the fish, they just want to make it late for something.
All right, Dragon does go over to WinterFox, number 5 for them.
Yeah, it was bad.
Pretty much retain control. Now I just want to go over how WinterFox set that play up. See the double pink wards? They had pink ward coverage over this top side, and everyone just waits in that side. Let's take a look at it here. Pobelter and Helios, the really fed members. I feel like CoreJJ just should not get that close to a side of the map that is complete fog of war for his team. Pink ward in that bush, the entire top side is dark for Team Dignitas. If you look at that map in the replay, they had 0 wards on that side of the map. So you really cannot afford to have your carries that close to fog of war if you're running this type of team that Dignitas are.
Crumbs doesn't get the flash. Oh, he fails the flash too. I think he got the jungle camp, but yeah. Good aggressive use of wards by WinterFox to set the prior kill up. Good invade by Pobelter, knowing he's safe in there. Still under complete control.
Avalon holding Gamsu down bottom as well. He doesn't have the teleport though, so once Crumbs revives, if Gamsu can force Avalon to a side lane, charge up his Bar of Rage, right before the transformation, teleport in behind WinterFox, and have Dignitas be the ones to get the initiation off, then they can turn a team fight in their favor and hopefully get an objective back. But if they aren't able to pull that off, things looking grim now.
Yeah, the game is slipping farther and farther away from them, I feel like. These guys have just been unable to make these great moves, and Shifter not being on a even farther reaching champion like a Xerath. Like, I just think back to the game against Gravity yesterday, where they were getting control the whole time, but once in a while, they'd land a whole bunch of poke in a row and someone would die, and they'd get control back. This doesn't seem available for Dignitas, because if they're going to kill something, it's got to be a hard engage with a gold deficit, which is hard.
Yeah, or have numbers advantage.
Yeah, true.
They have a small opening. They still have this small opening where a teleport advantage. The only problem is Gamsu would have to lure Avalon to some hidden corner and keep him there for a while to allow his team to set up a good teleport for him. He does have flash as well, so you know that this could be the chance that they want to go for. At the moment, Pobelter split pushing, and the rest of WinterFox playing really well with a split push. They're playing safe. They know that this is the only chance really to get caught out.
Okay, well, Gamsu's got a high bar. He's going to try.
Altec, the prime target.
Doesn't even have to ult, though. Look at that. A single soccer ball comes out. Gamsu's not going to get the chase down.
Looks like they've lost their window here. Pobelter takes another turret for his troubles. Still have Sivir ultimate in mid, so WinterFox can really just stay just in range to keep vision of Dig. They don't have to commit. Just buying more time for Pobelter. The other thing I want to mention about Pobelter here, he is making such good work of his split pushing, but because he's so far ahead, he doesn't have to actually buy Ghostblade. He went with the team-oriented upgrade of Brutalizer, getting the Black Cleaver, so he can shred Area of Effect Armor Shred for Sivir, which does AoE damage as an AD carry. So even since Pobelter has such good level advantage and 1v1 power already, he actually buys for the team. If he decides that they have to meet up, he'll be adding a lot more and helping out Altec there with the Armor Shred.
Definitely awesome for him, but Pawelter right now actually inside the enemy jungle. He's actually surrounded and no one knows it. His team's going to start up Baron, and now it's up to Pawelter to buy some time. He's not going to buy much, though. Trying to get away. He's one hit away. There's a rock in the face. He actually kills Core JJ all the same.
Baron
and his team
slowly.
is still taking down Baron.
They've got it, though. They've got it.
They're coming over. Now the question is, how fast can they get out? Several team pop to make them run. Good, clean escape.
With the empowered recalls, it's even hard for Dignitas to try and get an objective off of that. Top Wave does have the closest minions, but quick empowered recalls, everybody goes back to base for Winterfox, and Altec will clean up the mid line of minions here. It looks like they were looking for some sort of pick instead. They do swing up top as they see Altec mid, but this is actually a bad trade for them, even though they would be able to get some global gold. This is a Baroned up team with 3 dragons. So they have the speed, run straight down mid. This is going to be a tier 2 for a tier 1.
Yeah,
trying to defend it. That is actually really...
Well, he's big Gnar, but he's got no teammates around. Crumb still recalling here. And that is turret number 6 for Winterfox. They have completely tooled Dignitas around the map.
So, tier 2 for tier 1 is actually decent for Dignitas because they need to grab any sort of gold trade that they can, and they would probably lose that anyway. But using the teleport there was not necessary. Pawelter, here's his solo kill of Core JJ. Oh, wow. Able to get that off just before he is killed by Gamsu on the exit. That's just how strong he was in the 1v1, by the way, that we were just talking about, even with exhaust on him.
Ignite Rune King actually was enough, so very well played. Now gets a quick pink ward kill. Dragon's up in 15 seconds. That'll be number 4 for Winterfox. And nothing to stop these guys whatsoever. The only kill that was even grabbed by Dignitas this game was basically Zed saying, you know what? Take it. I don't care. We're getting Baron for this. Dig are grouped up though to stop this dragon. Avalon,
this is actually only number 4, so I do not like... I mean, Avalon does have his teleport, so... I mean, they could try and force the teleport out of him, but I do not like committing to this. Okay, so they're just going for a little bit of poke there. Maybe some stray, random dragon steal.
But, like, push your waves out. Get mid pushed out. Get bot pushed out. Waste more of Baron buff. Contest Avalon. He's up to the inhibitor, by the way. No one's there yet. This turret's going to lose half its health probably before anything happens to him. Gamsu shows up. Okay, it loses a third of its health. And by the way, the rest of the team is mid now with 4 dragons. They cleared waves. They've got a Baron buff. Dig just feel a step behind when the last Baron attempt happened. They ran around eventually chasing down this Zed. Waves were still on their side of the map despite the rest of Winterfox fighting Baron for 25 seconds.
Yeah, they are behind 10k gold at 30 minutes. So all options look pretty hard for them to pull off, but looks like they're going to have to defend all lanes at the moment, and all lanes are still getting pushed in. Split push with the Baron buff, all these empowered minions wrecking the base.
I really like their choice of where they split push to, by the way. Maokai is the big tank, he's soloing. Zed can get away by himself really quickly, so can Lee Sin. The ones who don't run away too fast, they have Sivril, both of them, with a disengage. Dignitas has to pretty much 5v5 or at least 4v something in order to make their comp really work. And so you split them up, on top of using the Baron buff. All these turrets going down similarly in unison.
Gamsu doing his best to try and fend off Avalon and his crew of empowered minions. Now, they took a lot of the turrets low, but they haven't been able to finish them yet, and Baron just ran out. We'll see if Dignitas can keep up the valiant defense.
Uh-oh! Sivril to rotate to the top lane there.
Up top, they're just going to push it down very quickly. That's not to catch anybody out, that's just to make a quicker rotation.
Nice play.
Take down the turret. They did finally.
It's so well timed. You talk about Baron coming down, 3.5 minutes till that respawns, Dragons in 4 minutes. There's no important objective on the map during the cooldown of the Sivril. They just put a cooldown on the play, whatever, turret goes down, great for them. Recall by whenever you want. Winterfox still making these great, very smart, measured choices throughout this game, and Dignitas are not asking them any hard questions at all.
Only a multiple choice test.
True, false.
True, false. And every answer for Winterfox so far has been true. Giant lead. Number 5 Dragon coming up here. Number 5, they might try and commit to, just as a last-ditch effort. I feel, though, Dignitas really just have no place on this map outside of their base. So even if they ventured into the jungle to try and contest, probably go poorly for them.
And we're seeing it right here. Helios owns the jungle, clears the way of the Raptor, smites it to make sure he can clear out wards. 2 minutes on Baron.
Now, if you're Dignitas, you got to be worried so far about this LCS split. You know, we give a lot of time. Don't want to overreact to teams when they immediately get back into the LCS. Week 2 here, though. Still, it looks like every single game so far in the LCS this split, Dignitas have been struggling. Seems like the off-season switches, you know, losing Scar, losing Zion, have really hurt them. Struggling fairly hard so far. Hopefully they will be able to repair, regroup after this week.
See if they can. 1-3. They'll be at most 2 games behind first place, which means they could catch up in week 3 if Dignitas.
Yeah, I mean, it's not so much the stats or the results of the game that worry you. It's actually just sort of the way that the games have gone. The actual in-game play.
No, I agree.
From Dig. It's a little bit worrisome.
See bottom lane getting pushed down now. Helios doesn't quite overextend, dodge the bubble. Good escape there. Gamsu getting hit up by Zed, knocked into the turret though. Stuns up Pobelter, jumps all the way back. All as well. Bot lane and mid lane inhibitor turrets go down here. These split working so well from Winterfox.
And just like that, all the inhibitor turrets are down. Everybody keeping this team spread out as expected. They've got complete control of the entire map here. All neutral objectives probably will go to Winterfox right now. Choosing for Baron, about to come up in 10 seconds. They can easily make a pick here from Fog of War. Dignitas very well aware of this though. If it's going to be a face check, who will they choose? Gamsu could jump in. Sometimes, you know, a death bush can actually work against you.
Like that.
If your enemies are expecting it, well, could have gone, if they actually had a deep ward and Gamsu was able to teleport behind them, flash in with a Gnar ult, even at this stage, this far behind, a Gnar ult with the enemy team having Azir Kog'Maw, even that far behind, you can turn it around. So
CLG won a 4v5 like that with Gnar Lissandra. They didn't have an AD carry, and they did that to, was it Teammate over in week 1? So certainly anything is theoretically possible, but Winterfox have not shown us that they're going to make mistakes like this very much. Dragon up in 12 seconds, easier to kill than Baron, fights back less hard. Seems that that will be their choice here.
All right, it looks like Dig are going to try and make a last stand here. There's no Lee Sin at this point, but Dignitas are unaware of that fact, since they haven't been able to get vision since they had zero map control.
They saw him on a minion.
Now they see him.
10 seconds. There's the jump in pop. They're going to go in for Glebe. Glebe does get cut out here. He pops ult, does have flash, forced to use it. Emperor's Divide knocks back Pobelter. They're going to go in now. Shifter forced to Zhonya's early. Deathmark still available, but the bubble's going to stop him. 1 kill picked up as Shifter falls. Now the jump in onto Gamsu. He could be dying as well. Double kill so far for Helios. Make that a third one coming in for Altec. Now Crumbs doing a little bit here with Core JJ, but he is the 4th casualty. Glebe will survive the encounter with the shield. 5 for 1, and for style points, Winterfox going to go for the Dragon anyway.
Well, Dignitas did net 1 kill for that, but yep, that was their last stand. Valiant effort. Winterfox, 5th Dragon, and Baron, actually, Freak. They would like to collect
fantasy points.
Fantasy points, all the things.
Guys, if you stuck by Winterfox in week 2, congrats to you guys.
All right, let's take another look here. So they just want to catch out somebody. As you mentioned, they saw Lee Sin mid lane, so a couple of seconds of a 4 versus 5 there, and they go for the easiest target to burst down Glebe, but he does have flash up. Cataclysm keeps Altec and Glebe there for a little bit, but everybody's spread out, and Winterfox is just a massacre, hunt everybody down. Crumb's able to take down Altec there, get on the board. And that's about it. Glebe saved by his own shield there from the Kog'Maw explosion.
Good tornado him too. It's not going to do anything, but he tried anyway. So, glowing with 5 dragons, pretty little purple orbs with Baron. Everything points to WinterFox winning the game in the next 2 minutes. Kiwi Kid, kick him back? Nah.
Helios still looking for blood.
Kiwi's going to get away from this Emperor's Divide, knocks in Pobelter. There's the exhaust. He's not going to do much damage, but he still gets Kiwi Kid anyway. That is the GA pop. Now, can they kill him on the respawn? No, they can't. He's going to be fine. Gamsu, however, not going to be fine. A second kill now for WinterFox. The re-engage. Crumb's though going to lose his life for that one. Pobelter still alive. And down goes Azir. 4 for 0. Dragon and Baron still there. Down the mid lane they go. WinterFox looking to win this game pretty clean.
Yeah, congratulations to WinterFox. Pick the Zed. Want to go with the split push for Pobelter. They gank mid early to make sure that he's going to be able to get to the point where he can be a split pushing threat and pull this Dig team apart.
And there we go. Avalon tanking turrets, losing some health for it. Actually, hold on. The respawn's in 10 seconds. There's no minion wave. WinterFox might have to leave right now. And they will not actually close out the game just yet. All right, guys, come back. Here we go. 80 minutes the dream. Dignitas.
This would be the most epic defense.
I think this would be a bigger comeback than CLG EU versus Gambit at DreamHack 2012.
Wow.
Yeah.
Stretching back there.
That's how long ago a comeback this big has happened.
20,000 gold lead at 38 minutes, plus all of the neutral buffs. Let's see here. How many pages does he have in his dealer? Only 17. Or 13. Only 13 pages. Added to the book of Glebe. Here comes Altec. Speed boost, and they found some targets.
Goodbye, Crumbs. He's going to try to do a thing. Altec's going to get that kill picked up quite nicely. There's a knockback onto Avalon, but it's Ignitas forced to run away through the base gate. And now they can ride the bottom lane in with super minions. Baron buff has 30 seconds left. They can still have empowered super minions in the base, which are going to be real hard to kill in a 4v5. Up they walk to the mid lane. Emperor could barely even keep that turret alive himself. They re-kill the inhibitor, or Nexus turret. There's a dive on in. Kiwi Kid's gonna go down. More kills with Core JJ drops as well. This will be the Nexus. No comeback happening. Sorry, guys. But that is GG. WinterFox putting themselves 2-2 at the end of the second week.
Solid play there from WinterFox. Game plan well executed. Leave up the Gnar and Jarvan, just split up the team and pick them apart. Good use of the Sivir speed boost, by the way. Big turning point when they opened up the mid lane and Dignitas pushed right up it with 5 to try and force that 5v5.
Yeah.
Completely expected by WinterFox. They turn it around immediately. Everybody collapsing in time. Avalon showed up fairly well this game. Hold his own in the 2 versus 1. Plus, in the team fights, gets in there, core target. He was able to get to Kog'Maw, lock him down. And a pretty easy cleanup there for WinterFox.
The core target?
I was going to say Core JJ, and I did it on accident.
I thought it was great, though. Honestly, a clean game by WinterFox. And I do want to agree. Again, I want to echo your points about them controlling the fights well. We saw Dignitas try. This wasn't a team where they felt like... This was a criticism of them yesterday, where they were playing air quotes not to lose as opposed to playing to win. They tried to make the engages. Dignitas tried to make the dives. They tried to take these kills. They tried to start the team fights. They just couldn't. The first round Sivir Janna, WinterFox had already set up from their first 2 picks, we want to split push and get away. Sivir wave clears minions. Janna Sivir gets away from the fights. Avalon just holds a split push forever. Let Pobelter do the heavy lifting. He did that. From start to finish, this game played as WinterFox wanted it to.
Yeah, I really actually like the team from WinterFox. Since the Gnar and Jarvan is so popular, coming up with a great strategy to pick apart team fighting compositions and punish them. Really good job here. Sivir plus the Janna and Zed for split pushing.
My big question, though, is if Dig had Annie, just one other form of reliable engage to try to get these fights started, to try to flash Tibber someone from 1,000 range away, which occasionally people were, maybe that makes a difference for Dignitas. Obviously, it's a really small choice to say, oh, it's Champ Select's fault. Of course, you could have played this game better in other places. Just so surprising to have a team ban their best champion from a player.
Kiwi Kid said he wanted to have multiple looks here. He doesn't want to be known as a one-trick support, only that hard engage Annie, only roaming around like that.
Yeah.
Trying his hand here at the Nami.
Problem is they're showing that these other tricks aren't working here. Guys, to see what the pros thought of that match, let's send it over to Riv, who's standing by with Winter Fox's Master of Shadows.
Master of Shadows indeed. Best ZNA right here hanging out with me. Obviously coming out with that. Anything kind of going through your mind from the tournament? You're like, I'm just going to play like I did when I won?
Well, 1v1 is really different from like a team setting. I was happy that I won the tournament, but ultimately in a competitive setting, doesn't mean anything. But, you know, I'm really happy I played well today.
So what's the morale of the team right now? You guys now have the full roster in gear. Everything's in motion. What's the feeling?
Actually, I want to correct you on that. We don't have the full roster quite yet.
Right.
We still have bottom lane. Yeah, we still have Glebe, while our support Imagine is getting his visa sorted out, and we still don't have our head coach Paragon yet. Okay. But in the next couple weeks, that should all be sorted out.
And with how well you guys have been doing, you mentioned in an article that you guys came into this split hoping to do better next split, to go for the title next time. Has that changed at all with the wins now?
Well, we do, of course, still want to do as well as we can this split, but I think by what I meant in that article is that we probably won't shine as much this split as we will next split because, you know, it's the beginning of the season. We still don't have our full roster. This weekend we had like 2 days of practice with Helios leading up to it, so yeah, that's what I meant by that.
Well, hopefully you guys can lock in the full roster right quick. You have CLG and Teammate coming up next week. What's on the agenda here for the downtime before those games?
CLG is actually looking really hot right now. You know, they just beat C9, so I think they'll be a really big threat. It'll be tough to beat them. And Teammate as well actually beat TSM, who like completely stomped us yesterday, so we can't underestimate either of them, really.
All right, Pobelter, congrats on the win. Best of luck in the season. And we're going to throw it over to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you, Riv. You see shots of the crowd today, having a great time, giving lots of noise and encouragement to the players. I'm sure that's much appreciated in their victories and in their defeats even, right? But I want to jump immediately into Champ Select because I know, Zyrene, you had some qualms with how it played out.
Yeah. So they banned away the Annie on Dignitas' side. They banned away their most aggressive player on the team, and that's what you see there is a very passive game when that happens for them. And things just kind of collapsed around them. They couldn't force the issue. And that being said, they go for the J4 first, who isn't really the biggest part of the Narvin combo. Like, if you are going to prioritize that combo, usually you'd go for the Nar first, but they wanted Crumbs on a jungler that he can make pressure on, and he didn't do that. All of that being said, they were not outdrafted here. That is a composition that in the late game, if you are even with another team, you will end up winning the team fights because you have a fed or like at least a very tanky Gnar Jarvan, and then you have the Azir and the Kog'Maw. Consistent kind of mixed damage there, physical and magic, against a full AD team on the side of Winterfox. So Winterfox played their composition well, and they just kept up with the pressure early, and they got an early game lead and snowballed it off the split push. So they were not outcomped at all in that. So the champion selects went really well for both teams, is the way that they played them.
So there was this air of passivity on the side of Dignitas, and we had the lane swap come through. And I just want to touch on the strategies of the teams and the way that they played the lane swap, because they approached it differently.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 times Winterfox has won a game, it's been when they pile on mid lane early on in the game, and Pobelter's on an assassin. That is clearly the strategy that they should be doing when they don't have their full team. Pobelter mentioned in the interview, Paragon their coach and Imagine their support, and really their entire communication structure is not in place yet. So the fact that this team is 2-2 is quite an accomplishment, honestly, with the way they've been in shambles. But I think some of the real story here is how hopeless Dignitas has been looking.
Yes, absolutely. So in talking about it through the scope of the game first, right? Sure. We saw them on the flip side of the lane swap attempt to, get the side lanes rolling, and Crumbs struggled to capitalize on any of the opportunities that were given to him.
Yeah, he really focused the side lanes, which is, sometimes usually standard for their jungler when you're in a lane swap. You're like, all right, do I go to the 1 and make it a 2 so we can hold it? Or do I go and force the 3 and then we have the top laner come down 2 and make it 4? There's a whole bunch of different scenarios that he ran through. And the one that Helios picked was get Pobelter fed, and Crumbs was not there to make something happen as a counter. He wasn't on his counter ganking style today. He was trying to make pressure, and then he was completely punished for it. He went bottom, didn't get a Cataclysm off, then went middle, and then he used his Cataclysm, didn't even get a flash for it out of Pobelter because it was already that snowball started.
We have a replay, 22 minutes in. It's kind of the attempt from Dignitas to regroup and say, okay, this is what our composition is supposed to do. Let's effort that now. It's perhaps a little bit too late. We're going to pull it up on your screen right now. We're going to walk through it just because the decision-making here seem to be, they're just a step behind.
They are not on the same page at all. If you look at where Kog'Maw is, you would hope that he's on the other team because he's way too far back right now. Way too far forward right now for where he needs to be. Just roll the clip because this is literally just a clip of poor JJ getting caught. They do not have vision in the flanks. So why is he harassing a support on the enemy team? He immediately gets flanked. The fight is over as soon as Zed is able to cast ultimate on him from a free run. At that point, the Westervena Fox just piles in, and Dignitas, they have no response to that giant team mistake.
Yeah, Core JJ's positioning this game was extremely poor. And even right there, just the ward coverage was all on the right side, and they weren't even playing to that side. They were playing towards the middle forward of the lane. They got TP'd on in the back of their lane, so they were getting flanked by Avalon when there was a pink ward on the left side of them, and they had two members, Helios and Pobelter, come from there. So they were getting pincered in there, and Zed was pretty much the first one in onto the biggest priority target on that team as the Kog'Maw.
Yep. So now let's expand. Let's take it back a step and kind of get that macro view of things. Dignitas, their only victory has come through, kind of a misstep by Coast.
They
Not even so much,
lead.
they didn't take it themselves.
Yeah, Dignitas hasn't really had a gold lead this entire year. If we're talking about significant advantages, to their credit, well, not to their credit, in their defense. They lost a ton in the offseason. Skara, gone. Zion Spartan, gone. I'm a Cutie Pie, gone. They still don't say they have the coach that they want here. They're still hiring for that position. And it shows. And, Crumbs in particular, he's been getting picked on a lot because his performance has been atrocious in a lot of these games. Just because somebody is playing bad doesn't make them a bad player. In the summer split of last year, I thought Crumbs was the best jungler in North America.
Yeah, that's a very important distinction to make.
Right? But right now, not even close. He's not playing anything close to that. And it's because everybody on that team, Crumbs included, is waiting for something else to go right. Mm-hmm. No one is taking initiative to make their own opportunity. They're just kind of sitting around hoping, I hope I don't die the most this game, is what it feels like. I don't know that's what they're saying. It's just what it feels like to me watching.
Part of it, too, it feels like an identity crisis in a sense, right? You have Kiwi Kid, who we discussed on the desk, is kind of the only aggressive player on that team. They took him off of his aggressive champion, so he's struggling there in terms of finding his identity as a player now within this team. But then, as a whole, the organization, Dignitas, what is their play style? How are they going to win these games? It's not evident to me in their games. What it is.
They've got Shifter in the mid lane. Hope something goes right. That's what you were saying.
Well, that's
the
never been
time.
part of Shifter's strategy. And honestly, Dignitas needs to recognize that in a sense. In his play, he's not someone who makes solo plays. Shifter's style can work, and we've seen it work in the earlier split from Dignitas in the summer of 2014, and we've seen it even in certain games on Coast. He's great at sitting at the back of fights and picking people off, but that requires incredibly aggressive support, top lane, and jungle play for that to happen, and it's just not happening.
Yeah, you have to have somebody else force the issue, and everybody is playing really passive on that team right now. The bottom lane, I don't know if they're not synergizing well at all. Crumbs is trying to desperately make things happen, but then when he actually gets the opening, he doesn't fully commit to it. And sometimes he's using flash way too early. He's not using Cataclysm on the right targets. It's really easy to pick on him. But the thing is he is in a situation where he has to force things. But if he forces it, is everybody going to be there to back him up yet? I don't know if they have that trust yet completely.
Yeah. To wrap it up from my end, I don't want to say it's hopeless for Dignitas.
Oh, absolutely not.
They've lost a lot, and things aren't going well. But it's 4 games and an 18-game split. We'll see if they can turn it around.
Right. On the other side of the rift, though, Winter Fox, just to kind of wrap up on them as well, because we focused
on
Winter Fox, as you said, we've already given them credit for going 2-2 with an uncompleted roster and a lack of coach. This bodes well for a young team that, is definitely looking, Pobelter hinted at, they're looking to shoot for that title in the summer split.
Yeah, I think that this team can definitely come together. They've showed that they can kind of play off of each other, and the fact that they're speaking, 2 languages on that team at the moment is actually working out fine for them against this Dignitas squad. They're able to capitalize on things, force the issue, play their style. They are a team that has a pretty distinct style. Altec's going to farm. He's going to be their backup carry if Pobelter doesn't get online from ganks from Helios, right? It's pretty formulaic. And right now, Avalon, he seemed much more comfortable on a top lane tank that can get into a fight and not have to worry about getting bullied and just completely shut down. So I think that'll function really well for them if they keep playing to that strength.
All right, well, there is more league action coming up, continuing with TSM versus Team Liquid in our 3rd match of the day. So don't go anywhere.
It's Team Dignitas versus Winter Fox.
Let's go.
Here comes Avalon from the back. Sivir ulti popped as well. He's going to lock up Core JJ. There's a tornado as well. First kill picked up for Pobelter. Core JJ on the front line. Ulti's popped. Core JJ. He's going to be a really low health Kog'Maw. Pop. Down he goes.
I kill Nami. Okay, you kill Nami. Okay, I kill Nami. Okay, I'm watching Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw. Okay, go Kog'Maw. Okay. Nice.
That is GG. Winter Fox putting themselves 2-2.
Welcome back to week 2 of the North American LCS. Before we hand it over to our casters for TSM versus Team Liquid, we want to check the conversation that's happening over on Twitter. Earlier we asked, what 2 champions do you think synergize the best, and what name would you give them? Our first comes from @Colston99, who says, Twisted Dreams is my favorite combo, TF and Nocturne.
Twisted Dreams. I mean, it's globals as one. So, like, that's actually a legitimate combo that we used to see a lot of when Nocturne was a little bit on the strong side.
In the Rek'Sai champion spotlight, like Rek'Sai jumps in with a Twisted Fate and a Shen. And I was like, what is happening?
All the globals.
For one guy.
The second one we have is from @PixelAtosis, who says the Nami Yasuo ult combo, we like to call it the swordfish.
Ooh.
I'm a big fan of that name.
That's nice. I like that one.
I was actually wondering if we were going to get like legitimately awful responses to this because a lot of the nice champion combo names have usually been taken, but that's a good one.
Yeah, well, we did. We're not using those ones. And then our final one is @SprinkleCS, who says the Narble, Nar plus Rumble. Nar will ult them all into a wall, and then Rumble ults across the top.
Is that a
Narble?
Nar support to pull that off? Rumble mid? Here we go.
Oh, yeah, or a Rumble mid, or maybe, Rumble in the jungle.
Yeah?
That would be, hey, you never know.
That would be not good.
And of course, while we were combing through the social sphere, another tweet caught our attention. @JackieBear54 posted, now this is fan dedication. This is how I LCS. We have confirmed that this was the passenger holding the phone and taking the picture, but we just want to remind everyone that friends don't let friends operate a vehicle under the influence of LCS.
Yeah. Side effects may include great hair, like Dash.
Oh, I like it. All right. Well, if you get a flash of inspiration from your, you just threw me for a loop. Now I'm thinking about my hair.
I should say though,
it looks good. It looks good.
I should say that I like the audio only stream you can have on Twitch if you're like watching in your car, because after LCS preview show last year, I'd always put that on the drive back to the office.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, it's very nice. All right. Well, if you get a flash of inspiration, please send your deadly shares to Twitter. Use the hashtag LCS and tweet @LulEsports. Now let's get back to the business at hand. Team Solomid versus Team Liquid. Piglet fever has been in the air, and yesterday we saw Cloud9 completely shut down Liquid's bot lane.
Yeah, well, a big part of that problem, as they found out later, was that Piglet didn't have masteries. And actually, if a player accidentally goes into the game without masteries and they mention it to a referee, now in the rules, they get to remake the game, which shows that Piglet was not in the state of mind to actually play there because he didn't even realize he didn't have masteries until later that night, possibly from Reddit, because he was prompted to look at it. And there were other issues, obviously. If we look back into week 1, Team Liquid was picking compositions around Keith that would protect him and allow him to succeed. And it felt like they threw caution to the wind a little bit, thinking, oh, we have Piglet. It's a bad matchup, Sivir versus Kalista, we'll just lane swap it. Then when the lane swap didn't work because Cloud9 called it out and matched, they were just done for.
Yeah, and the coach, he was really happy with their champion select. And then he later, he took all the blame for it, right? And he apologized. He didn't respect the power of the Annie Kalista bottom lane. But, that bodes well for Team Liquid today because coaches who have their apologetic tweets mentioned on our broadcast have a 100% win rate in the following game.
We'll have to see if
that's a shocking stat.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that stacks up today. And while TSM got a win over WinterFox yesterday, the team showed that there is still room for improvement.
Yeah, the 3-man flash gank of the mid lane at the 2-minute mark, it allowed WinterFox to retaliate with a gank that ended up getting Lustboy killed, and then they ended up having a really sloppy dive top where Wild Turtle got executed, and then we had Lustboy got executed. Yeah. Wild Turtle got TP'd on afterwards, so it was a 2-for-1 at the end, which it's just really, really bad, the sloppy play from them. They did come out with the victory, though, off the back of going back to just old habits of having Bjergsen carry them from the mid lane and focusing there.
Yeah, and I just want to see, holistically, if TSM can win a game when Bjergsen does not do extremely well in the mid lane. I don't think that could be their strategy here, though. Phoenix has shown a few windows for exploitation that I think Bjergsen's going to try and take advantage of this game. And it will be the smart call for Loco and the coaching staff to get Bjergsen fed and go after Phoenix.
Yeah, both as one of the star players and the shot caller, TSM definitely rely heavily on Bjergsen to carry them through. Now, we'll see if he can do it again in this game. We are going to throw it over to our guys at the caster desk to get us into the game. But as we do, Dominate shares his thoughts on why TSM continues to find success after success.
I think the thing that TSM's done best as far as personnel goes is always recruiting the right players. you'll almost never see them make a roster change that that involves them having a weaker position afterwards. For example, Glebe came in. I think that was the only one that hurt them. And once they started realizing it, they were really quick to act on it. In less than a split, they replaced him with Lustboy. Lustboy is obviously one of the best supports in NA now. And Bjergsen was like one of the best people that they could have picked up. It was a rising talent in mid lane. They were able to get him before he became a god, and then came to NA, and now he's like probably the best player that we've seen over here. So yeah, I definitely think that they've just been really smart with their personnel decisions.
The best player in NA, huh?
Period.
Interesting. And
don't let the Fisher hear that. They'll just start talking about how Denmark's amazing, and I can't have that.
All right.
But yeah, certainly, I mean, I don't want to bring you off topic. I just honestly, yes, TSM have a lot of great players. They, despite the fact that they used to rely so heavily on Reginald to almost micromanage the team, and yet have stayed top 2 since then, and molded around the fact they've got to make entirely new shot calling decisions, is really impressive to TSM. Coach Loco Dogo's done great for that. Everyone's managed to join the team so well.
And they were just talking about mid lanes. I don't think TSM will stray away from Bjergsen carry Assassin mid lane right now, especially since Phoenix has been playing a lot of Azir. We just saw how well Zed can deal with Azir if he gets a little bit of jungle support, which TSM are very glad to give mid lane.
Yeah, and we're going to see if it happens again here. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Team Solo Mid. Dyrus in the top lane, Santorin in the jungle, Bjergsen and probably 2 other guys in the mid lane, Wild Turtle on AD carry, and Lustboy on support.
And on the red side is Team Liquid. Up top is Quas in the jungle. I will dominate. Mid Phoenix, AD carry Piglet, and support X Special. Okay. So let's see how Piglet does with a mastery page. Because going into a lane, Sivir versus Kalista, very difficult, even if you do have your masteries.
Oh my God! It's not even TSM chant anymore.
The crowd are trying to help Piglet.
Masteries is the chant in the background.
It doesn't quite roll off the tongue, but I like where their intentions are.
It's nice. They're trying, certainly. Well, Cassiopeia first banned away from Phoenix and Quas. Kalista goes away from Wild Turtle. Piglets got nightmares of that one.
Yeah, they already said, the coach specifically tweeted out, really underestimated the power of Kalista plus Annie. We're definitely not ready for that one. Don't want to deal with her jumping around. That's one of the things that makes it really hard for Sivir. Kalista easily can sidestep Boomerang, and that's how Sivir usually wins trades in lane. It's the use of her spell shield, which you can't use against Kalista either because you can't predict when she's going to pop her spell on you. So Sivir's 2 biggest bonuses in lane, which are the Boomerang and the spell shield, rendered pretty much useless against Kalista.
Well, TSM going to remove her all the same. Sivir not allowed to be played by Piglet in this one. And I do actually really like how bans are shaping up in the NALCS. Notice that with the exception of Rumble, all these bans are under 50%, meaning we're seeing a lot of variety in what is being removed, despite a very low number of games played overall. You'd expect to see outliers very frequently. I mean, okay, there's the Cassid, right? There's the ones you expect to see in most games here.
A lot of the teams have been banning out, especially their last bans, the 3rd ban, specifically around what the team that they're trying to draft this time around is oriented with. Link tweeted out, he was thinking about the draft for their previous game all night long, and it definitely paid off for them.
Yeah, a great game from CLG beating up on Cloud9 today. And now TSM hoping to get themselves into a good spot. This is actually going to be a battle, by the way, of a tie for first place. Winner here is going to join CLG at the top of the standings at 3-1 at the end of the weekend. Liquid could continue to hold that spot. TSM can threaten, of course, the Lissandra from Dyrus. No surprise seeing the champion played. Banned in 70%, picked in 16 more. You don't see her slip through very much.
All right, so Gnar left up. Jarvan as well left up. Janna for the extra speed. TSM tried to ban out as much of the speed and, really quick initiation as they could. They recognized Liquid's plan yesterday was to center it around Sivir and make use of that team speed. So they banned it out this time around. Let's see here, going to take away the combo. However, Jarvan walls, doesn't matter who creates them. Can still be used against you. Santorin will get to choose where they are created though. Make it a lot easier for them. And Turtle will be on the end game hyper carry. Let's see if they actually still go with an assassination mid laner for Bjergsen, or they opt for a more Wild Turtle-oriented game plan.
They got to make sure they can hold on to the mid game then. Tristana, this is of course 5.1 Tristana, pre-reworked Tristana. He's going to have a really large power trough in the mid game. Caitlyn's coming in for Piglet to try to abuse that fact. We saw it crush from Counter Logic Gaming about an hour and a half ago. Nunu to synergize. This is like Doublelift's dream right now, getting a Bloodlusted Janna Shield Caitlyn.
Piglet definitely very happy with this as well. Talking about setting up their AD carry to succeed. Team Liquid, Janna and Nunu buffs for the AD carry makes it extremely easy to knock down objectives very quickly. As we saw, CLG made great use of Caitlyn early on.
Yeah,
she can get that early lane power, bully it all the way into a turret going down, then they can easily chain outer ring of turrets. Interesting siege here, though. They've gone away from the Assassin for Bjergsen and into the Xerath. We've seen so many plays where Xerath long-range damage can get to a Caitlyn no matter how many buffs are on her. If they get any sort of skill shots landing, Bjergsen will be able to finish off the high-priority targets.
Exactly. I love this from TSM. There's so much reach to deal with the Janna disengage. She can't knock you back when you're out of her range in the first place. TSM going to be relying on Bjergsen Xerath. It is a blind pick, to be fair. So if Phoenix can pick something that'll punish that, if they can out-gank Santorin and Lustboy's roams.
Looking for the Assassin. Now the thing is, usually when you're facing Xerath, you want not only an Assassin mid, but also a strong early ganking jungler to combo with that to actually kill him. Something like Jarvan that TSM took away. However, Nunu does not provide the sort of pressure on Xerath that you're really looking for. So what Dominate will try and do with this Nunu is work around that mid lane to control the vision and just allow Phoenix to put the pressure himself with Ahri on Xerath. Because Ahri is definitely capable of killing a Xerath solo, doesn't necessarily have to have a jungler intervene, as long as she does have the vision to pull off that play.
Right, and just to contrast it, of course, Morgana and Jarvan both great at upsetting that apple cart. So Team Liquid might have to be pretty afraid on Phoenix here. Shorter ranged, doesn't have any special mobility till level 6. The cleanse is there in case of a Dark Binding Lissandra ult.
Or Xerath stun. I mean, this is the one thing that Xerath can do against the all-in with Ahri. If he does hit his stun after the first Spirit Rush, then you can shut down the entire all-in right there. Phoenix would be able to power through that with a cleanse.
So really tricky things then. Team Liquid, I would expect, have the ability to make so many plays early on with the early Caitlyn, the Janna, the Nunu making that even better. But of course, Lissandra Xerath wave clear might just stop that entirely.
Yeah, so that's a good point. There are a lot of early plays that Team Liquid can pull off with this team, but they're more oriented around objectives. Whereas the early plays that TSM can pull off with Jarvan and the likes are more oriented on those jungle ganks, you know, controlling little pathways and trying to get skirmishes.
We'll see if they can find those skirmishes and break this game apart as the players take to the Rift. Tweet either hashtag TSM win or TL win for the team you think will head into the locker room happy. We'll be checking in periodically to see which way the fans are voting, and that doesn't count Wild Turtle because he's happy no matter what. We're really saying who's going to win this match, in other words.
All right. Let's see here. I always love watching the early Nunu jungles as well, because Nunu jungle gains so much power when you have strong laners. Quas is definitely a beast. Especially this season, a lot of people were looking for him to rise in the ranks of North American top laners and really start to take over. He's up against such a rock, though. Dyrus has performed for so long. It will be hard for him to gain a really big advantage. Let's see, though. Dominate already, trying to get that early vision inside the jungle so that he can make use of his enemy's pathway to start getting counter jungling and control around the mid lane.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
So aggressive warding on both sides here. Wild Turtle knows he's safe. He trinkets to spot a lane swap. Similar stuff, of course, by Team Liquid. So lane assignments will most likely be known here.
Yeah. Let's see if they can try and work around this Caitlyn Janna. Caitlyn Janna, ridiculously annoying to 2 versus 2 against. The shield on Caitlyn and just abusing her natural range. So much poke. I mean, you have to hit a binding to really turn that. That being said, If a binding does hit, so much kill pressure from it. Let's see, Piglet still roaming around.
Yeah, the big way I see that lane is as long as you have the upfront damage to break the Janna shield early, you can fight back. But if you can't deal that 80 or 130 damage right away, you just get destroyed by the bonus attack damage she gives. And Morgana being an unreliable damage dealer means you often can't break through that shield. You're only relying on Dark Binding to make that the case.
Yeah, Trish
definitely can't, a bunch of dots.
Yeah,
like,
can't do it herself. So
you generally speaking, without hitting skill shots, lose that lane matchup. We're gonna see how it pans out here. Piglet already forcing Turtle away.
All right, he's gonna look to abuse him.
Uh-oh.
As you know, Ultrastana, Nutristana, doesn't matter. Still takes a long time to get her range. Caitlyn starts out with the maximum, and they don't even want to fight. So they got seen going to the bottom lane, and they don't even want to take the matchup. So they're immediately sending him up to the top side. You do lose out on a bit because you are the one trying to react and swing your AD carry away. This time, Piglet's on the other foot. Last game we saw yesterday, he was the one running from a poor lane matchup versus Sneaky. We'll see if he actually tries to chase Wild Turtle around the map, or they just take the really easy turret that's being given to them. Basically, this turret is being forfeited. Janna plus Caitlyn can take it very, very easily. You know, even with Dyrus here doing his best to wave clear with Lissandra, spamming as many Qs as he can.
Yeah, 2 autos, 3 autos. Nearly landed
Peacemaker as well.
Yeah.
Lissandra spamming as hard as he can, though. Decent wave clear as far as level 1 champions are concerned.
Yeah, the one advantage for Liquid, though, is Quas showed up to the lane much, much earlier and was uncontested while doing so. So I expect to see a pretty good XP and or gold lead for the guy just by getting their lane matchups. Pick better. Nice binding, though. Thankfully for Piglet, he is out of turret range.
Yep, and Dyrus, even if he wanted to follow up on that, it would be a poor choice because he wants to use all of his mana for wave clearing, killing as many minions as he can, and if he goes up to try and trade with Piglet, the auto attacks alone will actually have him lose that trade. So, Binding Lands is just going to give them a little bit of breathing room and up Lustboy's accuracy. Dominate clearing his own jungle and waiting until he can go back to buy actual wards before he ventures out.
Okay, so both junglers have both their buffs. Each have yet to recall. Santorin's level 4 actually, so the help he got from Dyrus lets him power up quite nicely. Good bind from Lustboy.
Hesitating to go back in there. Dyrus obviously knowing it is a poor choice. Santorin was the first one to be able to get back to base. Quick clearing there and comes back with more wards. Remember, he already warded the top side with Trinket Ward for Bjergsen very early on, just so there's no interference in the mid lane. And now he will return once again to the mid lane to supply the bottom side with vision.
And so far, no gank pressure is available thanks to partially all the vision and the general low pressure of the junglers. Are going to meet up on the bottom side of the mid lane right now, though.
Oh, a lot of harass landing onto Piglet.
Yeah, he's trying so hard to push people down. It's just not quite happening. He's still got probably 3 to 4 minutes until he can back for a BF sword. Depends on how well he last hits.
Dyrus now, as you can see, the Lissandra scaling up, the wave clear gets easier and easier. Shard's doing very important work here. Dominate controls that vision around Dragon. And once again, as we saw last time, he is maxing Ice Blast first on the new patch. Last season, he was a big proponent of the early consumes because he liked to pull off early Barons as well as early Dragons. This time around, though, reduced power of those early Dragons and, you know, having to stack them up. Not as much of a fan of it. Consistently going for the Ice Blasts.
It is worth pointing out, though, with all the aggression from Piglet, it's actually keeping Lustboy in this lane. Otherwise, Dyrus would get poked out very quickly. He wouldn't be able to answer his turret pressure. And this actually means that even though Janna is a worse roamer than Morgana, the way he's playing the lane is preventing both of them from roaming, letting Team Liquid play this, letting the 1v1 happen in Phoenix versus Bjergsen, and as a result, Phoenix is winning his lane against Bjergsen. Team Trio Mid's not happening here.
Have been able. Bjergsen is well equipped to stand on his own.
Yeah,
as a mid laner as well. And since he is taking more of the siege-oriented mid laner role this time, the early advantage not quite the priority for this team. Rather, keeping up their turrets, you know, buying some time for Wild Turtle is really the main focus of TSM. We like to, you know, make jokes about their name all the time, but there are other players on the team capable of carrying.
Not true. No, of course not. Yeah, Wild Turtle's absolutely great.
It's great to see them put faith in those players. Dyrus, by the way, down bottom, able to use his teleport really effectively. Coming back with the double Doran's Ring really allowed him to push back on Piglet, and they actually gained pressure in that lane. However, that's just the difference between summoner spells. And he won't be able to pull that again. Piglet now coming back with that BF sword you mentioned. See if they're able to make a strong push onto the turret, as Team Liquid would really gain so much momentum once they start knocking down the outer ring. Try and start that chain reaction before Turtle gets to a point where he can wave clear. We'll see how early he goes with Static Shiv. A lot of people will go pickaxe straight into Static Shiv, especially if they really put a high value on that wave clear.
It allows him to do something meaningful in the mid game since there's no AD ratios to speak of. Just destroy minions faster, whatever, play around that way. So Team Liquid, though, realizing that the lane is really lopsided top side for TSM, they put their pressure to the bottom. It's going to be a pretty easy claim here for Dominate. Smite auto attack, and there we go. Dragon 1 for Team Liquid. They're going to have the timer because they can see that Quas has got that buff in vision. Yeah. So TSM smart, they know it's 14-20 in the game. Top lane turret, they're taking a lot of pressure from this pickaxe Tristana.
Yep. As you can see, the old E activation as well from Trist there. Still on the old patch. This is the other strength of this Team Liquid team. Not only is it knocking down turrets, but of course they have the new the dragon stacking. Dragon stacking, trying to get to the timer of the 5th dragon, is always another strength that you have to consider in Champion Select when thinking about your early game plan.
Red team's turret.
There we go. They got local gold on a Tristana as well. That actually really helps accelerate her through that mid-game trough by getting the extra 150 local gold on top of the 125 global.
Should be answered pretty quickly down bottom. True. Already putting the harass on Dyrus. You can see preemptively they want to force him back from the turret. Using that Caitlyn ultimate very early. Does allow Dyrus to actually chug health potions though. So really, the whole ultimate right there was just so they could gain positioning on turret before reinforcements could arrive. As you can see, Jarvan and Morgana in the area. We're trying to come back up Dyrus. Turret answered for Team Liquid though. So they retain that dragon buff.
Oh! Oh! Flash is the last one. The Q's getting charged by Bjergsen. Whew! Last ulti charge used. All right. Flash down for Phoenix, though, and Bjergsen holds lane control right now.
The true team solo mid play there.
Yep.
Phoenix getting pushed out of lane. Bjergsen can stand on his own very easily. And he's prepped the mid lane as well. Able to shove it all the way into the turret to buy himself time to go back and purchase. Very important when you're facing this team. Janna, Caitlyn, Nunu. If that 3-man squad, if you are unable to keep track of them and you allow your control of the minion waves to lax, they can easily show up and take a turret extremely quickly.
Yeah.
If you leave any objective alone. So always have to be conscious, try and shove the wave before you return to the base so that Liquid are not able to start that chain reaction. Looks like the 3-man squad is headed up top. They've shown it fairly early though. TSM aware of this. Jarvan already in the area. Maybe he'll be able to get up there. Doesn't look like they're going to have much chance of defending it. Yeah, Jarvan's staying in the jungle. That top turret should be gone.
Okay, so the 3-man push top lane means Piglet gets to get a second turret kill of the game. Though, to be fair, there is a Tristana in the bottom lane doing the same thing. TSM are just simply trading objectives, to be fair, very cleanly.
And it bodes very well for TSM, actually. As we said, they're trying to buy that time for Wild Turtle. He's avoiding Piglet for the early game. Working on his first item here. He's going straight to Infinity Edge, skipping Static Shiv. Since they're having him shove, he wants the extra AD for taking down turrets. He's not just on wave clear duty. They're much more concerned with trading the turrets.
We get seen though, Dyrus flash ult into Piglet. Does not go for the W just yet. Nice pop on the wall. Dyrus, by the way, has aggro from the Gromp. He could go down. He's 2 hits away. Full channel absolute zero doesn't mean... Well, I guess it... good flash.
So, TSM with a good catch there, however, unable to execute. All 3 Xerath ultimates missed. Some flashes burned, and Phoenix, good dodge.
Santorin, true damage. The Black Shield didn't do much of anything. It finally did stop some W. Phoenix cleanses, but he cleansed early. The flash from Wild Turtle. What a great kill.
Looks like Santorin is going to survive here. A couple more seconds.
Oh, cross miss! Oh no! That's when you just spam right-click in the brush and hope you click on the guy when you walk in.
Santorin, cool as ice, does not flinch. I mean, flinching would cost you your life. So, Lust Boy, can they save him?
Good stun, a lot of burst.
Every member of TSM escapes that, and they gain the kill plus mid lane position.
Wow.
Game going extremely well here for TSM after that failed assassination from Phoenix and a really great heads-up play from Turtle, by the way.
Absolutely was.
I love the aggressive style from Turtle is still there. We haven't mentioned it in quite a long time, but Turtle, especially on Tristana, is always the guy looking to go for that rocket jump reset. Able to get it this time and jump out his life. You know, that BF sword route, skipping the static shiv, give him that much stronger auto attacks. Look at all the ward coverage up top, though, that Team Liquid expended, and they still came out behind. All right, so Charm misses. After that, not going to be able to pull off the
heal.
Turtle with so many plays, actually. Not only did he save Santorin with his jumping over for the heal, but also able to get back out with the flash kill. Turtle making a really strong case for himself. We said TSM putting faith in their other carries. They heard Jat, and he wanted to see TSM focus around one of the other players, and Turtle showing up very big.
Jeez, that's a 13-minute Infinity Edge. That is really fast, but when you get a kill, and I believe solo gold on 2 different outer turrets, it's going to give you a whole bunch of money. Wild Turtle very far ahead here. You would not expect that against a Caitlyn, but TSM played their lane so darned well.
He never had to face the Caitlyn.
Exactly.
That's the thing here. And he did just as good a job of shoving down the turrets.
And keep in mind, this game started with TSM walking in the lane, saying nope, and recalling on the spot. Like, they were late to all of their lanes.
They were committed to this plan of avoiding the Caitlyn early, and you can really see why. Not only is that, you know, good coaching for the early game plan, and to have that in mind with the team that you're picking, but great execution from the team, not to give up. You know, oh no, we failed our lane swap. They got us down here. We're gonna have to pull it back out, and this kind of came out of nowhere. The vision from Team Liquid, if we take a look at the map here, all of their wards expire except for the pink wards. Dragon easily taken here from TSM. A much different style from TSM, I have to say. And I'm really glad to see it from them. This time around, it's all about the pre-planning. And now, the execution of this team coming to fruition. Bjergsen does have his Morello Namicon, so he packs a punch. They're sieging up here. Backed up by the Wild Turtle Infinity Edge.
Quas gets a binding. Stun from Xerath as well. Team Liquid skill shot magnets right now. And TSM continuing the siege. This is very early to be sieging this deep into the game.
It was really just TSM having an opening here because they have so much vision coverage in the blue quadrant of Team Liquid's side. So they're like, you know what? Might as well apply the pressure. Allow Dyrus to go back to the top lane for pretty much nothing there and get a bunch of free farm on that Lissandra. Cleaning that up is going to be huge for them because Dyrus is a really big part of that kill Liquid or kill Piglet strategy. If Dyrus can get his Zanya's built, and then he'll be free to use his ultimate actually on Piglet rather than on himself. And that will open up the target practice here for Bjergsen, see if he can land his ults.
I think there's a good chance they can do it here. Interesting to note, actually, TSM on both their mages with Merlinamicon also both went double Doran's Ring to supplement the mana regen. I don't know if that's done very frequently, but I just sort of noticed it and was like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, not only does it supplement their mana regen, but this is like the earliest spiking builds for both of these AP champions.
True.
So they really timed it well. This blue buff pickup for Xerath should give them a lot of control to work with. Bjergsen can annihilate minion waves.
Like that.
Didn't even let Dyrus get his hands on any of that cash. Phoenix, as you can see, has no problem either, though, so.
Of course.
Pretty equal wave clear so far.
So a couple of power spikes did come in. So we have Deathfire Grasp done now for the Ahri, which makes her a gigantic threat, of course. Zeal got picked up for Wild Turtle, so he's actually even better on auto-attack DPS, but that bind hit Phoenix. Now, where's the follow-up? Stun's gonna land 2. Xerath ult 1. Dodge. Dodge. Number 3 dodged as well. Phoenix stays alive. Monsoon pop for some healing just in case. So map control TSM.
So Bjergsen, it's actually good that they didn't commit too many resources to the mid lane. Hasn't had the accuracy of his Xerath ultimates this game that he usually does. Doesn't cost them at all, though. Blue buff he's got, so cooldown greatly reduced on that ultimate. And they
Blue elixir too.
Do not really have to rely on it. Yeah, exactly. Oh, he's got the early elixir. So that mid-game power spike, they're really committing to it fairly hard. Just one item for both mages, Infinity Edge on Turtle, immediately pop an elixir, get the blue buff, and start shoving.
There's only about a minute left on that blue elixir, though, so Bjergsen is going to be 400 gold down the drain if he can't make much more happen with it. Still poking for this mid turret, of course. The top wave is slowly pushing in, and they might be able to hold Northern Jungle to prevent Team Liquid from stopping that. Looks like that won't necessarily be the goal. They send Wild Turtle up there, and they sent Dyrus towards the bot lane. So right now, TSM sweeping out minions. Nothing gained for the elixir, it seems.
They have split up, though. Look at this. TSM consistently gaining gold all 3 lanes, pressuring on the other side of the map. So Liquid are really the team having to react, and that's kind of disheartening for the Liquid team. They would love to set up their siege. The new Janet Caitlyn. Quas does have teleport. He would be able to join the team. Phoenix, not much ward coverage for him to really work with for picking anybody off. So really hard for Phoenix to make some plays in this game because TSM have been so diligent in their vision around the mid lane. He's completely surrounded by wards there. Even with Nunu doing his best trying to fight that battle.
He's trying, but he's getting poked out a little bit. TSM ping on him. They got to watch for the stun. Bjergsen's going to slow him down. Oh, no, he doesn't.
Nunu pretty quick with that blood boil, able to just walk out of it.
He was ready to flash if he needed to. Decided he didn't quite have to, and all is well once again. TSM still hold this 2,000 gold lead, though.
Man, and it is getting scary for Team Liquid. This Tristana, Wild Turtle here, already playing well in the game and scaling up extremely strong. Oh, using a lot of the leashes there. This is the old patch.
Well, still 5 leashes, right?
They changed it in that old patch anyway.
Yeah, 5
that was the patch
leashes.
that they actually changed it in.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Tristana Infinity Edge crits.
Kills things fast. Good to see him finish the Zerk Greaves early-ish in the build. It's actually still quite gold efficient. See a few too many people sit on Boots 1, even though the upgrade's actually worth a lot of stats.
Yeah. And the reason we're having this big lull in the game, by the way, is because of the champions selected for both teams. And Team Liquid were not able to get the early gold that this Caitlyn squad really would rely on to actually get that chain reaction going. Since they weren't able to get it quick enough, they are forced to play passively now because they would have to have a really, really good opportunity for Quas to actually get a teleport or a flank and be able to use a flash gnarl. But those are so rare, as we've seen.
Right.
It's been really hard for teams to pull that off.
And so far there haven't been any grand out rotations either that have like picked up tier 2 turrets with no one answering, much like what happened in CLG vs Cloud9, where CLG was just all around the map making things happen. TSM much more measured in their moves. Team Liquid able to defend every single time as well.
I like what TSM are doing, keeping Dyrus with the split push pressure. They have plenty of wave clear here. Explosive shot from Turtle as well as Bjergsen, already mentioned. Dragon timer. I don't think Liquid got the actual timer for this, so that's why TSM are able to jump on it. And Team Liquid
Man.
Really having a rough time.
They killed the Scuttler about a minute before just to keep the vision control. They know no one warded it.
I feel like MVP so far has been TSM's ward coverage this game. They put so much effort into it.
Yeah, I have to agree. They've done a great job of preventing this would-be Assassin-y team. Right? You've got Phoenix with a Deathfire Grasp. You've got a Caitlyn ult to follow that one up. No one at all has gotten caught out for this.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of expect the Nunu's main focus to be opening up areas of the map for Ari to work in to get picks.
Yeah.
Try and control vision while, you know, Caitlyn pressures a lane. But it hasn't been there. You know, if Ari was able to catch somebody, Caitlyn ace in the hole would be able to add the extra damage. So TSM still very, very diligent in their ward coverage, not letting it drop. So there's no real opportunity here. Team Liquid having a hard time finding an opening. Dominate has not been able to use this Nunu effectively. Just hard farming his jungle. Not able to win the vision battle, even though he has the sight stone advantage. So much wave clear here from TSM with the double mages.
Okay, so let's see what the openings end up being. Because the wave clears will be going back and forth. These turrets are not under pressure on their own right. TSM are the team in control. They are slowly picking up dragons, though I don't expect this game to rely on that right away for the win conditions here. Rather, it's Team Liquid trying to get some aggressive wards down, but they actually have really very good defensive wards. There's no ingress to their own jungle, so TSM don't seem to be able to get these picks off this way.
I think TSM are not really concerned with getting picks either. At this stage, they want Dyrus to make his Zanyas because that is their engage. They don't want Santorin to have to be the point man going in early. As a jungle Jarvan, you do not start off building tank. You build a warrior enchantment very early, and he's extremely squishy for the early stages of the game. So they have to wait for Dyrus to get his extra Zanyas, and they have to wait for Turtle. So game going all according to plan for TSM.
Yep.
Just waiting for the tools that they need to pull off that team fight. Since Team Liquid are behind, it's forced to be defensive.
Yeah, yeah. They forced Team Liquid back. Good by TSM to hold control despite what should be arguably a weak point right now. Phantom Dancer will be the item choice for Piglet, so no extra wave clear from his build. But it will be much more single target damage. They will be able to rely on him to break down the front line here with a build like this.
And I love going for this build because not only was there more critical strike moved to Phantom Dancer, so it even works better than before, but there's no tank, as we said, there's no real tank on TSM. If Piglet does get auto attacks off, if Dyrus is slow on his invulnerabilities or something like that, Piglet, whatever auto attacks you get off will really, really stick on TSM. They have no healing, they have no true tank, so if Piglet's able to freely auto attack, he will easily take out anyone who gets too close to them. And the main focus of the Team Liquid team is protecting Piglet. They have the zone control of Nara and Nunu, and they just want to put the buffs on Piglet and let him do work.
The cool thing about this as well is there is no...
Oh! Interesting invade here, vision coverage.
Here we go, Jarvan sees some things, lots of boys around.
Sorry, I sometimes, 25 minutes in, get excited for kills. Nobody gets picked off, though.
Nope, okay.
Back to farm.
I got really confused. That's why you got that excited.
Well, Piglet, so I was just talking about Piglet, so I was watching him, and he was wandering over to the side of the jungle that they did not have control of.
Ah, I see.
That's the only thing.
What am I looking for? What is it? Who's going to die?
Piglet was wandering in the red side jungle, and Kobe had a ghost jump out. Got a little fright.
A little spooky. It's okay, we're fine here. Blue buff going back to Phoenix. No grand jungle control for TSM. They're still letting this game scale up and onwards. What I was going to say, you're talking about Piglet getting damage down. I completely agree. There's no actually surprising threat here. There's no flash tibbers. When Lissandra goes in, you see the claw, you know it's coming. When Jarvan comes in, it's flag and drag into the ult. You can always net away from that kind of stuff.
Would you consider a Morgana binding a surprise a surprise initiation.
Potentially. Yeah, no,
if
to
Afro
be
moves
fair.
controlling it, then yes.
Yeah, sorry.
We'll
in
see
specific
how,
instances.
We'll see if Lessboy can get those off. Piglet's positioning so far has been great. That's why I was so worried when he was in the red side jungle.
All right.
I thought there might be a binding headed his way, but they did not have vision of Piglet, so he remained safe. He ran away from the Jarvan flag. Good reactions. Basically, all Piglet has to do is hide behind Nunu and Gnar. As long as Piglet has good positioning, which he should in this team comp, if he hides behind the Nunu, there should be no way a binding does find him, or especially a Zera stun.
You know what's great about both Gnar and Nunu? Is in their own ways, they're half beast, half humanoid.
You want to keep going? Keep going?
No,
Okay,
just think about
it. That's it? Okay, I like it.
Nunu is literally a humanoid and a beast. Well, actually,
Combined.
technically, Nunu is a humanoid.
Nunu is actually just the guy
Willem
sitting
is
on sitting
the
on
Yeti.
his back. Yeah.
Yeah. But the champion, the whole production, it's a duo.
All right, here.
Dominate though. Oh, God, special. There's the surprise binding. You were right after all. Centaur goes for the dunk. Special flashes out. Gets the kill. Anyway, Lustboy, I think, flash autoed for that one.
He did.
Yeah, now Phoenix in danger. Wild Turtle. Whoa, man. Knocks back. Dominate. Gets control of the dragon.
Binding from Lustboy finds its mark. Flash auto for the finish. And they're able to pick up the third dragon for the squad. Extra move speed mainly going to be used actually to walk between lanes. TSM going to keep up. Oh, wow, Piglet. Got a lot of Bjergsen love.
Yep. Yeah, Bjerg sent home to heal.
It's that time. Approaching 30 minutes with only 2 kills.
Time to start forcing
Go wild. Go wild, freak. All right, so Gnar trying to shove in up top lane, but Team Liquid, time is running out for them. Tristana almost third item here.
And I'm seeing an increasing, we talked about builds a little bit before, an increasing number of builds like this where they stop at Vamp Scepter and grab Last Whisper.
Yeah.
Whisper is significantly more damage than a Bloodthirster. And so you just stop at the amount of lifesteal you feel like you need, and then go for that.
Yeah, and the other, I really like that he did go for the Vamp Scepter first instead of straight going damage because of the early Thornmail
Surprise
pickup.
charm. No follow-up. Team's right there.
Yeah. Without a Vamp Scepter, if you just had Infinity Edge, Static Shiv, and Last Whisper, you would actually do a ton of damage to yourself.
Oh,
Hitting the Gnar.
Good one on that. Nice little bit there. Ulti onto Dyrus. He's going to lose a lot of health. The charm! Oh, he ults himself just in time. He does have his Zonias too. In comes Absolute Zero. Gets knocked up though. Phoenix very low. Wild Turtle takes him down. Quas on the wings. Gets pushed back. Nothing to gain. Another one for Zero.
Can they capitalize?
Looks for Dominate.
Oh,
Juke,
man.
Juke, all three! Doesn't even need the ulti.
Zoning Xerath is what they've decided to put Bjergsen on this time around. Take a back seat this time, Bjergsen. Don't worry about it. Wild Turtle's got this one. Let's take a look at it here. Dyrus with the threat of ulting Piglet is enough to make the team spread out here. Great reaction time from Dyrus as the orb goes through too. Ults himself instead of using the Zanyas, and Phoenix gets low enough for Turtle. Once again, Execute picks up another kill on Phoenix. And that will be the completion of his Last Whisper.
That's one of the great things about high damage uptime, long range champions is a bunch of chaotic things can happen. Piglet's gonna be okay. Maybe not.
Piglet not okay.
Well, he's alive.
He's alive, but he's not okay. Has to go back to base, turret down, objective completed for TSM.
Very much so. Just a super controlled game. They get a single pick. They take a turret or a dragon off of it time and again. It's now 4 turrets to 2. You thought they'd lose a bunch of turrets thanks to fighting Caitlyn. Not the case here. Bjergsen kept mid lane on the entire time. Wild Turtle answered every single Caitlyn push every time.
Yeah,
and now TSM in great control.
Preseason or now the start of the season 4, has developed into very relaxed mid games with everyone not wanting to give up. Phoenix ults.
Oh, Got a bit of a stun there onto Bjergsen, but not much else gained. Dominant losing a lot of health, but he's a tank, thankfully. A re-engage, they charm Dyrus. A lot of damage, forced to ult himself. Absolute Zero gets broken apart. Zonya's now on Dyrus as well. Piglet has time to deal damage. Quas is a tank, but the binding hits Piglet. Is there going to be enough? Bjergsen with good damage. Wild Turtle joins the fray. The stun misses thanks to Black Shield. Here comes a snipe. Bjergsen takes down a special. Phoenix running away. Dyrus lands the Q through the minions. Beautiful shot there. That is a 3-for-0 TSM.
I love Turtle's positioning with the Black Shield on him. He plays front line, getting people low enough for the Xerath ultimate. He knows he doesn't have to overcommit. As long as he chunks someone into the danger zone, allows Bjergsen to finish them off. Then he can re-enter the fight when they're on the retreat. Everyone going for Baron. The reason it's not quite as risky as you would think is because they have complete vision coverage that they've maintained for so long.
Wow, that was still...
It was close. Yeah.
Close to a pentakill.
Everybody was walking around. So, Team Liquid, been on the defensive for so long, take the opportunity here. The opportunity for a full burst of Dyrus isn't quite there because they don't have follow-up CC on top of Charm. They would have to kill him in the duration of Charm. Dyrus using both immunities after that, and another binding landing on Piglet so that he can't provide that extra range of protection. Special and Phoenix both getting hit by that last Q from Bjergsen, by the way. So Bjergsen able to hit enough in that team fight.
Liquid don't feel like they're respecting how hard it is for Dyrus to die. They get him down to a third, and then Nunu channels Absolute Zero in front of him, while he's still ulted with the Zonias available. And these people are just dying when they could be playing around Piglet to deal damage.
The thing is, if you have a assassin-oriented, high damage pick composition, then that can be a very valuable strategy. It's to burst down Alessandra in your CC. But if you don't have the follow-up damage, the follow-up CC, then it's really risky to go for her and try and kill her in that CC duration because, as you can see there, Dyrus had plenty of time to get off his invulnerabilities.
Right.
No follow-up.
They're on buff TSM, 8,000 gold lead. Quas trying to flank on the wings, but no rage bar right now. Dragon in 20 seconds. TSM decide that's more fun to play for. And they're going to set up ward control, sweep away what they can. Miss some of this, though. And I believe they don't have the scuttler either, so plenty of vision for Team Liquid if they want to stop this attempt.
Yes, however, they are at such a deficit. Even though they have vision, it's still really difficult for them to do it. Even if Bjergsen was not running interference here.
Wow.
One spell hits. Piglet down to half.
He is brave. Lust Boy removes the wards. Team Liquid will not join in time. That is Dragon number 4. Team Liquid managed to grab the first one thanks to some lane swaps by TSM. And actually, off the Dragon, Team Liquid finally showing signs of life. Will get mid outer, but they need so much more than this. Can they get number 2? Nara split pushing the top lane. Wild Turtle coming to join the fray. Lust Boy's here. And purple minions denote or signify that teammates have arrived. No more pushing for Team Liquid. Just the outer turret for Dragon 4. I suppose that's not a bad trade for TSM.
Yeah, just because it is prepping them for the Dragon number 5 ultimatum. And they have such a giant lead here. Another clean game and another patient game. Because of the Dragon stacking mechanic, a lot of teams, when they grab these early leads, confident in just playing patiently, not even overextending, to pick up the last couple secondary turrets here. Wild Turtle, by the way, almost level 18 on the Trist. 3 items plus the QSS.
They're giving him all the farm. He is out-leveling both of his solo laners.
Yeah, that was the game plan coming in.
Set up Turtle, and you can see they have completely played the game around that. Well done, TSM. And again, they answered the early game pressure of Caitlyn perfectly. They delayed the mid game and gave Trist all the gold. She's now huge. And Team Liquid never, ever picked that apart.
Oh. No.
You always wanted to come out.
The noise when Xerath charges off. All right. How many skill shots can Piglet avoid here for this team shot?
Wild Turtle, wow. unafraid. Down goes the inhibitor. Jumps into the team. Piglet forced to flash. Half health Phoenix. Uh-oh. Gets ulted. Gets dunked. Down he goes. 1 for 0. 2 for 0. Make that maybe 3, but Quas gets out. In comes Wild Turtle. Butcher Piglet won't find it. Not going to get a special either. Lust Boy knocked up in turret range. Gotta be afraid of this one. But it's a 5v3 inside the base. TSM will get inhibitor number 1. They've got a minion wave as well with them.
Oh, man. They can even end it here. Looks like that's quick game. They don't even have to wait for Dragon number 5.
36 minutes in, they got 2 kills. They're gonna get Nexus turret number 1. Quas gets big, lands the ult, but still goes down too fast. Another kill picked up. The respawn on Nunu in 6 seconds. Bjergsen forced to run. Team Liquid will stay alive and kill a whole bunch of wards for fun. TSM spammed those down.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Another turret for the minions. All right, so TSM probably now, since they have mid inhibitor down as well, they could easily pick up the extra gold up top, but vision coverage around both jungles would be very easy for them to put down. Baron actually comes up before 5th Dragon does. Baron on this team would definitely mean the final push, so we'll see how patient TSM are. We've seen so many teams with these types of leads on the current patch just wait around for the neutral objective. Not a chance going in on another inhibitor turret, but with how easy the first one was, there's just so much damage, so many sources of damage on the TSM squad. Dyrus is able to follow up. Bjergsen's able to take down any low HP targets as well. Turtle going for the resets here. All right. That's what we like to see from TSM. Not waiting around, going to shove in basically a death trap here if Team Liquid tried to defend this turret.
I can't imagine they want to here. Tier 2 turrets seem to be the ones you have to give up when you're super far down. They're so easily flanked. They don't do as much damage as the inhib ones.
Looking to catch somebody out maybe here, but it's only 2 people in the bush, and it's Dyrus. He ults himself.
Okay, but he bought so much time with the slows, he might get more done here. Quas gets locked up, special, gonna get bursted down. That's a 1 for 0. Team Liquid did not need to try for that one. And they give up an extra kill because of it. Now top lane heavily under fire.
Yeah, if you lay a trap like that, you gotta have more people. A Nara and a Jenna will not kill Dyrus. We talked about
Piglet cannot
people down.
Dodge Wild Turtle. Dominate channels and ultimate. He's still gonna die. 6-0 and 5 on Tristana. Make that 7-0 and 5. Goes down to Phoenix, but you know what? I think TSM can still rise from the ashes of Wild Turtle's death. From start to finish, TSM played that game rather well. They will end the week tied for first place.
And Turtle gives up the 1 kill at the last few seconds in true Wild Turtle style. Hops towards the fountain. Why not?
Into a DFG Ari.
Into a DFG Ari. Turtle gets a little bored sometimes in the long drawn out games. Hard to keep him under control. I'm pretty sure they'll forgive him for that one though. Beautiful play all game long for him. Scaling up with the Tristana and really clean game from TSM as well.
I gotta say, clean is the word I would use above all else. Amazing decisions in the early game. A well-structured mid-game, letting nothing happen to them. We're back in 2012.
This puts
TSM and CLG, the two best teams in NA.
A lot more emphasis on the CLG-TSM rivalry.
Yep.
To come back around.
Oh man. Are we really back at that time now? TSM CLG is back where it's at. Dominate. It's gotta feel a bit rough about this. They started this week in uncontested control of first place, 2-0. Team Liquid came in. Lost to Cloud9, they lost to Team Solo Mid. They're back in the middle of the pack already.
Yeah, the Ari pick here as well for me. The Ari and the Nunu weren't able to accomplish very much this game.
Yeah.
Nunu, control of the map wasn't quite there. Not able to really gain an advantage in the vision battle. And Ari, because, there's no vision around and she doesn't really have anyone else to help her assassinate, save for a Caitlyn ace in the hole. Fairly hard for Phoenix to assassinate anyone, plus missed a lot of the charms, even in the jungle fight where he had an opportunity.
Right.
Couple of missed skill shots, and that's about it.
Yeah. And what really impressed me as well is you talk about the Nunu, and you say, well, it didn't do very much. And, he was doing what I think he wanted the champion to do.
pair up with Jonah and Caitlyn, go push a turret down, be this 3-man push squad that is a good strategy. Team Liquid
got the first
tried
dragon.
to do good. Yeah, right. They got the first dragon by essentially forcing a lane swap away from that lane. A lot of good things did happen for Team Liquid. The problem, though, was a 3-man push with champions specifically designed and built to push really fast, didn't go any faster than Wild Turtle Lustboy doing the same thing by themselves, letting Santorin do whatever he wanted, like relieving pressure off the assassin in mid lane. And if that's the case, then why even pick those 3 champions in the first place when you're getting essentially out-pushed?
Yeah, I think the really surprising thing, too, was how well Dyrus performed in the early stages, defending against that. So much wave clear with Lissandra. He really put it to the limits, too. He expended as much mana and as much health as he could before using the teleport, then came back with a double Dorans to hard shove even back towards Piglet. So Dyrus holding onto that turret as long as he did was a really big part as well for TSM.
Right, it was really incredible. So he held the lane swap really well. He actually was equal in CS to the other AD carries. Like they were all at 50, including Dyrus, so he managed that beautifully. He was given none of the farm. He had less than Bjergsen, much less than Wild Turtle. By design, Bjergsen wave clears defensively. Turtle gets a bunch of free money on the other side lanes. And yet, despite getting none of the farm, being one of the only 2 front laners on this lineup, 0 deaths, great play, even set up a lot of good picks, was the target, still managed to get away. Great stuff by Dyrus. And you were giving him a lot of props. I agree. A bit of an unsung hero in this match, but he did his job perfectly.
Yeah, and not only, I have to say, for TSM, a great conceptual game that they had coming into this, but also the execution where it got a little hairy inside their jungle on their blue side.
Yeah.
Great individual performances because none of that is planned out. Those skirmishes where everybody's invading, you have Ahri coming from different sides. Team Liquid even had vision with a lot of wards in that side of the map.
Yeah.
TSM were still able to come out with the kill, Wild Turtle saving Santorin's life, and then also picking up the kill onto Phoenix. That was a truly good play.
Of course, Santorin and Dyrus, we'll be hearing from them in a minute. They're getting themselves set up. And yeah, the unsung heroes, but neither of these guys died. The 2 frontliners to go 0 deaths in that game, pretty impressive when you're facing.
Everybody went 0 deaths, save for Turtle at the very end.
That's true. I suppose you're right. TSM really didn't give up very much, but hey, it's still good no matter what. Like to put on a performance like that. You talk about Jarvan being squishy early on. Dyrus relying on items and actives for his durability to make himself essentially untargetable. Actually, literally untargetable. Good stuff. Okay, so TSM come out of this week looking very good.
Yeah.
3-1, 2-0 week for them. CLG, again, before, also 2-0 week for them. So it looks like they've hit the ground running very well.
I'm just blocking some.
Blocking, yeah. No one else gets to talk to us, yeah. TSM, a 2-0 week, though, they are definitely on point. There were questions asked about them after their weak performance at IEM. They dropped Unicorns of Love, didn't look very good there. People are like, wow, Santorin, what a bad fit for this team. I don't know if it's going to be very pretty. And we keep covering things over.
We talked about that a lot, too, right? Big stage. You can tell sometimes the type of flaws in a jungler's play when they're really timid and unwilling to take risks. It really does kind of snowball very quickly if your jungler is unwilling to take risks because the enemy can take advantage of it. But man, kept up with Nunu in the Vision War. That's pretty much all that you can ask of Jarvan in this situation.
Absolutely great by Santorin. Seems to be a good fit for TSM. And TSM hitting the ground running, first place right now in North America. For now, we're going to send it over to the analyst desk for a word with TSM's new jungler and the Rock in the top lane.
Thank you, Freak. I am joined by Santorin and Dyrus after a fantastic win there. You both managing to come out of it with 0 deaths, so fantastic score lines. I'm sure the fantasy owners will be happy.
Except Turtle.
except Turtle. No, yeah, you two. Turtle, we know him. He goes a little wild sometimes, so it's expected to be expected. I want to ask immediately off the bat, Santorin, I think it's interesting to get the players' insight for where they feel was the turning point in the match. So at what point during the game did you feel like this is our game to lose? You know, like we have a handle on it.
I feel like already from the start, as long as we didn't make any early game mistakes, then we would just like basically just outscale them because I felt like our comp was just stronger. So we just like played it safe, got the vision control, and then just wanted to see each miss.
Now you had a bit of a late game comp though with the Tristana, and it was obvious that you guys wanted to avoid the straight up 2v2, so much so that you even had the recall, like walk into lane, recall, and go top. Was that a little bit worrisome though, the fact that you were taking a minute of time to readjust your strategy, Dyrus?
It was, but Turtle made a calm decision. It's like, guys, I can't lane against Piglet early on, and I'm going to go top. And I'm like, all right, I think that's good. That way we stick to our plan. He's a little bit more behind than he should be, but then you just stick to the plan. And then we ended up winning in farm anyways, so it worked out.
You guys you managed to secure a very early lead. Used that. You invested in 2 Doran's rings as well as a Morel and Omnicom. Bjergsen did the same thing, even elixred up only about 18 minutes into the game, and you guys grouped for this huge kind of siege push. Did you feel like you were under the clock for some reason and that you needed to push that hard, or just like that was the best decision in that time?
So we wanted to make sure we're not playing too scared, but playing towards our comp. There's a certain power spike within the game depending on like which champion. Like let's say Rumble gets Sork boots, that's a power spike. Content Guys, power spike. Leandry's, like certain item power spikes is when you can play more aggressive. And of course we don't want to play scared all game because then the fans get bored too. You don't want
sure
to
that's
just
appreciated.
Yeah, you don't want to play a passive game all game. You want to play towards your comp and play it properly. And we played it properly, and we wanted to try and keep on pushing an advantage, but the game just wasn't moving, so we just kept playing on the game and edging it on until we could get to that point.
So, Santorin, in those moments of lull that Dyrus just described, the fact that sometimes you aren't able to push directly for an objective, do you find that those are actually harder to navigate than when you have a clear directive?
It's definitely easier when you know where just to go, but I feel like, as I said, we had the better scaling comp, so we didn't have a clock timing and stuff, so it's really easy just to stay calm, wait for the opportunities, and then go for them.
And then I do want to jump into a replay. We're going to go to the top lane 31 minutes into the game. You guys come out of this fight 3-0. It was a pretty fantastically played fight for both teams. Santorin, I want you to walk me through it because I want to get the mindset of how you guys approach a team fight strategically with the team comp that you had, which is a double AP, somewhat siege-oriented composition. So we're going to pull that up on your screen, and I'll let you walk through it.
So here we far ahead. So here we're just trying to siege and make sure they can't flank us with Na. And we know that if they are running into us, we can just keep kiting them and we'll win eventually. And here we get a free kill on Nuno, and then Cross is out of position. He's way ahead from the team. And then we get a Piglet catch and we just kill him, I think. Actually, no.
Not over yet.
Yeah. Not
okay, here we get. Yeah,
well, it was a long fight. It was very close, honestly, for it to go either way.
There's the important part. Oh, okay.
That's the important
part. Dyrus, I have to ask, Lissandra, she's deceptively tanky and zony in the sense that she has her ultimate to throw on herself as well as Zonia's. Piglet was effectively zoned in that fight for about 9 seconds, just from the fact that you were in between him and the team in your own Ice Tomb and in your own Zonias. Do you find that that is the most attractive part of her kit?
Personally, I gave most of my farm to Turtle, so I was more focused on not dying than zoning people. I did have Zonias, so I was in the middle of the fight. I'm like, oh, I'm here. If I don't ult myself, I'm dead. If I don't Zonias here, I'm dead. If I don't flash here, I'm dead. And then I didn't die.
All right. Well, what more could you ask for, right? Santorin, a slightly different route here. I do want to talk about, you've received some criticism from the public or other people about the fact that you are seen as a puppet, for Bjergsen in the mid lane. That if given the opportunity, you will find your way to the mid lane to help him out. Bjergsen, on the other hand, has given you a ton of credit for being a fantastic jungler and has a ton of praise for what you add to the team. I wanted to ask you, what do you feel is your style of jungling and your role on the team?
God. In the start, when I was back in Europe, I was more the carry jungler. I really wanted to make the big plays and stuff. But then when I joined TSM, and I just felt like the team will carry me as long as I make sure they are safe in the early game. And then we just play for vision, and then Bjergsen and Turtle will carry later on. So I feel like it's I just want to take the supportive style and make sure Bjergsen doesn't get behind and stuff like that.
All right, and Dyrus, this has to be brought up. You guys now move into first, tied with CLG. So it's kind of the reemergence of the very old CLG TSM. Yeah, so I have to ask you, what are your feelings of that? I mean, one, it's got to feel good just to be back at the top of the standings early in the split and have asserted some dominance. But you're also finding yourself as the member of the team who's been around since that era. What's that feel like?
Well, other than sending Liquid back to 4th place, I think CLG and TSM at the top, just like Season 1 and 2, it would be a really nice rivalry this time around. Didn't really expect much of them the last couple of years, but this year I think they have a really, really good chance, and they're actually good this year.
All right, and then my final question to you, Darius, is the inspiration behind the John Cena stuff with you and Lustboy. Where is that coming from, and are you actively coaching him into doing this kind of stuff?
So Lustboy, he does a lot of memes and a lot of things around the internet. He knows more than we do ourselves, and he's Korean. So it first originated from Soda Poppin' stream. It was a sub emote, and then I picked it up, and I watched the prank call, and it's really, really funny. And then he just picked it up, and it was hilarious.
Already getting a handle on the pop culture here in North America. Well, gentlemen, again, congratulations on a very solid victory, your move into first place, and good luck in practice and your games next week. Now, when we come back, Team Impulse and Teammate will meet on the Rift to battle it out for honor, glory, and our collective entertainment. So keep it tuned right here.
FVB TSM. Tonight I buy food. Okay.
Santora, true damage. The Black Shield didn't do much of anything. It finally did stop some W. Phoenix cleanses, but he cleansed early. Oh, guys, special. There's a surprise binding. You were right after all. Santora goes for the dunk. Special flashes out. Gets the kill. Anyway. No. Kite back. I'm damaging Piglet.
Kite back.
Piglet.
I'm nothing.
I'm shooting turn. More done here. Quas gets locked up. Special gonna get bursted down. That's a 1-for-0. TSM end the week tied for first place.
Hello and welcome back to the North American LCS. I'm Rivington Bisson III, and making the broadcaster lane swap with me is Joshua Chat Leesman. And we know there's another big event going on right now, so for everyone watching, we wanted to give you a quick update score on the Puppy Bowl. Defense back Snickerdoodle is having a rough time in game after falling asleep in the red zone.
Actually, the game just finished minutes ago, and Team Ruff was victorious, 87-49 over Team Fluff. In the highest scoring Puppy Bowl ever, 19 touchdowns.
That's ridiculous. Well, truly one for the history books. But right now, we're going to be jumping into our next match. That's Team Impulse versus Team 8. And Team 8 themselves, they're coming off a hard-fought victory against Coast. That very easily could have gone either way and oscillated back and forth with each team fight.
Yeah, and there were a few mistakes on both sides in that game, but all in all, it was super close and a competitive game. And ultimately, it came down to that one dark binding by Dodo onto Mash from Coast.
Yeah.
And from that catch, they were just able to clean up a team fight and win the game. But more importantly, that was the second game where Team 8 camped for Cali Trolls in a row to get him ahead. Last time was Aurelia, and the game that we were just talking about was Jax, and both times were very worthwhile. He carried those games in essence, even though it doesn't reflect in his KDA. It actually means that they are the only team really that carries from the top lane, and he's charging up for that carrying later on.
He was getting his zen moment there. You can see the ref getting him ready. On the other side of this showdown, Team Impulse will be looking to rebound after we're taken apart yesterday by CLG.
It really felt like Team Impulse ran into a buzzsaw there. CLG just looked like they were shooting nothing but three-pointers with all those double-lift flash hooks. But not unlike how TSM focused their attention on keeping Pobelter down, it felt like CLG was sending the entire team to lane against Xiaowei Xiao. But despite all that pressure, Xiaowei Xiao still managed to keep up in CS, and he actually ended that game about 50 CS ahead of Link in a losing effort. But that was not enough to carry it. CS doesn't give you everything, and Impulse has to find some team fights.
Absolutely, and Team Impulse is still finding their feet with a roster collected from around the world. Their new star top laner is still finding his way in America. Impact shared some first impressions.
인앤아웃 버거랑 스매셔 버거가 가장 맛있었고, 그리고 주변에 그냥 음식 좀 뭐 중국 음식이나 그냥 음식을 먹어봤는데 맛있더라고요. 근데 좀 기름이 많이 져가지고 콜라를 많이 먹게 되는데, 그리고 콜라가 엄청 싸더라고요. 그거 코스트코 가서 콜라 사는데 계산해 보니까 하나에 300원? 이 한 캔이 하나에 300원이더라고요. 그래서 자동 먹게 되는 것 같아요.
Starting down a dangerous path.
Dangerous indeed. Good math, though. Great math. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's going to be Team Impulse. That's Impact himself, we just heard from in the top lane. Rush in the jungle, Xiaowei Xiao in the mid. Apollo at 80 carry, and Adrian backing him up on support.
And on the red side, looking to go 3-1 is actually Team 8. Cali Trolls in the top lane, Porpoise in the jungle, Slushy in mid lane, Maple Street on 80 carry, and Dodo on support.
Now we do have to point out a few things. Tip, they did get their win off of Dignitas, who has been one of the shakier teams, so we're still trying to see them come together. Team 8, they kind of dodged a bullet in their last victory over Coast because they did that with losing a ban. Now coming into the full game, hopefully both teams can right the ship here, and like you said, a 3-1 for Team 8 could be going on strong here in the spring split. Let's see what they have for picks and bans as we get in. Impact on your screen there, hoping to make more of that coming in to today.
You're absolutely right about that. And something interesting about Team 8 is now that TSM has finished the week so dominant, we got to remember Team 8's handed Team Solomon their only loss of the year.
Yeah.
Yes, Team 8 is new to the LCS, but they qualified during the promotion tournament, not the expansion tournament. So they really were that 8th team in the LCS, and they look strong doing it. I mean, even all the way through the challenger scene, Team 8 was always just that one step short. They'd lose right at the end. But other than that, they were really dominating people.
They've really patched up a few of those holes, and like you were saying, the game was a strong win. It was Slushy coming out with big plays and the rest of the team really helping. As we see the picks and bans go away, Cali Trolls will not get that Jax or Aurelia, so they also notice that that's a power factor for Team 8 coming into the Champion Select.
It's smart. I mean, Team Impulse brags about the size of Impact's champion pool, and there are multiple top lane bans here. Even Kassadin can be considered a top lane ban because it gets played there about half the time when it actually does get picked through. It will test those top laners for sure, even though Gnar is up. With all the top lane bans, Gnar's still there.
And
that just goes to show how much teams have been banning recently, but this is
definitely more of a target band strategy from Impulse, and while somewhat targeted from Team 8, it's like a power band strategy from them.
No, it's been floating around for Impulse for the fact that they kind of play solo QS, that they almost take that and run with it. If they can all do their own thing.
Yep, absolutely. That's the strategy I would do if I was the coach of Team Impulse right now. Knowing that their team play is not necessarily all the way there.
Yeah.
Impact just coming into the United States on Tuesday. Knowing that Rush has such an amazing ability to play solo queue games individually. And you would just try and get the enemy off your comfort. And when you're a more individualistic team, a lot of it is just about abusing the power picks.
Right.
So that's why they didn't necessarily ban out the power picks.
Yeah. We'll see what happens in the jungle. You can see Rush there with the coach behind him as they talk about a Jarvan and a Janna picked up. Jays for Team 8 here. They do not go for the Narvin pickup, but they do still get 2 priority picks there. And we already see that Xiao wants to be on the Blanc this game, so the team now figuring out what can synergize with that.
The full team here.
Quite a bit will, but what will they lock in?
Yeah, not the Kazakhs.
Letting that clock tick down, hopefully to thwart Team 8 on any of their quick picks, and then they'll have to recognize and adapt to Team Impulses. There it is. It's going to be the Gnar and the Lee Sin locked in, so a bit more that can jump around here with Xiao.
Here's the interesting thing. Since we mentioned that Cali Trolls is the top lane carry, we think of the only game Team 8 lost. It was when Cali Trolls was playing Iceborne Gauntlet Scion. The games they won, he was on Aurelia and Jax, and while we would normally see teams save their mid lane pick for a counter pick, Team 8 is actually saving the top lane pick for the counter pick.
Yeah. Especially getting banned out so much, they don't want to put him up against anything blindly. He already sees what his lane opponent will be, but giving him the full entire team to counter is what Team 8 wants. And he actually up for this game, and that may be locked in on the side of Team Impulse. We have seen that Cali Trolls fares well in the 2v1 as well, so whatever they're trying to do to him, it is going to be a tough task. He usually comes out pretty strong. We have seen Blitzcrank from Afromoo. Really something that can make plays. When you're all out of options, you can get a good Blitzcrank pull and lock him down.
Ooh, Kog'Maw of all things. Definitely looking to sneak in some late game damage there. I was hoping for the Annie earlier, but with the Kog'Maw, it's just not a smart choice. They need to peel. There's a few supports that have gone on record saying that Nami is very strong in the Janna matchup, but I haven't necessarily seen it come to fruition often in game. Nami, of course, has a sustain edge and can throw in a nice cute bubble if Janna tries to heal and tank.
All right, what do they round it out with here? A few champions that Team 8 took up against Coast. We remember Maple Street on that Graves buckshotting the Baron fight that cost Coast the game to get them back in it. A top lane for Cali Trolls. Hey, it's a deep champion pool. Anything he pretty much hovers could be his lock-in in this situation.
He's always one to innovate. Against the Kog'Maw and the Gnar, he's got to be prepared for a lane swap scenario. And they could also just go for the Wombo. I've seen he had a very impressive Malphite game in the promotion tournament itself. Again, building Iceborne Gauntlet. And they're going to be trying the Orianna Malphite power play.
So this kind of equals both teams going in. What are we going to see from these guys is what the result they want from their team?
Hopefully a few more fights than we've been seeing lately.
Slow day.
Even though Team 8 has Janna for the peeling, in this context, it's more a little bit of added shield, but damage on Graves' combo. I think that's what we're going to be seeing out of the bottom lane combination of Team 8. The rest of the team is very dive-oriented, and Team Impact is a little bit more, Team Impulse is a little bit more pick-oriented, just because they do have the LeBlanc Lee Sin combo. They're going to try and get some early game pressure. I would not be surprised if Rush puts a lot of pressure on the mid lane, and they try and withstand Cali Trolls' Malphite, since Malphite's not typically the champion that looks to carry and take over a game like a Jax would.
Yeah.
So I think that's what both teams are going for.
Pretty much staying away from Cali Trolls is the smart thing to do. Turning around a situation is something he's very good at. So leaving him to the wayside, we are going to get the teams entered up and onto the Rift as the coaches shake hands. Been something that's really helped these teams out and taken off a little bit of pressure as well as you go into the game. You know what you have to do, and we've seen a lot of teams starting with the level 2s. We saw CLG do something different as well. and there's even more on the board that can happen. Champs are locked in and loading, so head to Twitter and vote for who you think will chalk up another victory here. Tweet hashtag TIPWin or hashtag T8Win to @LOL Esports, and we'll update the poll as we go throughout the game. As we go through this game, both mid laners, I'm excited about that matchup. It's almost like a featured for me here. Slushi versus Xiao, both that can really put the team on their back and carry. And we're looking for that for the rest of the team as well. We know the solo lanes of Team 8 can actually put that team on their back and carry. Can Impact do it now? He's been saying he can.
Yeah, well, he had such a bad start to his game against CLG. Impact died within the first 2 to 3 minutes of that game. If he can avoid that, and now that he's on Gnar, a stronger individual laning champion, hopefully we get to see a little bit of what made Impact so well known.
Yeah, put onto that Lulu last time, didn't offer too much, but already, like we said, having something on the docket as soon as you get into game, Rush with a little BM there as they hit Porpoise pops up. No summoner spells, but good warding is going to come out of this for both teams.
Well, this guarantees our assumptions that it is a lane swap guessing game now. Both teams have been able to get some somewhat deep ward coverage. You can see Team 8 placing it in a slightly shallower location, whereas Impulse went all the way into that red side jungle. Yeah, they're picking out the ward too. If there was some way Maple Street could dodge that ward, he would. It's all about guessing now where Impulse will be going. And because of the shallowness of that ward, they're going to be a little bit late to seeing it, but it does look like they're going to be able to find the lane. Will that see him? As long as they hug the wall. Oh, Apollo.
Nope.
Well,
never mind.
Looks like they might be starting Krugs anyway, which would imply that they're almost admitting that they're going to get 2v2'd anyway, which is strange. I suppose. Here we go. Impulse's wards in the red side jungle, since they didn't show anyone, there was no way for Team 8 to walk around those. Oh no, Cali Trolls trying to be a nuisance. One more hit on that, and he's... All right, he's just harassing.
Hurts Rush a little bit, but really great play. Team Impulse gets themselves in, but that play from Dodo there helps the lane out just a little bit and makes that fact that they couldn't lane swap stronger now for Maple Street and Dodo. What are you... Impact!
Cali Trolls is very aggressive early game. He knows how low he got rushed, too, so he can play with impunity. Impact does trade back pretty well, though. He just doesn't have as many potions as Cali Trolls does.
Yeah, Cali Trolls going for biscuits, and he's also got the mana potions as well. Be able to get himself in and out of these fights. Really give Impact some trouble.
We do need to talk about the bottom lane here, though, only because Maple Street and Dodo, it's on them now to win this lane. They won the lane swap guessing game, and in the TSM match we just saw, when TSM lost the lane swap, they immediately bailed. They went all the way back to base, straight to the top lane, said, we're not going to win this lane. This matchup is a little bit closer because the Nami can sustain, but I'm still of the opinion that Grave Jana is very strong early.
And hopefully they can show it. Teammates' bottom lane is kind of where the weakness comes in for this team. We talked about the solo lanes being strong, so it would be good for Maple Street and Dodo to be able to show here with the stronger side of the composition. That sustain you were speaking of, keeping Adrian and Apollo quite healthy here as they're trading equally in CS. But the bubble can't be acted on. But disengage helping too much. Don't know where we're going to see that first jungle pressure. Expecting it to be in the mid lane as we see more of top. I'd like this pick of Malphite versus the Gnar. With the attack speed slow, you're going to slow down his hyper and that damage you're taking in lane if you decide to go head to head. Oh, quite close.
Rush does find Slushi there in the mid lane, though. That's kind of what I was expecting out of Impulse this game. Rush to put a lot of tension towards mid lane, and honestly, Impact, even though it looked like he took a little bit of an unfortunate trade at the start, he's doing great against Cali Trolls. I mean, you mentioned the attack speed slow that Malphite could offer, but that's only if he can get close. And I think Impact is too good of a player to let Cali Trolls walk up to him in mini Gnar.
Just being able to hop away and keep his distance. Teleport being used to the top here at 4 minutes. All to the turret, so he'll be able to get that quicker. And we see Porpoise is coming off of Raptors. There's the buff. He uses it to clear out a ward. May make his way towards that top lane once again. Cali Trolls has been having an okay time against Impact so far. Let's see if his direction will also go towards the mid lane. Xiao, very hard guy to shut down. And will always get the farm that he wants throughout the game. Both mid laners just did this.
Well, shall we?
So much confidence.
Really interesting, actually. This is a level of teamwork we haven't seen from Impulse as of yet.
Not something
literally
we expected
just for the aiding the Scuttle Crab, they called the mid laner down. Xiao Xiao obviously had the freedom for that because he had shoved Slushy, but now his chase onto Porpoise looks a little bit excessive. I've almost never seen Xiao Xiao forego farm in the mid lane for anything. And here he did both the Scuttle Crab and a deep ward.
He's got the timing on it, at least being in the mid lane and not crashing into the turret, but very different. See if he tries to do it again. Just under 6 as well as he went for that invade. A little bit of an invade here from Adrian on the bottom to get some deep wards in. They may be trying something here as level 6 is going to be coming up soon for that bottom lane. They're sitting at just level 5 right now. Oh, Adrian, this is the roam from the bottom lane. We've been seeing this consistently. Usually it's with the jungler, but it's only going to be the do-si-do for Adrian and Xiao Xiao.
It all comes together with that kill. So when Xiao Xiao roamed into the river and then in the top lane, the natural reaction when the enemy mid laner is roaming around is shove the lane to make him go back there. But the problem was Slushy had no flash and they didn't have ward control to match the bottom side.
Yeah,
so when Slushy shoved, he lost the ability to continue farming. Xiao Xiao waited until he pushed up, landed the chain, comboed by the bubble. A nice, easy, executed, pre-planned kill.
A lot more communication than we're used to seeing from Impulse. It's starting to pay off. 800 gold in the lead and just 6.5 minutes into the game. 41-26 as Cali Trolls seems like he's starting to have a little bit of trouble in this top lane. Malphite can forego a bit of that CS, but it can be too much at some point.
Well, especially if they lose control of the mid lane. You very rarely win a game when you lose 2 solo lanes.
Yeah, the ones we thought would be stronger.
And in order for that to even work, their bottom lane would have to do exceptionally well, where they are very much splitting that way. Although it looked like Cali Trolls just ulted straight on impact.
He did. Porpoise was coming on the backside there, but I don't think he was going to be able to make it in time. Flag and drag. No ult yet, so. Just saying, get off my turret. It didn't work too much. Still Mega Nard up towards the turret. Should be getting to teleport back to the top lane, as we're seeing now. 55-54 in the bot, and not too much aggression has been done by Maple Street. As I say that, though, not really taking control of the lane.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance Cali Trolls was flexing there. Flexing is a term that some players use when they're bluffing like they have backup. It's more common of a term in the bottom lane for silly positioning. But a Malphite ulting you at the turret usually would make you think that a Jarvan is on the way, which sometimes can burn a flash. And since Cali Trolls knew he was going to teleport back and they're in a shop cycle, as you can see, his ultimate's almost half off cooldown already. If it could have burned a flash, then his next ult would actually be an easy kill with the Jarvan gank. The flex, though, just didn't work.
Yeah. Impact knew how far he could go in that, and he was pressing all the buttons.
And now he doesn't have ult for an escape, which means his play may be punished here.
Can get the movement speed from his shard, but he throws it on the minion, actually. He's not going to get too much. He timed that flash very well for the distance Rush was closing. Knew the kick was coming in. Hit onto Adrian. That's level 6. Collateral damage does not come out from Maple Street. It would not have canceled out. Adrian walks through a ward.
They have burned the exhaust, however, but because of the ward, they are deciding not to do anything. I wonder what's going to happen here. Slushy should be cheating towards the Dragon Pit because that's where he has allies.
Looks like he feels safe for now. They have vision onto Rush, so that relieves a little bit on this 3 squad here. And they're only going to go ahead and get the Scuttle Crab vision for Team 8. We might see another slow kill game here. Definitely not flying off the handle for either of these teams just yet. Xiao has already tried to make some plays.
Yeah, the early game definitely feels quite measured, but I think just based on the fact that teammates' team composition goes in so hard, it's going to be hard to see a low kill game at this point.
I hope so.
Me too, Rick.
NA Fantasy LCS players aren't getting many points this week. And it's not because people are doing bad. It's just because we're 3-0ing these games. And you really don't see too much kill action because everybody's playing compositions that can cancel it out. The other team's so afraid of. Here, Impulse has the one frag to themselves. Got that quite early in this. But haven't really
Although
worked
it did go
off
to
of
their
that.
support.
This is true.
Adrian.
Nothing that can work off of that. He is trying to put more wards down. He did get the deep one that then led to the mid lane kill. We'll see if that can keep creeping up as an advantage for Team Impulse. Getting a push in the bottom. This will be a back for Apollo. First one for him. to try and match the BF sword of Maple Street.
A lot of these guys just relying on their back timings. Impact now trying to take more control back in that top lane. Despite Calitro's efforts to amass armor, Impact is winning that lane from a pressure perspective, for sure.
Yeah.
Knows he has a flash down on Calitros.
Taking the map completely in a vision perspective as well.
Yeah, look
really change in the style of play from the entire team. Impact feeling pretty sure of himself, goes hard on to Calitrolls, and he's definitely getting the better of him, showing here. Much better on his second day of play.
Well, it helps a lot when you don't get four-man behind your turret as you're level 1.
There's kind of a target on all the new player had yesterday, or anybody else that was coming in and getting their feet wet.
Seems to have decided a bit today. Looks like Dodo's trying to get aggressive. Oh, bubble!
Just on the outside. We're going to have 2 there. It will be rush on 1. They're able to dive onto that wave and pretty much get to safety. And nothing really comes of it. There was a bit of resources focused there by Impulse.
Smack him around. Oh, he missed his ult. Calitrolls missed his ult.
Unfortunate. Impact really having his way with that top lane. Calitrolls, every time we see him, just about 50% HP, no mana, and Impact has the lane pushed up. We were going to say that they may just kind of leave Calitrolls alone and let him do what he's doing, but they're almost forced to do that now to get everybody else going. Impact's doing a great job.
And if that's the case, then Corpus needs to make more plays around the map on Jarvan, but that is also not possible because they have no vision control. From a strategic perspective, even though it's only a 1,000 gold lead, the control is completely on the side of Impulse. They need to start transitioning the vision into actual advantages, though. They haven't been able to finish turrets, they haven't closed any kills, and they haven't accumulated any very large CS advantages. Because honestly, it feels like Team 8 just hasn't been buying wards. So they're saving that bank as long as they're not punished for it. But they should be punished for it.
Quickly, seems like they switched over to sweepers without really putting any down before they headed out. Full team, as we said, of Impulse is putting their effort into warding the map. Pink wards have been placed defensively for Team 8 so far, so they are realizing that they are behind. They're trying to stop this snowball that Impulse has put on them, and that's one way to do it. Here we see Xiao giving himself a bigger advantage. Oh, he wasn't in the brush for long enough, unfortunate. So it looks like these guys should be able to get out safe. We've seen multiple times where a team would stay. It looks like they have the vision to do so.
So these Janet Graves versus Kog'Maw and Nami lanes also have turning points. When Kog'Maw gets closer and closer to level 9, as well as the Nami with the sustain growing from the ebb and flow, it does begin to turn towards Kog'Maw, especially when Apollo can get his Trinity Force. Kog'Maw becomes a devastating laner. And Maple Street and Dodo did not push their advantage very well when they had it, and they're about to lose out.
Hopefully an advantage to be grabbed later. Looking at this team, is it objectives? Do they fight? Do they have to wait for Calitrolls to get in there with an ultimate and everything look good on paper? I don't see Team 8 getting what they want.
Well, they need to find a way to get rid of this vision control first.
Oh, just getting thrown around here. We are going to have Xiao coming up to the top as well. There's the blue buff on him, so he's going to be able to spit out damage on this one. Puts the sigil on. Oh! Never mind.
Nice dodge there by Calitrolls.
Calitrolls
lost his turret because it had taken a substantial amount of damage beforehand. The Frozen Heart really helping Calitrolls stay alive there. See if Rush goes in for hero steal.
Nope. Nope.
Still jumped in, but there's no way out after.
Oh, they leave him in there. Nice guy, Team 8. He just walks right out. So it looks like they have the coverage to know that Xiao was still top, but they're just playing it safe. We've seen a lot of teams taking that route. The paved, safe route is the way to go right now. Still, about 2K down. Not helping them here is getting pressured in the mid lane. It looks like we're going to have Impact coming in just a few moments. He will stop off at Wolves real quick, but he may be able to help me.
And now that the first turret is down for Impulse, I wonder where Impact will apply his pressure. Gnar is generally a bigger TP threat than anything else. Oh, no. But the rest of Impulse, they're growing that gold lead a little bit. But without the Dragon, they do need to pick up the pace a little bit to actually take advantage of the control they have. Knowing the power of the teamfight competition Team 8 has, if Team 8 just gets that one fight, this whole 10 minutes of control could be lost.
Deja vu, Jat. Are they going to hit it once again? Slows it, waits.
Got him anyway.
Then they hit the bubble. It's going to be Adrian. He flashes out and breaks the tether. Just one after the other. Everything played perfectly.
Too bad there for Slushy, burning his flash and still falling down. That did not break the tether range when he flashed back, since Xiao Xiao was staying right up in his grill on the way.
So there's a little bit of use of that vision. I was actually going to say they let it go to waste because we were saying they need some picks. They have the vision. Where are the picks? Finally coming around to the mid lane once again. Rush just takes shot after shot. I think he got through a wormhole right there and warped out. Beautiful flash over the wall.
Yeah, he flashed right as Corpus was ulting, so the Jarvan damage did apply, but he pretty much instantly escaped the Cataclysm. And he was just in range of the wall to make that flash work. But they took so much damage, teammate on the offensive.
Something they definitely need. I don't think Xiao Xiao is going to give him a chance. Double distortion in with Mimic. Only clears a few of the waves. But it gives Impulse enough breathing room to save mid. They have all their outer turrets and still have dropped 2 against, actually 1 rather, as the bottom one not getting taken down just yet against Team 8. 2 kills though.
Oh, he wants Rush. Just kill him.
Got to make it fast. Oh, okay. I was going to say, hesitated.
That was sweet.
But he smited.
Right as he was getting kicked back is when he connected his Q, so since the kick was already gone, he basically canceled out the kick with the drag from his flag and drag and the smite for the final kill. Nice job there, finishing off Rush, who was being a little bit greedy there in the jungle.
Oh, he's good. We'll see one of these offensively, promise. Soon.
Well,
he's getting picked on all over.
At the time, he's trying to build really defensively with a Frozen Heart, but he's not actually able to guard himself from all of Impulse's damage. Kog'Maw does a lot of magic damage. Xiao Xiao, at the moment, is indiscriminate as far as target selection. He is very willing to kill a tank who hasn't built any health or magic resist. As far as magic damage is concerned, Cali Trolls may as well be an 80 carry right now.
Yeah.
So he's actually needs to build a little bit of dual-faceted tankiness, and the Giant's Belt will help with that.
Still looking for a big Wombo combo from Team 8. Impulse has not seen that yet. And it can catch them off guard. They're going to drop another outer turret. This one's really going to open up the map for them. They already had wards going into the side of Team 8. This just makes it easier. You can already see Rush taking advantage of that. Triple Street? Nope.
Not today.
Slow to the draw. You're the one with the gun. Man. Whatever.
All right, now with the outer 3 turrets are gone, teammates' inability to control their own jungle should be very punishing. They know they will lose their ability to farm if they don't find some fights to push Impulse out of their jungle. Therefore, they have a few pink wards in their own jungle. They know the timing of the dragon, and they have to play these next few minutes very carefully if they want to prevent an Impulse snowball. Cali Trolls is too far from home. This is the unfair farming. Here comes a LeBlanc.
So we realize now, as Malphite levels, he definitely starts to win.
Oh, he
that
almost has his
engage.
ultimate.
Whew. Impact kind of baited that one out a little too early. Xiao Xiao maybe not getting there in time, and this is somewhat kind of telegraphed what Impulse was doing. Teammate can't exactly get around them to pinch him into a fight. Porpoise walks himself into a dangerous spot here, but it looks like it's just going to be top to safety with Slushy. Impulse is really just walking about.
Teammate actually kind of has to fight if they want some of this control back because they cannot turtle now that their outer turrets are down and maintain the farm.
Yeah, you can see actually Impulse using all these ultimates just to clear waves. They're not afraid of these engagements coming in right now. Staying safe in the back line, Dragon coming up in a minute. They easily push off the whole team of Team 8 as they have spent all this time trying to work towards the top lane.
Couple key things to keep in mind before this next Dragon fight. The Frozen Heart is good, but it really depends on if they can burst down Apollo or not. With the Trinity Force, he can pump out a lot of damage, especially to targets that aren't like Malphite. Maple Street is yet to hit that Infinity Edge, but he has a whole bunch of spell damage with the straight attack damage and the armor penetration from his Brutalizer. Except none of that matters if there's no ward control and teammate can't see where they're going. Impulse beats them to the spot, clears the pink wards, and sets up for this dragon.
Well, for Teammate fans, they're hoping the glass is half full and maybe they'll find a gigantic fight in one of these choke points of the jungle. It's looking grim. Dragon's coming up, so this one's going to be out in the open. And Impulse is going to have a bit of the advantage in positioning, but they're sitting on quite a few wards.
They're really respecting the Malphite Orianna combo right now. I wonder.
That's good.
They're grouping up a little bit. This is getting dangerous. They're respecting Meganar as well.
Oh, they're pinning themselves in the Dragon Pit, but they just cannot close the gap from the side of Team 8 to get that ultimate to count. Obviously, the distortion out by Xiao, the Mimic as well. Keeps himself safe. Porpoise is taking quite a bit of damage. Dodo comes in for the ultimate to disengage and let the team reassess the fight. It may be what they needed. Rush is stuck in, but nobody wants to just go after him. They want to waste what is going to be coming from the power players. And
there goes!
Impact, no, they do go in. Kelly Trolls, can he be chased by the team? A little headstrong there, but Maple Street finishes with a buckshot. They do get the tidal wave to go back through for the disengage, but Team 8, it does pay off that they stuck to the fight.
All of that for one kill. And they don't even close the Dragon, but how low did they make Impulse, and can they get some map control off of it?
Hopefully push out. That was a lot of work to just get one. The turret will go down, something they needed very much so, because this is them now getting wards into the side of Team Impulse in their jungle. And they can hopefully open up the game. Impact flashes in, the double ult. That's the command protect, but it's not enough. Apollo with the snipe, and I don't know if they have the chase. He's got blue buff, but you can just see how much mana is drained per artillery shot, and the chase is only so much, but they should not have gotten something back out of that from Team 8.
It was just a nice catch there.
Yeah.
By Impulse, and now they're right back on the offensive. Slushie looking to respawn. Amongst all this chaos, Slushie never found an Orianna ultimate, which may be punished here. Xiao doing that LeBlanc poke over the wall.
May be punished indeed, chat. It's one of the ultimates we saw carrying Team 8 to their victory, and right now cannot do so as he is dead. Respawning as the second tier turret goes down in the mid lane. And Impulse makes a very big surge. Their waves are almost in perfect positioning as well as they're at this part of the map.
And Team 8 is a team fight team dictated by their cooldowns for sure. They have them now, which means Impulse has to respect this. And back away.
And back away. They're going to be able to start denying resources as well. That becomes very big for a late game Orianna if she can't get her ball in the right spot. And Slushie knows exactly where to put it. If he doesn't have the chance, these fights are not going to go the way of Team 8. Impulse backs, they have a huge bank account to spend right now, and they start putting more items.
I mean, it's pretty much been non-stop action since that Dragon engagement that evened out the Dragons. And to take count, I mean, Impulse still has map control, but we got to see some of the team fight potential from Team 8. They were able to basically get a 1-for-0 in that team fight without even using an Orianna ult and using Malphite ult on a Lee Sin. Imagine if they can actually get the right combo. If they could somehow catch Xiao or Apollo and remove the majority of that Impulse damage at the start of a fight, the lack of map control and the 3,000 gold lead would not matter at that point.
Right, just kind of be wiped away. But the map control would help to get that in the first place.
Absolutely. It's kind of like a pipe dream saying, oh yeah, but we have a better team fight.
If we can get in.
We can do it. And if you don't have map control, you can't get the fight. But Adrian,
that's how you dive in.
Whoa.
A beautiful job zeroing him out. Huge damage from Porpoise there. Flashing it. Quick fingers by Rush. Cali Trolls wasting a big ult, but they're gaining ground with what they're doing right now. At least not losing anybody in the process.
Yeah, that was just Adrian not anticipating where Porpoise would be. Their vision of the river, I wonder if it was even gone. It just looked like a nice catch by Porpoise there. Yeah, he is blind until the last second. They then got the ward there later, which is what I saw in the minimap. Level 11 damage from Jarvan before is absurd. Rush flashing at the last millisecond as well.
Had they had wards, that was Impact gnawing out right then. It could have been a beautiful engage. However, Team 8 is making the moves they need to and catching Team Impact off, or Team Impulse. I was looking at his name.
Team Impulse.
Do it once. No more, I promise.
Oh, it'll happen.
Catching them off guard. And with the lead that Impulse had, they've been able to do a little bit of mitigating for these fights against Team 8. Already the Mikhail's Crucible to keep Apollo safe if he does somehow get locked down towards the back line. It's not super helpful. You don't stop getting popped up in the air. You can at least get him a little bit of safety if he does somehow get locked up. Oh, gonna be good on that. Trading over to Maple Street. And things are gonna slow down. this was going to be that respect of the Wombo combo coming in for Team 8 here. No more wards on the side of T8 for Impulse, so they have slowed their roll after losing a few turrets. Minute on Dragon, though, so that's definitely what is on everybody's mind. Rabadon spikes for both Slushie and Xiao to be making some plays. We finally see that Cali Trolls has a bit of that health as well to be in this fight.
Yeah, despite the shutdown that Slushie has felt a little bit, 0-3, he's only about 800 gold behind Xiao. Cali Trolls is going to have to pull off some wizardry to get away from this one, though. The longer he can stall, the more Teammate can do. And because that was really great, Teammate's pressure in the mid lane made them pull back and creates a Cali Trolls escape. He didn't even have to burn his fake teleport there. That was actually a big misplay there by Cali to teleport bottom lane. But he's going to try and walk the long way and get in position for this dragon.
A little bit of communication goes a long way. Could have been a pinch fight.
It was almost a perfect play by Teammate. So close.
Ooh, like this.
Yeah, oh, well, Rush is...
He knows. He's toying with him. You know that first backstep, and he's thinking about it. So they have been found out.
Oh no, that's not what you want coming into that.
Right at Dragon.
That's bad.
Whoa,
That's
whoa!
bad for Teammate.
Impact flies in. That was Gnar wearing off as well, so he just got what he needed in the ultimate. Whoa, this is going to be Impulse just going overboard on this one, and it's exactly what they wanted. Oh, with the dodges, Maple Street, one more. He has enough mana. That's the shot he needed. Apollo lands it. That's going to be 3 kills going over to Impulse.
You can only dodge bullets for so long until someone punches you in the face.
Yep.
That was just Teammate running out of chances there. Cali Trolls makes a big mistake while Impact makes a big play. They get the Gnar ult, they finish the stun off, they can chase, obviously, because the team fight threat from Teammate was gone with Cali Trolls' deletion there in the mid lane. And now they should just go take this dragon, get their reward.
I think that's a good idea. They're going to go ahead and pick up number 2 of the game. 1 for each side previously, and this is going to be Impulse gaining a bit of that lead back. They faltered a little bit. Teammate found not a bit of a power spike, but really Impulse running around the map without as much vision as they had before. See if they can do it again. Not really that many pink wards for Teammate to be placing here in a forward position.
They really crave these types of grouped up moments, though. It's when the game gets spread out that Xiao and Rush are able to make plays. I really like the fact that Xiao is so heavily focusing Cali Trolls. Cali Trolls is very armor heavy in his build right now, and he's hoping he can get enough health to be ignored by Xiao. But Xiao is completely neutralizing that. It's like a carry for carry type thing. Since Cali Trolls is the carry of Teammate in many cases, if he shuts him down, he knows he's shutting down the shot call.
This could be one of those ultimates we were looking for, Jack. Cali Trolls taking a few shots from the turret as he's not worried. See where Xiao is, as you were saying. That's his focus without any magic resistance. That's going to be the Gnar ultimate into the tidal wave.
Where's the turn? Wait for the turn.
Beautiful ultimate. Where's the shockwave? It's only one person. There it is. The 4-man wombo combo. That's all they were looking for all game. Can they seal the deal? They're still losing a lot of HP, but it was all the control that they needed.
And that's why they were waiting for it. Cali Trolls finally got the ball on. Impulse was way too grouped up. He did hit that one ultimate. We said that's all it was going to take. Now they get a minion wave. Maybe they can even get an inhibitor off of that.
What a crazy ultimate to finally come in, and it looked so good. Almost all the players towards the outside brought into the middle in a cleanup. That's what Graves is perfectly for in this composition, and now they take down the inhibitors. A beautiful job by Teammate to open this game wide open.
Jeez, it's even now. Rush is trying to keep them occupied because there are a lot of people respawning. Teammate's got to run pretty fast.
Oh, there's a Randuin's. As the play is the command shield to come back in. Can he protect? Oh, he walks back into it. No, he still saves himself. This is going to be huge. Impact with a few more. He does get the kill. Impulse coming up huge with the rest of the team now as they run down the lane. This could equal something even bigger. I don't even know what T8's going to do after they come back from this one. Impulse is already going to have control of the map. They have control of this fight, and Team 8 overstayed their welcome.
They could not get the inhibitor safely. And in that case, you should not go for the inhibitor. It was on a razor's edge, though. We have to take a look at the fight that created all this in the first place. And it felt like Impulse was almost baited, thinking Calitrolls was just going to run away. But that's all that was on his mind right now. As soon as the Orianna ball goes on, boom, spread away. The fact that Xiao got caught in the shockwave was a huge blunder. The Cataclysm is just the cherry on top to line everyone up as well for Maple Street's AoE damage. Everything worked out there for Team 8 until everything didn't work out on the retreat.
You almost feel invincible after plays like that, and then you realize, oh, we're still mortal. That was a problem. 2K gold lead even after that fight and inhibitor take. 2.5K, I should say, here for Impulse. A very nice rebuttal on all of that attack. They have yet to really open up the base, however, of Team 8. That is their next goal. Forward wards being placed now. As fast as they can, they get to the side of Team 8, somewhere they haven't been for a while, and get down exactly what they need. Good teamwork here from Impulse.
And as long as they can maintain being grouped up, even though they did overstay for that inhibitor, the fact that they got it, they can now use to their advantage. Impact has no teleport down to that bottom lane. So Team 8 just needs to force Impulse to check Baron, and then they can get a fight. That looks a little bit over-aggressive, but it doesn't look like Impulse is willing to walk near Malphite.
No, that was perfectly played. He safeguarded himself out of that one, and they said, let's do it. He has no more gap closes or dashes. Great play there by Porpoise to take it into his own hands.
Impulse is actually very hard-pressed right now to not lose Baron or a Nexus turret. As you can see, Impact has left the bottom lane, meaning those super minions will push up eventually. If he could Mega Gnar inside that pit, it's exactly what they need, but he just doesn't have it up right now.
And Baron is big. I don't know if it could be this big.
The jungler's down. It's a secured Baron as long as they just play it safe.
There it is. Taking the damage that they needed to. Calitrolls puts himself in the fire for the rest of the team. Now they just need to get out alive. A nice boulder toss from Impact. A good shockwave into collateral damage. Great combination. 300 HP at the top of your screen. Both living is going to be Maple Street and Dodo. Can they get out alive? Trying for the disengage. Once again, they get Slooshy. But it is going to be Baron for Team 8. They're losing members. The lanes are pushed. And there's some pings going on to the inhibitor turrets. But I don't think Tip's going to have the move to get there.
What a wacky game this is becoming right there. Very tight decision-making here.
Yeah.
I mean tight. There's small margins for the errors that they can make here. The fact that Calitrolls tried to peel there with his Malphite, I think that's what happened and ended up costing his life.
Yeah, he threw himself in.
Meant they couldn't end up getting the fight afterwards. And Apollo's actually getting quite fed, yet has no defense against a Calitrolls ultimate, which may end up being negligible in the long run.
That's the Talisman of Ascension. There's the Chilling Smite, and that's going to be Apollo going down. He finds himself. Oh, wow. Not before he can just get one Loogie off onto Dodo.
That hurts, too, because Dodo's trying to stack up that Medjais. He's now down to 3 after that death.
That's true. Like, not really a return on investment there. You're kind of paying interest.
The combo still works for Team 8, though. The gen is literally just to amplify it a little bit. If Team 8 wants to find a dive, if Calitrolls sees the ultimate, he will go.
These fights, they're back and forth. Calitrolls doesn't mind taking 500. Impact will probably do the same thing before we start. But a good disengage as Mega Gnar was coming out. It's not something you want to fight, especially with a ban.
And no AD carry means very diminished wave clear. It's nothing but the threat of Xiao is keeping them off the turret.
That's true. These living artilleries would be on the back line where Maple Street's standing right now, pushing them off the turret. That's going to be the job of Xiao. And that was half the HP of Maple Street instantly.
Yeah, no Janus Shield to help out with that one, but they are persistent in these turrets. Every time they overpush for a turret, they seem to lose a fight.
Oh, Calitrolls went over the wall. That was the ultimate. He gets himself out alive. The fight's in the mid now. A great Monsoon once again to disengage, but this means now Impulse can try to stick to the fight. Both Randuins have been used. Slooshy goes down. 1-7-7, not having the game he did previously on Orianna. Impulse again gets something as Team 8 gets something.
It's a game trading things, and it really feels like Team 8 has been trading their lives for objectives. Except after they trade their lives, what are they giving back here above the life? Because now Impulse trying to push down their inhibitor turret of their own. No Slooshy to stop them. No Calitrolls ult either. But no powerful minions for Impulse, so not enough time.
Still being surprised by Impulse, however, coming out so much stronger. A completely different team than what we saw, and a completely different impact in the top lane, having a better game. They still stay not even afraid here.
Rush really wanted to make a play there.
Oh, got to be very careful. Rush getting backed up. He's going to get popped right there. Maple Street picking up another kill for himself, and you got to be careful. Nexus turrets are going down, so this is going to be the chase to base. If they can stop the backs, that's a lot of damage.
They're like, hey guys, they're going to back, run to Dragon. And I think that's the correct call here from Team 8.
There's another one.
2-2 now. This is, Team 8 is getting nothing if not experience in late game shot calling. They're playing tons of close games here.
Very true. You think what it could have been a different game if Maple Street and Dodo had played much more aggressive, since they did not have to, or since rather they got the lane matchup that they wanted.
Yeah.
As opposed to the lane swap.
It didn't go terribly, but they did get an edge out of that one. Cali Trolls as well survived impact in the top lane.
He was having trouble too. His flash got burnt a few times.
Slushie has really been the target, it feels like, of Impulse.
That Adrian roam.
That is a big impact for it too, but more so when he's shielding his allies in these fights, Porpoise or Cali Trolls, to pull off the combos. He's leaving himself vulnerable to auxiliary damage. And it's one of the reasons for his 7 deaths. He's still getting off some really nice shockwaves, and he's farmed enough to make them hurt.
Really nice. I'm pretty sure we have an LCS big play coming up in this game, talking about his shockwaves week after week on that Ori. And it's, like you said, with that shield being on somebody else, he's dealing with people jumping and firing onto the back line. So it's only that much more tough. 36 minutes in, a 16-12. We finally get some bloodshed on the Rift, some LCS points for these fantasy teams. And the score now to about 800 being the difference. That was a few thousand before by Impulse, but now it has been closed as Team 8 is really pulling themselves back in. I think they lost just about all their outer turrets before they were even really to come back in this game. So they've kept their head in it.
Yeah. And Team 8 has actually assumed a certain level of control since they are the ones that have downed the inhibitor turret, and the fact that they have the better team fight composition. As long as Team 8 can keep vision control up, they should be sitting pretty. Once Apollo gets Banshee's Veil, it's going to make it much more difficult for him to get comboed out. That may be another bit of a breaking point in power for these guys. But Impulse doesn't have vision control right now, so it's really hard for them to actually set up the catches and picks that they require.
And we've seen these games continuously go longer and longer, so you better believe both of these teams will wait until they get what they want. See, that is Xiaowei Xiao back and forth as many times as he can to keep vision. Maybe get some poke in. That's going to be Rush. They said one's enough for us. Maybe we can continue the fight. Apollo fires it out, but the Storm Shield saves Cali Trolls as he flashes away. This is going to be the kite now by Team 8.
That looked like a very impatient initiation there by Team 8. Apollo is the priority target, and you saw Cali Trolls nearly got shredded after he ulted in for Rush, despite all of his tankiness. And Leandries for a little bit of damage, as we can see.
Well, like you said, they're a team that plays off of cooldown. So while, yeah, they did get a kill, it'd be greater if that cooldown hit 3 or 4 people, because that's the only way they're getting into these fights.
It's the only way they're closing the game as well.
Right.
30 seconds are the death time. They literally just got a small advantage off that. Because they were able to escape, they didn't necessarily sacrifice anything. Seems like that inhibitor has been dead in the top lane for half the game, bottom lane for half the game at this point.
It's all being taken by Impact now. 256 to 211 there as we just kind of look across the inventories. We do see Xiaowei Xiao, as always, at 327 to 278, even with his little run around in mid lane where he was behind in CS for a while. Still make sure he hits that goal of CS in every game. Teammate now with the gold lead in their favor, as they took that outer turret down. Cali Trolls might have to ult out of this one unless the team can get there. Where's the shield now? That was the unstoppable force. Rush goes down once again. Deja vu in the beginning of the fight. This time, it's the double kill as Xiaowei Xiao absolutely pops 2 members of Team 8. Impact goes in huge and gets an ultimate that the entire team wanted to follow up on. There's a kill from Apollo. Impact solidifies one for himself, and it leaves Porpoise running for the hills. This is an inhibitor turret for sure.
Yeah, that was getting rid of Cali Trolls at the start of the fight, and Team 8 completely lost their heads. Nobody knew what to do there. Slushie whiffs his shockwave, everyone else is retreating. An over-prioritization, or not even an over-prioritization, just trying too hard to clear
go?
boards in dangerous places. I think that's the game. If you make a mistake of that magnitude 40 minutes in the close game, and it's over.
Even he has Spirit Visage as well, and Xiao just completely dominates Corvus's health bar. This is going to be Impulse, showing a completely different team here. Beautiful job as they come in for their second game in week 2, and they are able to take down Team 8.
And it really could have gone either way down the stretch. It was just a big mistake there by Cali Trolls getting caught out, and then add to a whiff shockwave, add to some fantastic gnarls, especially that one down the stretch by Impact. And that was it. It was an incredibly close game, back and forth. Impulse not necessarily taking as big of an edge as they should have in the early game, gave teammate a window, which was then exploited, then they took it right back.
Sigh of relief there, seen by Impact, the man on your screen right now as he rounds the corner. If they were to lose this one as well, I'm sure that pressure would have just kept building on Impact. Games would have been harder. This is a great release. It's a really good step for the team.
Yeah, that's going to be a good confidence boost for them, obviously. They probably took a pretty big hit yesterday when Impact died so many times in that top lane and just didn't feel like, hey, we're bringing in a world champion who's going to die at the start of the game. That didn't happen here. Their world champion in Impact landed some clutch gnarls.
And to see him come back as well, saying, I have a big champion pool, and then he got pushed onto Lulu and didn't do so well. So him himself had something to prove, and it came out well. Team 8, it's true, as it said, hit the solo lanes as hard as you can. The bottom lane didn't push as much as they should have with the combination they had in that matched up 2v2, and I think they missed out on a lot of opportunities they could have taken.
They did. They also overreached for opportunities as a team.
Yeah.
Which is something teammates going to have to do to continue to grow. It's too bad for them, obviously. They were super close to tying for first place in the NA LCS after 2 weeks, which probably would have felt pretty great for a new team. But obviously, teammate, we've seen in some of their pre-match videos, they're saying they don't expect to be a top-tier team here at the start. They just want to kind of ease their way into the LCS, and they're going to have growing pains like this game where it's a close back-and-forth game that can go either way. Games like that happen. They need to be able to bounce back next week from this defeat.
It's kind of a thought that a lot of teams would have. I mean, you look over even to the European LCS where Giants were, and they kind of had the same thought. You know, our first split, we didn't expect to do much. And then they returned. They started doing well, obviously faltering a little bit as teams gain their footing. But each team has to realize they have a chance no matter what. Yep. Like, even these Team Liquid, they came out huge. They've lost. They've faltered. And we've seen a lot of teams that people thought would be on the bottom, beating TSM, beating Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, we're so used to now the NALCS starting with a 4 to 5 game week at the start, and we're just like, all right, that's how everything's happening.
Who's going to surge?
Yeah, the start of the season is really 2 to 3 weeks long as far as actually getting a beat on how these teams are going to be panning out. And because there were so many substitutes at the start of the NALCS, and how it'll kind of continue to be, especially with Winterfox getting a few guys still coming in with their coach and their support, it'll be a while until we know the real power level of these teams.
I'm glad you brought that up, because Pobelter actually brought up that he says this feels completely different. These usually started out in super weeks, and we were 0-4, so this is a completely new feeling.
Much better.
Much better indeed. To break down that close match, let's toss it over to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you, Riv. Gentlemen, a very chaotic game. There are lots of back and forth, power shifting throughout the game. Freak, I do want to jump right into that final team fight, though, and take a look, because there was some misplay and some capitalization on both sides. So we're going to pull that up onto your screen, just kind of break that last fight down.
Yeah, so the big thing about sort of wombo combo team compositions is they're pretty feast or famine, because there's nothing to really do outside of your ultimates, generally speaking. Right? On the sliding scale, they're on the low end there. So if you don't land all your ultimates together, if you miss those, you don't have a lot to follow up from. Caster Graves with the Yomus with no good crit synergy, no good attack speed synergy. He's going to have lower damage output as well. And this is teammate getting one of those famine team fights where the hard engage isn't very good or only gets one guy. Cali Trolls gets caught out here. Go ahead and roll the clip out, and you're going to see, right, teammate are kind of limping in. They're mostly here, but Cali Trolls is going to get a famine ulti, right? He ults in, misses. He hits impact. Like, he hits one person. Okay, they follow up on rush. That's great. But now all these big cooldowns got used on a giant tank who has a low damage threat. Suddenly, all these champions who do have important cooldowns, who can do fun things like Xiao, get to go in and do all this, right? You've got just the easy chase at this point, and even if Maple Street wanted to, even if he were alive, he wouldn't be able to break down impact because Caster Graves can't do something like this. Very good mechanics, of course, by Team Impact Impulse? Darn it. I pulled the Jat.
You did it.
Jat, I hate you so much.
Literally during the game.
Me.
During the game.
I was like, I've never done that. I've never said Team Impact. Canada, man.
That was awesome.
Nailed it. Oh, but the thing about that fight that's really concerning to me is Xiao was off on the right, which is where they need to play that composition. Yeah. But Team 8, if they had recognized that, they could have all in and just gone in immediately. They wouldn't have had the LeBlanc threat in that fight, and then it would have just been the wombo happening. Even if you get one person in that fight that isn't Impact, you go for some other backline damage threat, then you're completely in the clear there for Team 8.
It was a good illustration, though, of what happens when you lose one element of your wombo combo.
Yeah.
The Malphite ult having been used, because we have another example, and we'll just pull this up right now. We have another replay of the wombo combo being used effectively. So, Zyrene, I'm going to let you take this one.
This is my favorite part of the day, because we've been having these games where people have 0 kills. This is a bloody game, and I absolutely love it. So, Calitrolls, he eventually gets the command protect on him, and he holds his ultimate for so long. Impact is basically up against him playing zone defense, just like right up in his grill, right? He's like, I'm not going to let you get into these guys. I'm not going to let you get into my backline. And then Calitrolls just goes up and diagonal over him, and that's what causes the wombo combo to happen. We're going to start rolling it out here, and the big thing here is Xiao is not in this fight either. He ends up walking up right now, and as soon as he gets next to Apollo, boom, he is in range of that Orianna ultimate, and that was what would turn that fight. If they had taken just the Kog'Maw, maybe LeBlanc can deal some damage, and it's not a clean sweep of the team. But then TIP learned, keep your Xiao off on the side, have him re-enter the fight later on, and that's something that teammate could have capitalized on, but it's how you play that composition that TIP made.
And there's actually one thing I want to point out about that clip. If you watch the very end of that fight, notice how slow the cleanup is, right?
Yep.
The wombo combo is great. They've got Caster Graves. He bursts people really hard. And then, well, Impact's not dead. Rush isn't quite dead. They have to land a couple auto attacks to like remove that third straggler, and like 2 people of teammate die because, oh, by the way, our cooldowns are down. Man, our DPS sure sucks. And of course, we saw in the very first replay what happens when you don't hit anything at all, but you can instantly remove 3 people, and the fight is still close. And that is the trouble with these wombo combo comps with things like Caster Graves, is you run out of steam after about 4 seconds.
Yeah, you hope for those crits after that point. You're just
basically.
Like, ugh. And
35%.
That's why you get Sunfire Cape, too. Try to chip him down a little bit afterwards.
Just Leandre's actually him down 45 damage at a time, unless you get those Sork shoes. But, Team 8, they're still afforded the opportunity to build comps like this, even after the number of top lane bans that we saw go through, because of the depth of Calitrolls' champion pool, so that he can play things like Malphite when the Gnar, just Gnar by himself, would be normally the one to jump in, throw people against a wall, and then take the Orianna ult.
Yeah, so I do like, by the way, that Malphite was a consistent engager. We've seen Dignitas struggle, for example, so hard to have these fights start, to actually engage and make things go on. Good old reliable Malphite ult, unless you flash it, gonna get some knockouts, gonna make things happen. There is something to be said for these reliable engagers. As far as you're talking about the pick and ban phase and the champion pool of someone like Calitrolls, well, the 2 bans were Aurelia and Jax, these 2 supposed one-on-one counter picks to Gnar that, of course, Impact wanted to play. And so they banned away those champions that they know Porpoise will camp for Calitrolls for to get those champions ahead. So, okay, you're not removing his whole champion pool. He can play something else. But they're saying, okay, let's make sure Impact is set up to do well. He was. His individual contribution was very good. And then, look, the Wombo ever fails, Tip wins. They did.
Yeah, and something about that game that I noticed was Team 8, Calitrolls, he used his first, 4 ultimates defensively. He was trying to escape. They kept roaming up to him, applying pressure to him. Impact, that is actually the most scared I've seen Calitrolls in a game to date. And he's usually an extremely aggressive player, almost to a fault all the time, right? That was the most defensive I've ever seen him. He was really scared of dying. And then eventually at one point, he's like, okay, I have my Frozen Heart. I can dual Impact. And he goes up to him and he gets him down to 1/3 HP, but Xiao's there and he can't complete the kill, right? So those types of things, if he wasn't using those ults defensively and didn't have that pressure, he probably would have been able to be at the point where he could solo kill Impact. So TIP really noticing what the strength of teammate was and shutting that down so the game didn't get out of control.
Yeah, credit to them for their early game. Yeah. They definitely had the early game advantages. It just was that ability to turn fights with the Wombo combo that kept teammate in it, really. Mm-hmm. So, again, let's, microscoping in on TIP now. definitely a huge victory for them with their roster now together. You saw the relief on Impact's face at the end of that game, just like, okay, we're here, we're at the NALCS, we've got a win under our belts. I hope to see them, kind of take this and refine it so that they don't have to scrap these wins together.
Right. So here's the interesting thing is, so as far as scrapping wins together, keep in mind we shouldn't underestimate Teammate too heavily. They beat TSM. This is a good team. This is a good win for these guys. You can't say, oh, it was one of the challenger squads. How dare you have a close game against these guys? Teammate have a pretty good pedigree right now. That said, yes, TIP have a lot of refining to do. Keep in mind, Rush is still going full solo queue. He was at 1/3 health, was like, maybe I could pick off Cali trolls, and like dies and gives up the dragon for it, right? Like these things are still happening. This Rush, try not to live up your name so much. Maybe slow down to a jog at some point here because you're going a little bit too hard by yourself. Those habits still exist, but we saw Impact win a straight-up one-on-one. Okay, he got more help and pushed even farther, but he won his one-on-one. Their bot lane still performing well. You're facing a wombo combo, and Cog died, I think, only twice all game. Props to Apollo for that, right? Like, these guys are actually all, for the most part, pulling their individual weight. They're getting over-aggressive. They've got to polish that, but the elements are here for them.
Yeah, and Xiao Xiao is still Xiao Xiao. Right. I was actually really impressed with their bottom.
He was more Xiao Xiao than he was in the previous 3 games of the yes. I think so. Than he was in the previous week.
Yeah,
he was more confident in being able to roam outside of his own lane.
I think a lot of that is he was on a playmaking mid laner this time.
He's been on LeBlanc before.
Yeah, he's been on it before. He just got.
But he played it for like the solo queue portion before, but now he has like a team that's more team oriented too, and which has always kind of been his thing, right? Is he needs a team to support what he does. He's a playmaker, but he needs people that are going to back him up or start the fight for him before he jumps in. He's always kind of like the second person in on things, right? Like he was a big Yasuo player where it's like, all right, coming in second, right?
You literally have to follow.
Well, exactly. And that's where I want to point to Adrian, because he roamed mid on Nami. He had huge contribution to getting Xiao Xiao in the position where he was comfortable making those solo plays to help out the rest of the team.
And it's something we're seeing so very much. We were actually joking, we were thinking like, who's going to be in the OP5? And I was like, I think the OP mid laner should be Lustboy, because he's having more impact mid lane than most of the other mid laners here. And it's so good to see these guys roam out. And of course, yes, good play by Adrian. We're seeing it, I think, more and more this season. The support's roaming out of lane to make these plays, to get those solo lanes ahead. In the specific instance of this first blood kill, or the second blood kill, it was, okay, chains landed, wait for the root, then bubble, okay, it's free, right? Mechanically pretty smart there, but yes, I think we're going to see this more often. Good by Adrian to do it, but it's going to be commonplace.
Yeah, definitely an exciting match. Very chaotic, but fun to watch. Don't touch that mouse. Coast are preparing to battle it out with Gravity in our 5th match of the day. We'll be right back after this.
We're going to be jumping into our next match. That's Team Impulse versus Team 8. Keeps himself safe. Porpoise is taking quite a bit of damage. Dodo comes in for the ultimate to disengage and let the team reassess the fight. Flies in. That was Gnar wearing off as well, so he just got what he needed in the ultimate. Where's the shockwave? It's only one person. There it is. The 4-man wombo combo. That's all they were looking for all game. Can they seal the deal? This time, it's the double kill as Xiao Xiao absolutely pops 2 members of Team 8. Impulse showing a completely different team here. They are able to take down Team 8.
mean, there's not much of a story behind the jackets. Basically, Riot requires everybody to match, have a uniform. So Cop's just like, I'm cold. I don't want to go on stage without a jacket yesterday. So we just went to the mall and just all picked out the same jacket and just were wearing it. So I guess we look like a biker gang now. I don't know.
I like it. It looks good. We're ready for our final match of the day. Team Coast versus Team Gravity. And Coast coming off another tough loss yesterday.
Coast continues to show a lot of good qualities, in their game against Team 8. They had good objective control. They took 4 dragons. They had control of their enemy's jungle. But then a small mistake kind of cost them the game. I'd say their Baron try in both of their losses has ended up swinging it. Because a lot of teams will actually say after a loss that, oh man, if that one thing just would have happened, then we would have won that one. But with Coast, there are literally 2 plays you can point to that have kept them from becoming 3-0.
Yes, you actually can. Coast troubles with late game misfires may be exactly the weaknesses that a team like Gravity can use towards their advantage.
And we saw Gravity playing very cautious yesterday against Dignitas. Might even be a pretty big understatement. It was our longest match in the NALCS this split, and despite a huge gold lead, Gravity weren't in a rush to press their advantages. They played very patiently. They waited for Dignitas to end up making a mistake, and then they used that to close the game. So if Coast actually aren't careful, since they have been making some late game mistakes, it could cost them pretty heavily in this game if Gravity's willing to play that patient, measured style of play.
I think it'd be more impressed if Coast could come up with more ways to lose like that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It only takes one.
It only takes one. Let's check out the starting lineups now. On the blue side, it's Coast. That means it's Chris in the top lane, Impaler in the jungle, Jezzus in mid, Mash at AD carry, Sheep at support.
And on the red side, it is Gravity. Haunter in the top lane, St. Vicious in the jungle, Keen in the mid lane, Cop on AD carry, and Bunny Fufu on support.
That's right. We're going to be hopping into Champion Select soon. It was Gravity's win over Dignitas, and Coast lost to teammate, as we were saying. So we know Gravity obviously was able to take that win quite hard. Dig's been faltering. Can they carry the momentum from the wins that they really had to press and really had to work hard for? On the other side, we do have Coast trying to really stop the bleeding for themselves because they have shown so well. They look like to be one of the top teams. If they finish their games in the LCS, it would be. That's what the record would reflect, but not as of right now.
Well, they need to make sure they win these games. So when they play TSM COGs of the NALCS, who are the 2 top teams as of now, they're ready for it.
I don't know. They're ready for the jackets of Gravity, though.
Is Gravity ready for the jackets of Gravity? They were yesterday. Trying to join that tie at the top of the standings.
All right,
Wouldn't that be something if the top 3 after 2 weeks of the NLCS were CLG, TSM, and Gravity, and St. Vicious' team?
Yeah. Indeed, they've definitely put up a fight as they came in. A great composition all around. Cop and Bunny Fufu able to make plays, solo lanes as well. And Saint making things happen. So as the bans are now all the way done, mid lane got a pretty good hit here in the ban phase, top lane as well. First pick's going to be Sivir.
Kassadin, the most banned champion here, 84% of games.
She always pops up.
That's actually the first Xerath ban we've seen. The bans live reflect the overall percentage of bans, or percentage of games they've been banned in, even with the first game. So going forward, we will never see a 0% under a ban.
Right. Wondering if that Xerath ban could be like a Keen Cassio, maybe? I don't know. Play some crazy stuff. We will see the Lissandra by Haunter locked in. And St. Vicious grabbing Jarvan as well. The expansion tournament, I was like, Saint, what's with the new team? Who's everybody? Who's Haunter? And as Saint's always a man of few words, he's just like, Haunter's the real deal. I was like, all right, I guess we have to see. Hopefully he can prove that for himself.
He's actually been playing quite well.
He has been. Sion gets locked in, as well as high-tier Janna for that bottom lane. So good picks all around so far, actually. These are great compositions that have so far been locked in.
Urgot support. Urgot support. No. If you are going to play Urgot, I recommend trying him as support, but I do not recommend trying Urgot. So.
Wait, what?
It's one of those, if you're going to do it this way. I don't think Keen's going to do it.
Wouldn't that be it? I banned him to play Urgot. I don't think that's the case, though. Smiles on their faces. I wonder if Cop will go for another Corki game. He has been absolutely loving that through and through since IPL 3. pictures of Corky all over his bedroom. Oh!
Oh, baby.
All right.
Nice. So this is now our fourth NALCS player to get the Kalista lock-in.
new player. Nice.
The new challenger approach is here. Cop, I'm going to go all the way back to when he had Edward as a support on Curse. And he played a bunch of Draven that year. Up until that point, everyone was like, yeah, Cop's just this safe Caitlyn player, low mechanics, plays safe. He's like, you know what? I'm going to play Draven and get really, really good at Draven.
Yeah.
And he actually did. He started to draw Draven bans towards the end of the year.
That was big for him, too, because a lot of people thought that transition would never come. He'd be the utility AD in the back, providing help.
So Cop is actually a player who, even though it wouldn't seem like it if you know his reputation of being a passive player, can play very mechanically complex AD carries. I can't wait to see how he plays his Kalista here, or what Coast does in their last few picks. I was discussing with the other analysts earlier how Kalista actually does have counters in the game, specifically like single target crowd control, the people that can get directly on top of her. Rengar and Ahri, if they play it just right, could do that.
Boom,
it's
boom.
no Vi jungle that can just destroy her in one click. This will be an interesting display of Kalista.
Yeah, especially for Cop. We talked about that already, but you have to press it again. It's kind of a very aggressive champion for him. Waiting to round out now what should be the mid lane. We do have a Lissandra on the board, so that is flexing, but usually towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, their last pick, as you said, can be flexed to mid or top lane. They know what they're laying against. Sion top, Ahri mid. So what does Kane want to go against? I'd love to see a Hecarim.
Ooh. Production.
You can always throw Corky mid lane.
Throws in their combo word with the Rengari combo. I have been alerted to. So this is what Coast has picked
Rengari?
up. Rengari. Oh, wait a minute.
All right.
Okay.
Corky mid. Or Kalista mid?
Where there, I don't know. There's no bind there. You're missing out on something. But then again,
You can
Thresh
bind
isn't
anyone- you can bind whoever
exactly
you want.
right. You don't get the lane W, but this is true. You can bind anyone you want.
It is not to be. That would be a really bad matchup.
So
you would be entering Foxfire range to auto attack if you're laning against Arya's Kalista. But
All
King
right.
had us for a second because he plays Hecarim and stuff.
He does, and he plays Urgot. Saint said he loves to play Urgot, so that's just Keen. He's a mean guy. So the compositions now being planned out by both teams. Looks like Coast is going to be going pretty aggressive this game with a little bit of safety if they get overzealous with that composition.
Yeah. It's a lot of damage that we're going to be seeing out from Gravity on here, whereas Coast does have a nice run you down feel to their composition, but just the one tank in Sion. So if they don't get the right type of catch with their initial run, they may struggle.
And hopefully we see some Sion ults this game, because we had a lack of Sion ults in our last Sion game.
I have to be corrected. The Sion Spartan game, he did actually use his Sion ultimate in that one. Yeah.
Okay.
But
so once again, we want to know how you think this game will go in real time. Yeah, that's right. We'll update it. Tweet hashtag CSTWin or hashtag GVWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll be tallying your votes throughout the game. Also tallying how many times Sion ults, and we hear the gong coming out. So they're not even out of the fountain just yet. So that tally is at 0, Jet.
yeah, this is our final game of week 2 now.
It is. A lot has panned out. Nobody's exploding in the standings. Nobody's been undefeated. Everybody is vulnerable here in the NALCS to a loss, and we have seen this so far. Some more than others in unfortunate circumstances. There it is, the connection with Bunny Fufu as they're hopping down the bottom lane. So as we get into this one, there's a lot of attention on the matchup in the mid lane. St. Vicious thinks his guy, he has the edge.
So Keen versus Jez's, they played before, of course, when we got into the LCS. I think they have very different play styles. Jez's has that kind of like EU mid laner play style where he just wants to farm and pick these pokey like caster type champions and try to group up and do things like that. And Keen, he wants to play like Zed and got a bunch of Hecarim, like all sorts of crazy champions, and he wants to kill the other guy. Like he wants to play whatever is going to counter your champion, and he doesn't care how wacky it is. It could be Urgot, like he loves Urgot. Like Keen will play all the off the wall picks, and I think that's a big strength for us against Jez's.
Yeah. Corky this time with Barrier, the summoner spell when you want to kill the other guy. Well, actually, It's mainly to guard himself against the burst from Jezz, and he will kill him with the auto attack if he so chooses. Interesting thing happened at level 1 during that St. Vicious piece there. It looked like Coast was laying in wait for Gravity to try and get a deep ward, but they guessed the wrong lane that they would be placing the deep ward in, and now Gravity actually has a pretty great trap setup if they decide to go for it. I think they're hoping to catch Sion doing the suicide, and they're actually going to get a kill out of it. They're finally counterplaying this. Chris, he either flashes or he's dead, or both.
Wow, that's really going to put that lane behind. We'll have to see what Haunter can do. So keeping that in comparison, flash down now. May see some return to Chris, but now as well in the bottom lane. So far away, Cop won't even have level 2 in time as Mash and Sheep get it. And that should be the aggressive lane for them. So we'll see how they can coordinate that together.
I've been waiting for that to happen with all these risky suicide strats for Sion. It's like, what if someone just walks there and punches him? Just the one time.
That's true.
But there was no real way of sneaking up on him. That I feel like they actually should have gone around the long way with just like one person, because they know how low he's going to be getting anyway. Wait in the brush near the Wraiths and then just hit him. I think that was actually a missed opportunity off a really great idea from Gravity.
And also might have got to not flash right away and get that hit or something.
I think it could have actually easily been played into a first blood.
All right, so we've seen it once. We'll see it again maybe with successful and kill secure. Impaler, he's all safe on the top side as the lanes have matched up evenly here. That's the level 2 we were talking about. Cop even has it before Bunny Fufo, so he was later to get to lane. But there's just too much safety being played by them. Mash and Sheep have had pretty good lanes to themselves. Sheep, we know, is somebody who's not afraid to make plays. But Mash Me, as of recent, we know that he got caught by that binding, so definitely looking to avoid those situations this game.
Spell Shield will help with that.
Yes, it
for
will.
Sure. Although, this is the matchup, even though the support is a different pick here. Kalista versus Sivir, that the Masteryless Piglet got crushed on by Sneaky.
Right.
This one, at least Mash got to get the shove going early because of Gravity doing that invade, so it'll take a little bit of time for Gravity to start getting the lane pushed back out, or if they can ever get to that point, in order for Kalista to take over this. As of now, Mash needs to make sure to never let that lane shove go, otherwise he runs a pretty big risk of getting bullied by Kalista Threat.
Cop did a good job, actually. Looks like he met just the right amount of minions, or didn't lose any in lane, as he's tied up, even being late to getting there. 4 minutes in, no pressure from the junglers yet, as we saw St. Vicious just go back low health after Gromp, and this will be Impaler's back. Actually, he already did to get that pink ward, so he's going to be able to stay for a little bit longer. Should have that smite onto Krugs. Chris, faring well. Nothing from Saint. They figure somebody would have come top lane, a lot of crowd control from Haunter, but they didn't really act on that. His flash will be up in just about 2 minutes.
Yeah, Sion's such a great laner. He can usually keep the wave shoved and then walk away with his giant shield. Also, I want to see Impaler's Rengar here. It's one of the main things that actually helped qualify Coast for the LCS. His carry performances on Rengar. Actually opting for the full clear on Rengar instead of shopping early, so he'll be able to pick up a plethora of wards. Or actually a longsword. All for a little bit more damage.
Well, he is one of the ones that takes to Rengar a little bit more, played it in the first week in his first game. And he sticks to it. Looks like he might put some pressure towards the bottom lane. He did actually just farm out that side of the jungle, so this could be to go for something big if he doesn't get his camps up anytime soon. Mash Me and Sheep keep this pushed up as well, but are playing safe. I figured Saint would be having to do a lot of work right now with all his lanes pushed up, but his lanes are doing well.
Yeah, pretty much just a farm the lane strategy right here. I mean, King knows against the Ahri pick, since he got to pick that Corki last, he expects to perform in that lane. Is doing so.
Yes.
Even with just the longsword, and that's the advantage. Impaler, though, he's got brush control.
So it is the level 4 gank coming from him. They get Sheep, and the disengage of the Howling Gale helps to prevent a bit of that damage. Very nice gank by Impaler. They got him to come up for a few jumps in the brush.
Burn the flash and helps secure Coast's ability to keep that wave shoved in. That's really what's differentiated this matchup from when Sneaky played against Piglet. Outside of the Masteries, of course. Piglet not having Masteries in that game. Yeah, I mean, Sivir can survive in any matchup if she can keep the lane shoved. The instant Sivir loses the ability to keep the lane up like this, she is at large risk to getting bullied. But Mash is doing a great job. Honestly, St. Vicious should come down there and just help them push the lane back. That way, they can actually take advantage of Callista.
Looks like he may actually try to do just that. Oh, Mash gets hooked on that one. We saw him just use the spell shield previously up the lane. This is going to be some big damage. He walked it in for the further flag and drag. Great job by St. Vicious and crew.
Yeah, even better job by Bunny Fufu. I'm pretty sure they had the spell shield on cooldown. It's a 22-second cooldown on spell shield, and he got him to burn it previously with his 15-second cooldown on Death Sentence. So he used that 7-second window to land a hook onto Mash, and it was timed with the St. Vicious gank. Just
smallest of windows.
Play by Bunny Fufu.
Great job. And you can actually see as you look at the top of your screen, both of the top laners felt that they would have been helpful in that fight and then canceled their ultimates. So those are down.
The teleports.
Yep. Top lane teleports are not going to be up for quite a while. Chris, however, still controlling this lane.
Gonna scream at some minions.
Roar of the Slayer. Rawr.
Oh, missed the cannon. Chris actually messing up a few CS there. That he didn't have to,
All right, so it looks like Cop finally going to back. They get their lane pushed as they wanted to. We'll see what he puts under his belt. Corky with the Sheen in mid lane, trying to put out some damage. Keen looks to play like he does. St. Vicious says he loves to get kills in that mid with whatever champion is planned. So he goes for the power first.
Yeah, and because of that, obviously while the fight was happening bottom, Jess has used his ult and Ignite. Keen ended up having to burn both summoners.
Yep.
So technically, Keen is in a bit of trouble in that mid lane. Impaler hits level 6, they'll know Corky has got a flash. Jess's ultimate will be back up, and that's a very real game path for Impaler's Rengar, considering this bottom lane is consistently being pushed. Coast is really pushing all of their lanes. Heavily right now.
I was expecting to see Impaler go mid lane there to help Jesus out. He seems safe enough. Spirit rushes up.
He's not level 6 yet, that's the thing. As soon as Impaler's level 6 on Rengar.
Yeah, that's a good point. Quickly getting over to that camp so he can take Wolves and then maybe make a move towards the mid lane. This is going to be blue over to Keen. Hopefully being able to spit out that damage now. The lockdown happens, but the channel is through. So he connects with it. And Haunter is actually going to be able to take some big damage, I should say. Chris has
big old Scion
consistently been a big player for Coast in that top lane. It's one of the lanes they have not had to worry about. It's got to be nice for a jungler.
Pretty interesting, though. Chris is using so much of his threat to keep the lane pushed, but he is sacrificing some CS to do so. The fact that Haunter's actually up in CS is pretty impressive since he's been on his turret the whole game.
Under and behind, getting pushed out with the roar.
The shoving is over for Mash. Now that the Hurricane has been completed.
Absolutely. Being able to rend multiple targets at a time, get a bit of that refund as well. We've seen a few different builds from Callistas, but usually that Runon's first. Sometimes any Blade.
I like the Runons.
Yeah.
A whole lot. Especially against Isildur. They need to be able to shove the lane back. And here's that mid lane gank we talked about. Will Keen see this thing and jump away? The answer is yes.
Oh, he hit the first one, he still got the charm! Jess's Kenny Yo-Yo, the orb. Can't get another one out. And Keen keeps himself safe. So that was without flash and barrier he was able to get out.
Yeah, really surprising there that Impaler wasn't able to land the bola on that gank. He waited around for so long. I think he just straight up missed it because it didn't look like Keen. No, he hit a minion with it. No, Impaler hit a minion with his point-blank bola when he was going for Keen. Watch that minion.
Oh, it does.
He stuck it right there. That's the only reason Keen was able to stay alive there.
It's like that minion reached out and said, I'm taking that. Oh, nice spell shield. But that also means the spell shield is down. Last time that meant Mashmi's life. Here he's going to play it very safe. And they also don't have that ward control. That's Gravity's in the Tri-Brush, so they are backing almost in this instance. We saw Mashmi just hitting it on that. But it looks like Cop's going to keep the wave pushed. All the attempts.
Stretch is still in there after the hook. They got to be respectful. You can see how much more difficult that lane is feeling now for the Sivir.
One ultimate.
Yeah. Got him. Oftentimes that Scion ult is used very defensively. He wasn't able to bait out much, though. He really has to respect the Jarvan Cataclysm because it will cancel his ultimate.
Just run straight into it. I know somebody was mentioning Sion flying down the lane and then Azir just puts his wall up.
Yeah.
Like, ouch. Oh, all the stuff you wish you could see. 2K gold lead for Gravity here. They've actually been very good at getting that gold lead to themselves. St. Vicious staying true to having a hand in First Bloods to really help his team going, and quickly to the double Sightstone here for Gravity.
There were so many of those things a second ago.
Like, Scuttle cleared out, and Taylor's going for the gold.
That was weird. Felt like I was
seeing things,
watching something else there, seeing ghosts.
Don't say. There are souls on the map, chat. You might be. 76-24 is Coast showing a strong team out of expansion in some of their games, but that late game decision is definitely weighing the odds of this vote in the favor of Gravity. Not a lot of people feel sure enough about that late game decision making here.
Yeah.
Hopefully Coast can prove them wrong in the last game in week 2.
Well, it's really feeling like Gravity's pulling ahead in the early game here. Now that Cop has controlled that bottom lane with Kalista, I'm yet to see whether Coast will be able to shut that Kalista down in team fights. St. Vicious' ganks have provided more pressure than Impaler's ganks because of that damn minion in the mid lane that messed over Impaler's gank in there.
Yeah, imagine what that would have opened up if that wasn't there.
Probably a lot. That was a really unfortunate play, and that's not even, you could say it's a mistake, but not much Impaler can do about that. It's just bad luck more than anything.
We'll get Impaler going a little bit more, help him to at least catch up to where St. Vicious is with his assist. And almost finished on that Warrior. So chilling into Warrior and a Trailblazer into Warrior for each side. Doesn't look like they'll get a switch in those items at this point. Good timing for Impaler to be taking red. We'll see if Coast can now start to put some pressure in the mid lane. The roam's now starting to come in from Sheep. That means the wards are going to be placed out by his Sightstone. But will they be able to outdo the double Sightstone of Gravity?
And specifically, Saint's gone with his double Sightstone, I think, to get deeper vision control onto the Rengar. That is the one thing that could get this game out of control is if Impaler starts getting a few good ganks off. Whereas the late game damage, it feels like, from Gravity's team will carry them. We may end up seeing another passive farm fest here by Gravity as they just try and control the map with wards.
Good use of Dragon. All the Kalista ghosts up and down the river.
10 gold at a time.
Yeah, that's true.
Eden Coast.
Ooh. Okay. Taylor's just taking out the pink. I don't think he saw that get placed either. They might be trying to act on something. They have the push for Jez's.
So Keen has lost this mid lane.
Yeah. It didn't go bad for him, but it didn't go well. He wasn't able to really push Jez's back. Got all the farm he wanted in lane to be impactful in the fights. Oh.
It's a good time for Gravity to go for Dragon.
Yeah.
Only because, for some reason, when Coast killed that mid lane, they didn't use it to establish Dragon control. They tried to establish with their top lane control. They are TPing in, though. Might be a fight.
Let's see if there's another one. Chris is already into the fight. That's going to be the Cataclysm onto Jez's. Spirit Rush looks like it's already been charged out by him, so he has to flash out of the fight. Chris is right in the middle. Last bit of mana used there, and here comes Impaler now, flying to the back line on the squishies. Really be able to take another one out. Haunter seems to be pinched in here, and what a spread out fight that it looks like Coast is able to take control of. Haunter with a sliver. Cop trying to carry, can't get the rent off.
Sheep's Janus shield right at the end saved him from that. And a very close fight after the Dragon there goes to Gravity. Jess is really getting aggressive on that RIM.
Good again.
Obviously, Gravity was a little low from the Dragon, and St. Vicious desperately tries to jump in. Big thing here is Saint did not have his Warrior enchantment because of his Sightstone, so his combat effectiveness was actually fairly low as far as level 8 Jarvans go. And then Gravity got a little bit spread out by the initiation from Coast, and since it was in the jungle, Impaler could remain with the chase through, which ended up giving him a 2-for-1.
Sheep probably wishing he had the Mage Eyes by now. He doesn't. 101 on the support. Coast doing a pretty good job of gaining early control of this game. See level 11's mid lane and top. Solos on both sides, so they're hitting that power spike right now. I don't know if it was used in the last fight. but we are even. So the next one should look just the same. 23.8 to that on Gravity's side here. 17 minutes in. The Dragon's really the only thing that Gravity has in their name. Should be able to pick this up on the side of Coast. Looking for Coast to really get their comp together. Once they have everybody, Chris can fly into a fight, get Mashmi's ultimate in, and there's the chase. Hopefully that, like we were saying, they stick to you and keep catching up in that fight.
And I think Chris really needs to prioritize heavy armor itemization now. Since the laning phase is running to a close against Hanser. So a couple things. I really like the Lissandra in a double AD composition, since normally you just want to stack armor against double AD. Keen is gone with Corki, which will be a little bit of magic damage, but still, a heavy armor tank will be hard for Corki to cut through. More so, though, because Lissandra can be so picky with her target selection, it forces everyone to build a little bit of magic resist as well, even with just a single primary magic dealer on the team. It is a really nice champion synergy there, but that's why Chris had to start the Spirit Visage, and it's just kind of more so why he wants to go for Frozen Heart later, because Hanser won't want to use his spells on Sion in team fights. Therefore, the magic resist won't be useful outside of range.
Hoping he can get a little beefier now. He's in the bottom lane on that Glacial Shroud, trying to farm up. 148 to 146 was how that top lane fared out. As now we are seeing them pretty broken up. It's going to be one of the last outer turrets, or rather the last outer turret here for Coast. On to Gravity. That's 3-0, which means their side of the map is completely open. As we see Saint going pretty hard here on the bottom. This should be Cop. Actually, I thought somebody else was behind him, but that was just Renz on another minion. Arrows, and Chris goes down. Great job.
That's a big investment, though. It's going to be pushed on the other side by Coast. I mean, Gravity was trying to get something back there from losing the outer 3 turrets, but they're not getting any turrets out of that. Just a kill, and there is Rengar.
Going for another one. Keen could get hit up here, and that's going to be the get going to Paler. Very nice job. Secures that kill. 3-3.
Wow.
Kills left and right. I feel like it's going to get a lot bloodier now that these turrets have fallen down.
Especially with Impaler and his aggressive Rengar.
Yeah.
Willing to jump into targets. Cop, though, getting farm as well. The game really picked up in pace in the last few minutes.
Let's see what happens. Ooh.
So basically, Coast was the ones to draw first turret blood by taking 3 outer turrets, and that was the result of them honestly keeping all 3 lanes shoved in for the first 50 minutes in the game. Those little chips that they were able to do on the turrets gave them that edge, but that was all forfeit. Just recently, the kill onto Chris, which gave Cop a ton of free time on the turret, and then after the dive the Coast did, they were so low they couldn't actually defend their own turrets, so they give up essentially that 1 kill onto Keen, which I say isn't worth it for an entire mid-game of pressure forfeit, because now the turrets are close to equal.
Seems that most of the decisions that are made incorrectly in the early part of the splits will happen in the mid-game. Every team kind of admits to that, saying this is when we flounder. We don't really know where we want to go when Dragon's not up, when the wards happen. So we'll see that from both teams. And we see that Gravity has taken a little bit back when they were given the chance. Still down about 1,000 gold, but this Dragon's going to change all of that. I'm afraid for Gravity in these fights if they don't hit their shots right. Hanser does have the AoE, but there's a lot of dipping and dashing and targets to focus here for Coast once that fight starts.
Yeah,
it'll be tricky.
Heavy amounts of cooldown. Big item break point there. Cop finishing his Bloodthirster, which, with the Hurricane shielding him to stack up the Bloodthirster shield faster, can be incredibly effective. Obviously, Hanser does have his teleport, and depending on how long Gravity can dance out this Dragon, will give Hanser some pushing time in the top lane. Cop's got to push that lane really quick, otherwise they're just going to forfeit the Dragon altogether. They may end up doing that. They don't have the vision control.
No, I was going to say they might want to get some wards in there as well. Cop can only go as far as that last lane. He's going to get taken out by Coast easily.
Great sweeping by Coast.
2 for 2 on that.
Yeah, now they stand on a pink ward. They really just want to catch Keen on the check.
Hanser, he's backing up. They're saying, we don't know where they are. Make sure you can teleport. Get out of range of Chris.
Oh, they're running.
Bunny Fufu dives in. He goes for the hook. He actually doesn't hit the target he wants. They drop St. Vicious immediately. So a further dragon coming out of this one will easily be Coast if they have the numbers. Cop, he's going to get hit up, but he does take down Jesses. That's going to be the hits from Mash. He stays alive. The rest of the team on the backline still has enough damage. And this is a bit of the AoE coming into play. Now the lockdown that they have, pulling up 4 kills. Bunny Fufu was the first one they went on, but it just goes to show you who Coast really wanted.
A couple of things there for Coast really fell in their favor and allowed them to capitalize on that aggression. First off, the vision control was better by Coast. That's why they were able to make this play. But the fact that they could kill Saint right before his ult went down, and the fact that Cop didn't have a rend there to finish off, I think it was Mash at the end.
Yep. They were kind of
swung that very close fight. Diving straight into the Jarvan Lysandre is super dangerous, but the fact that Jarvan ult didn't go off, I mean, they locked down Saint, and he just was trying to get his combo off. I think he was inside a charm for a second there, couldn't actually get his ult off just in time. And then watch Cop here, because he flanks down to really get this kill. And he had stacked up about 3 spears on a Mash. I thought it was more. That was my bad on the first watch, but he couldn't quite finish him. Look how low both of them went at the end of that.
Which means if they were rended, it would be a dead Sivir. However, Dragon probably still would have gone to Coast. Gravity in those fights a little jumbled, but they were able to get a few kills on some priority players. We saw Cop now 3, 1, and 2. He's able to get some more attack speed in that inventory. And now 2, 3, and 0 for Keen. Looks like he's going to have a Bloodthirster as well, second.
And Mash getting the Phantom Dancer as well is making Sivir really powerful at this point in the game. It's of utmost importance for Mash that he has as much auto attack damage as possible against Kalista, because that is one of the things that you can reuse to counter Kalista. If she ever gets in range to hit you, just make sure you can hit back. That's the most basic of things. Yeah. That's why Graves is really good against Kalista, because he has the True Grit passive that just makes him generally win auto attack trades. If Mash can get enough of an item lead, he's going to be able to do that as Sivir.
Now this is a kind of what do you think, because we may not know, but as a Sivir, do you even chance the boomerang, or do you go for full auto attacks? Because you're probably going to miss that boomerang damage and waste time.
I think a chance the boomerang is running towards you or running away from you.
Right.
But if you're in point-blank combat, maybe not.
No. It's definitely a difficult champion to play against with all that movement. You got to consider every possibility. Oh!
Nice,
Locks
Chris.
him on the flag and drag, pops him up as well with the decimating, and they will decimate the rest of what's left of St. Vicious after he uses just about everything to get out.
Chris with a big timeout play there on St. Vicious, using his ultimate during the flag and drag, and now Coast continuing to push down, using that Sivir mobility in the Scion tank line.
Yeah, he's a meat shield right now. He throws on the Soul Furnace. Nothing can really touch him. And you can see Gravity is respecting that. Really the first team that's kind of been able to take it to Gravity. But this is Coast with the lead now. This is kind of where it gets the scariest for them. The late game decisions have to be right here, and they got to stick to their guns. See this play though.
So first off, he slows Saint, but here's the big thing. He procs his Scion ultimate for 1/4 of a second, and since it does stun and briefly knock up everyone what it collides with, it cancels Saint's EQ combo there, allowing the Sivir ult and Mash to come in to finish up the kill.
It was just an unwanted chest bump.
Yeah.
He's being friendly, chest bump too hard. We've seen what can happen. People fall over on stage. It's all right. They get up. 8-5. We're now cresting 25 minutes into the game. We haven't really talked about too much of Jess's, as he had a few plays earlier. He's going to be in this fight now, and that Deathfire grasp, looking for that to zero somebody out, but they are not getting the fights they want. Now, because Gravity's getting the wards that they need.
Well, Coast is trying to not let Gravity breathe. As soon as St. Vicious revives, they go and kill him again. St. Vicious comes back again, they pop a Rengar ult in the blue side jungle. This time, they were able to dodge out for a bit, and then a Sheep Tornado steals the blue buff, which just kind of adds insult to injury.
Gromp steals, blue buff steals. Janna's all over stealing.
Baron steals.
Smite is overrated. Howling Gale, man.
Yeah, Keen not timing his damage properly.
Oh, how do you miss every minion? That's just skill. That's what that is. Cop, because he knows he's safe right now. The team is coming up behind him, so he can stay right in the face of Chris here without any worry. Good push here by Mash in the bottom lane. He has the vision and kind of help from Sheep crossing the river. but he won't get too much damage on the turret. So each team kind of has their own agenda right now. Being stopped on the other side, however, by Coast, or Gravity. No bottom turret for Coast.
No, and a lot of this will factor around this next dragon fight. It's actually not that important as far as getting the second dragon. 26 minutes into the game, unless the team is starting to close in on 5 dragons or trying to get their first dragon, the second dragon, which is turret damage, doesn't have that big of an impact outside of just making you closer to those 5 dragons. I feel like the teams will fight over it because they eventually will want to get that. But if the dragon is just given up because they don't have ward control or map control, it is not the end of the world. In fact, if you're Gravity right now and you don't have vision control in front of this dragon, I would almost say to just give it up. Get farm on your carries, play it safe, try and outlast this Rengar, Sion, Ahri, who are all power spiking right now.
Yeah.
Rengar with some amazing ults, Ahri with the DFG, Sion with the tank items before last Whispers can be built up. It might be wise for Gravity to just back off and farm.
Without having that vision, it does get scary. We saw Saint, who also picked himself up that Sight Stone for double. You were saying get that ward in for Impaler deep inside their jungle. Without that, it's very, very scary to be played in this situation. Impaler, however, being seen in that bottom lane may give Gravity the opening that they need. But they aren't actually going to take it. They're afraid of this fight. They know the AoE could really have an impact on their team.
Gravity's hoping for the perfect fight, it seems here. They need to get a good initiation if they want this to work off.
We know they can be patient.
Here comes Rengar.
Patient with the lead. We'll see how patient they are when they're trying to get the lead. Great Monsoon to break the fight up, but here comes back in St. Vicious and the rest. Impaler dives in strong with some good damage going onto the back line. That St. Vicious goes down. Jesus will fall. Here's Cop now. Having a heyday. Another one to come up for Cop. He's just going to go ahead and run this one out, getting themselves disengaged from the death ball that is Sion and his passive, and a great fight. They waited it out. They're only able to take out one more than they got taken down.
Well, the big thing about this one is Gravity picked that fight. They flanked the team that was trying to flank them. Impaler got in on that fight really late.
Yeah.
And Gravity did pump out a lot of damage onto Jess's right at the start of that fight, which allowed them to win that in the long run. Nice play by Gravity, taking a risky fight and making it work in their favor.
So the gold lead now being closed by Gravity. Big plays all around. These guys are making it work from behind.
Yeah.
Patience has been key.
So it was actually Cop getting DFG'd that prompted Gravity to do this, but watch where Rengar is. Like, he's so far away, whereas Lissandra is ulting everyone for damage and everyone's trapped in the Cataclysm, making Impaler pretty useless in this fight. Haunter as well gets enough damage down onto Jess's that he can close him down to pretty much that he actually ended up killing him. And since the catch was never actually done onto Cop, he just had to hate it with that Hurricane and Bloodthirster.
The one you think they would focus, but Cop, he just goes off by himself.
Well, they tried to focus him is the thing. That was the initiation.
Yeah, the Deathfire Grasp hit.
Jess's jumped right on him, but as soon as he threw out his DFG, it was before the charm. Cop burned his flash, and it wasn't Impaler who was the first person to jump on him. If we were to do that fight again from Coast's perspective, like what would have been a better fight is not trying to flank, ulting from the mid lane with Rengar, and getting the empowered Bola onto Cop to root him in place, stop him from jumping around and get rid of him at the start of the fight. Easier said than done to a Kalista.
Yeah. Mentioned that single target lockdown, but you got to get to her first, especially on the back line of this team. Now Gravity just hanging out on their own side. Still safe. I think that's just pretty much the story of Gravity. Looking to build up that 3,000 gold deficit. Looking at items across the board. Breakpoints have pretty much been hit nicely by Cop at 4-1 and 4 as he puts another BF sword in his pocket. He's already got some high tier damage in that situation. Zanya's as well for Haunter, so they can start making their own plays, especially if Coast wants to start diving in. We haven't seen teleport from Chris to start these fights or really use the Sion ultimate as well.
Yeah. I mean, he did have that nice Sion ultimate to stop Saint's escape, but that's about it for now, as far as effective Sion ult. Gravity pulling back in this one. Coast had that mid-game power spike for a little bit, but I wonder if this late game's coming in. The damage of Corki and Kalista.
Yeah.
If they cannot get assassinated by Jess's and Rengar. But here they come again. This time...
Oh, that's going to be the assassination. They actually got the full stack onto Keen. That's the Bola Strike stunning him up, but the teleport was a little slow. They second-guessed the entire engage there, and they started to back out.
It wasn't a clean engage, and this time instead of continuing to follow up, they remembered what happened last time and said, all right, guys, let's not lose the game here at 31 minutes. Let's wait on the relatively short cooldown of Rengar ultimate and try again later.
Still an impressive thing to see, especially in a tight moment like that you can call the audible and have everybody on the same page.
Oh boy.
Not lose anybody as a straggler. Ooh, very, very close. Just because you're walking with your team doesn't mean you're safe if you're the last person. A good rule of thumb to remember. And we see that Mashme realizes
They're
that.
just going to push that top lane.
Yeah.
Instead of following through.
Are they?
They could have.
Should be.
Both teams are like, no, guys, we don't want a base race. Go back. That's a game of chicken where neither guy starts their car.
Nope, wait, they're going back to it. Now they're revving their engines. Looks like Impaler doesn't even want this one, though. St. Vicious, will he try the dive?
Yep, because they're
actually
split
goes
up.
for the full ultimate. So if now Impaler were to flash, he would flag and drag to continue. Nicely played by Saint, the team, and Smite is now not an option for them. Actually, his Smite's down too, so
this is an aggressive call.
Scary.
Coast still in the topside jungle, but they are flanked again. Saint and the rest of Gravity can peel to one side.
This is the AoE. Oh my god, they explode Jez's. He doesn't even get a chance. How is Chris not the first guy into this fight to knock people up? It could give Gravity the chance to focus around, but it looks like Coast has actually reorganized perfectly. That's going to be big kills from Mashme in the fight. But Chris has been so big, and I guess the fight control so well from Sheep as well.
Yeah, even with the immediate lockdown Lysandra onto Jesse's, he's still got his Deathfire Grasp, Foxfire, pretty much his full combo up by the time he got blown up. He killed Keen right at the start of the fight. And then they were also able to get Cop in the chaos. Yeah, Keen, somehow he dies. It was too much of a mess. A lot of that damage was actually from Mash. I don't think it was a full combo by Ahri. But then Cop has nowhere to jump there. He kind of jumps into a wall a little bit instead of over the wall and can't escape from Mash's single target damage. So, still a really dangerous call to go on to Baron there, opening themselves up to that type of counterplay. A mistake there by Gravity for sure.
And I think we're seeing Chris get to a point where he actually just can't be killed in these fights. They don't have enough to keep throwing at them after using their ultimates. Also, Mashme, like we said, that binding that he got hit by to cost Coast their last game would haunt him. He's got a Mikhail's for himself, a Spell Shield, and a Quicksilver Stash. I think he's going to be safe this game.
Yeah, Lysandra's also a bunch more reliable in the Dark Binding, so it's necessary they get that to guard themselves. So that was more of a scouting ultimate by Impaler. They now know where Gravity is. Will they try and set up a trap on the backside?
Good ward.
Mash is getting so strong on Sivir. Unless they can take him down.
Also got the Furious to stay a little bit more speed in these fights. That could be Hanser going in. They get Chris. That's the guy I said they may not be able to take down, and they're using just about everything they got on him. That means the rest of the fight could fall flat for Coast, but they disengage, and he took 5 members and only half health.
Yeah, well now Coast can threaten Baron while Gravity tries to do Dragon. I feel like if Gravity just sends 4 in the general vicinity of Baron, it will be enough to dissuade them from doing so as Cop quickly kills this Dragon. But they're waiting in for a catch. Nope.
There's the Dragon. So that's something that is known, and now that's 3-1. Coast really not too worried about it just yet, though. We've seen 3 Dragons go to a team and still be one.
Chris way out of position.
You can't do that twice. Now you're getting a little ahead of yourself, and Gravity will start to take hold. Nice shot, keeping Jezis out of the fight. St. Vicious tries for the second time. They say, you can't fool me twice. The charm goes out actually just under the armpit of Saint there. He doesn't get caught up. Hanser misses his W as well. Nothing's connecting for these guys, but they're just able to keep the fight on over and over. Impaler dodges that one. Now on to Jez's. Gravity has just about everything they want in this fight, choosing who they want, when they want, and Coast is running for the hills.
Just trying to keep track all off of the tank being down for Coast. As soon as Coast has no tank, they have no fight. And they have to scatter. Another Baron attempt coming up for Gravity. And no Ahri to mess him over this time. Impaler, no flash. This would be tricky.
Not going to happen.
This is tricky.
They grab it. Oh, Keen goes over the wall. It looks like they're going to take down Impaler as well. Gravity read Coast like a book on this one. That was nice. That was like an alley-oop hook. He was just making it look good for him. They're going to be taking down the turrets here. The crowd is loving the pressure that just got put onto this game.
Yeah, and with that kill Cobb picks up at the end of that, he's actually 3 kills away from a career milestone. 3 more kills will give him 500 kills in the LCS.
It's pretty big.
It's a feat not many 80 carries have accomplished.
I actually didn't think we'd see that number this game, but somehow we're getting to that point. And games have been longer, so I don't know why I thought we wouldn't see it. We've been seeing some quite long games.
Because we've had low kill games.
Very
I think it's
low.
a safe assumption that he wouldn't have got at this game.
Well, at least we're almost to 30 on this one. Almost a kill a minute. We're a little behind, but maybe they'll make up for it.
And his item build now. He's gone with a more crit-tastic build and a less defensive one. Phantom Dancer and Infinity Edge. We've seen Blade of the Rune King and Bloodthirster from Sneaky's build the other day. This one is Cop really just trying to cut through the tank line, which, as we see, if Chris is way too far ahead, is very possible to do.
So Gravity now in control of the map, or at least Coast giving them the control they have right now. The fight would be pretty even. It looks like they're just going to use Baron very safely to take these turrets out. Coast respecting
and I mean,
that.
they're double AD with the Jarvan flag for even more attack speed. If they get to free hit a turret, it goes down almost instantly.
That's a really good point. They can put all of these attributes on top of each other and quickly drop Coast turrets. They're not really in any danger of lanes pressing up from the mid or the bottom side, so they can focus on this and hopefully get a fight they want on the engage.
Yeah, this is what they have to be careful of, though, is the charms over the wall or even the base gates in general. I don't think they can push in on this. Maybe Coast tries to turn something here. There's the ult. And the counter engage!
Oh, the Callista chucks him out, and then he's going to take Buddy Fufu to safety. Mashme's getting hit by St. Vicious, but he stays alive for only so long. All the crowd control release that he had is gone, and he's still dead. Gravity moves into the turrets. Chris is in passive mode. He may get the kill on Buddy Fufu, but it won't even matter. They have the damage to take down the turrets, still alive and still healthy.
And they still have Baron buffing and both 80 carries up, plus the minion wave. This could be the game for Gravity, Riv.
It's big when you have 280 carries, like you're saying, Jat. You are able to drop the turrets even without Saint. It's a 38-minute game as they start on the Nexus turrets. About 30 seconds on 2 members that are very much needed by Coast. And it looks like Gravity will be able to come up with the win. They go 19-5 in a 38-minute game.
And as the Nexus falls, Cop picks up his 500th kill in his LCS career.
Awesome.
9 for the game. Really down the stretch, Gravity able to punish the little mistakes by Coast. Chris getting caught out to give the Baron, and then Haunser with an engage at the end while Chris is trying to make yet another initiation. Ends up ending the game. Gravity, after their first game of the LCS against Winter Fox, where they got trashed by a team with 3 subs, people were wondering what was going to happen with this team. They bought some jackets the next week. Now they're 3-1, tied for first.
These guys are heavy.
Haunser, the real deal.
This guy as well. Now with the Callista, can definitely go from passive to an aggressive 80 carry. And they played the early game well. St. Vicious, again, a hand in first blood, as we always like to mention for him, getting himself around the map. We even saw some level 2s coming out from his Jarvan this weekend as they try to switch things up. A lot of teams tried to switch things up this weekend. It was good to see. But Coast, they need to figure out what they need to switch up.
It's true. Coast has been in a lot of close games. They're one of the only teams that can say every single game they were playing was in a winnable position at some point. Yet they walk out of week 2 of the LCS as a 1-3 team tied for last.
Incredible to think. You look at that roster, all veterans of the LCS, understanding how to play on this stage, but teams somehow getting the better of them towards the late game, where we've seen newer teams falter over and over again. Not this time. These new teams coming into the LCS are definitely ones you have to be worried about.
Yeah, Gravity definitely putting up a fight. I mean, they also took down Cloud9, who, while they haven't had the best of years, did show they can still play against Team Liquid earlier. All the pieces are beginning to fall into place. It's actually interesting to point out, because there's now 10 teams in the LCS, it won't be until the team's 9th game that they've actually done a round robin amongst everyone. So some of these teams that are 3-1 are based off of easy schedules. Some of them are based off of really difficult schedules. And I mean, we're going to know more as the season just continues to develop.
And all these teams, I think, are going to continue to surprise us because we've seen a lot of guys promise it. When you get your tweets out, the sorry tweets, usually you get a win, so we'll see more of those. But I think everybody's going to grow this season, and a lot of the new players are going to start doing better and surprising a lot of people. Right now, we've got Kobe standing by with Gravity's AD carry, who joins an elite club, 500 career kills.
That's right. I am here with Cop, who just hit his 500th kill in the North American LCS. Another veteran. Now, last time you were in the North American LCS, though, on Curse, you were playing with Bunny Fufu. He was just out of high school at the time, though. How have you guys really matured as a duo lane?
I think we've put a lot of time into practice, and we've grown a lot. At first, he was basically just a really big solo queuer, so he did a lot of just mechanical plays and not a lot of like map control or warding. So he's grown. Yeah, he's grown in that he's really improved his map control, warding, all that stuff. Just the macro game.
All right, well, this time around, you guys as a duo got to use a Kalista plus Thresh combo, one of the funnest combos to use, especially as a duo with communication. What's your favorite part of the Kalista kit to use?
When I play champions, I like to play things that require a lot of, I guess, micromanagement. So I'm just right-clicking nonstop, and she's just fun to play in that you can just jump around, do a ton of damage. Your E does like 2,500 damage to Baron and stuff, so I can secure Saint's, buffs. And she's just fun to play.
You did get the dragon there yourself solo at the end. Well, congratulations. You guys are also now back in first, or you guys are in first place now, tied with the likes of CLG and TSM, oldest League of Legends organizations. How do you guys feel about your match versus CLG next week?
I hope we can keep it up just because all the teams, I guess they were later to scrim than us just because they were getting like new import players and stuff. So we have extra practice time over them, and hopefully we can just stay strong and keep winning.
All right, hopefully practice does make perfect for you guys. We are going to send it now over to the analysts to close us out.
Thank you, Kobe. Again, congratulations to Gravity, but also to Cop, who landed his 500th kill right there at the end of the game.
Yeah.
Career second person to do that in NA behind Doublelift. Definitely a massive achievement for him.
Yeah.
And a great win by the team, pulling it back out of that gold deficit.
Yeah, it always happens to be like right there at the buzzer that they get that 500th kill every time, or 1,000th assist.
Well, it wouldn't be exciting if it didn't happen that way.
Come down to the last 5 seconds. And yeah, you were talking about the fact that there is this gold lead here, that it was a very close game. Coast, I know you were thinking about it as well.
Yeah.
Every single game, Coast has a respectable lead at some point. And then
it disappears.
Up until they lose the game, they're winning.
You got to bring it back again, but it's so true.
Yeah.
This team really seems to struggle with their late game shot calling and playing to their win conditions and closing a game out. They really just give up too much in these very crucial parts of the game when your death timers are too long.
It seems to be generally being a bit over-aggressive and getting caught out. Right, the one win that these guys have, now I'm actually blanking because I thought it was against Dignitas, but it's not, obviously. That was actually one of their big tosses. But basically, yeah, like Coast just had this horrible time of making the good choices until the very end. The last 5 minutes, someone does something dumb, whether it's someone getting cut out and Baron happening, but it's heartbreaking watching Coast play.
Yeah, you just think about it, right? Team 8, bindings, right? Against Dignitas, Baron throw right there. This game, it was we're in the lead, we can't really pick the right fights, and then they ended up getting just pulled apart by a Baron that they ended up giving away. And it's really kind of heartbreaking to watch because this team looks in the lead. Like if you would turn the game off like 10 minutes every time before the game ends for Coast, you're like, oh, I know who won that game. And then you're like, no.
Yeah, their one win being Winter Fox, who full sub squad at that point, like, oh no, their shot calling from behind isn't very good. Well, no duh. So Coast got to walk that one in.
Right. One other thing I do want to talk about with this match is the bot lane, because at the beginning of the day, we talked about Kalista and how she had such a strong showing yesterday. She did come out with her one win today in her play. However, we noticed not such a dominating performance, at least in the early game. Definitely a little bit more of a struggle in that lane against the Sivir Janna.
Yeah, so there are a couple things in play here. So to break down the entire matchup, when we first started looking at this matchup, we were talking about Piglet getting really, really eviscerated. But that was a big matchup disparity. You've got Kalista Annie, probably like the longest range pairing you're generally going to have with a Kalista. Hitting a 500 range saver, so you're going to get those W procs every single time. You can't generally reaction spell shield and incinerate. You can dodge all of Leona's stuff, which was Piglet's support at the time. So the worst duo you could possibly go against and have for yourself. This time around, you've got a Janna, and Janna is very good against Kalista specifically, because what it oftentimes comes down to in a Kalista matchup is a one-on-one between the two AD carries. Kalista, very low skill shot reliance, and Sivir, in an actual AD carry duel, not super skill shot reliant because the W reset and attack speed are really good. So just having a reliable shield that obviously can't be dodged, gives you a bunch of bonuses, makes that one-on-one a whole lot better. We saw multiple times it was Cop trying to fight down below the Dragon Pit the one time, but Mash had a Janna shield, so we won. The lane matchup itself, not too bad either. What breaks down is when ganks come in, but okay, ganks, a big surprise, you get a kill.
So it appears there is a way to work around Kalista.
Yeah.
You know, some sloppy execution, but there isn't this kind of like, there's no way, you have to ban it. The counter is banning it.
You have to be able to face tank it, essentially, which is what Janna's actually good at.
There's also things like Annie support where you can point and click her, and then you boomerang blade follow up afterwards. Just like, there's a lot of things that point and click are really good against her, and she's still extremely squishy as an AD carry, right? We saw a bunch of team fights. There was a 4v5 at Baron here where Sion came from the opposite side, locked up Cop, and it was pretty much GG at that point because of so much CC on top of her. So once she's in that fight, it's really hard for her to get away from somebody that she's been caught by.
Well, with that win, I do want to take a look at the standings. And first, we've got a three-way tie between old rivals CLG and TSM, as well as Gravity. Then holding a share of fourth, it's Team 8, Impulse, Liquid, and Winterfox, and sharing 8th place, it's Cloud9, Coast, and Dignitas, each with 1 win. There were a few players who went above and beyond this week, and in addition to winning games, they win our OP honors. Starting in the top lane, we've got Dyrus.
Yeah, he went 3-1-12 with his 15 KDA this week, and he kept his cool in a late lane swap. And that's why he's up there in that OP, because he just did a fantastic job, was down in CS, and then eventually climbed his way back up and had a great game.
And as he said in his interview, he didn't want to die, and he pretty much avoided doing just that.
Except that one time.
Except for that one time. Then in the jungle, we've got CLG's Xsmithy.
And Xsmithy, I'm a really big fan of. He came back after a pretty lackluster team performance with XDG, took a split off, joins Counterlogic Gaming, all eyes are on him, and he's playing really well. We're seeing a lot of lane swap games, so you don't often see a lot of early gank pressure, something Xsmithy used to be very good at. Instead, he's playing the vision game. He's playing controlled, and he's letting CLG out-rotate these teams, which is right now one of their very big strengths.
And then, of course, in the mid lane, we have Team Solo Mid's solo mid player, Bjergsen.
Yeah, the 8-0-12, 20 KDA, 0 Deatherino here for Bjergsen. He was extremely reliable. You give him a tiny advantage with a gank, you blow a flash on the enemy mid laner, he is going to press that, and that is why he's in that spot.
Our OP80 carry has got to go to Cop this week.
Yeah, it was a toss-up for us between Cop and Doublelift, but Cop the record breaker here, and honestly, playing very consistent for the team. Gravity getting a 2-0, finding themselves, people wouldn't have thought this, in a tie for first place at the end of this week, is a great performance by him and the rest of his team. So there you go.
And joining him as our OP support, we've got the other half of that Rush Hour bot lane that you so touched on right there is Afromoo. Afromoo also takes our top honors and is this week's most valuable player.
Yeah, Afromoo playing absolutely amazing. The Ballista, all the fun things he did this weekend.
Yeah, Afromoo, he came up huge this weekend. Not only can he make the clutch picks and teamfight initiations, but he can look good doing it. CLG end up the week with a share of first, and it's thanks in large part to Afro's showings. I mean, we went through this montage of the Bindings landing. It's hard to not attribute a lot of their wins to the pick potential that he brought to the team, and then, of course, the flashy Ballista plays that he was a part of.
Yeah, I want to see more of that from CLG. I think they operate best when they have that tool from Afromoo out of pick support that even if they get a little bit behind, they still have a way back into the game.
All right, well, the league action returns next week, starting with a brand new primetime league full of mic checks, last hits, and more. So tune in Wednesday at 3 p.m. Pacific for that. Then the European LCS gets underway on Thursday with H2K facing off against SK Gaming. That kicks off at 9 a.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Central European time. And for us here in the NALCS, we'll be returning on Saturday with Gravity squaring off against Team Impulse. That coverage starts on Saturday at noon Pacific, 9 p.m. Central European time. Now, those are going to be some fantastic games. I'm excited to see how the NALCS continues to shape up. So for myself,
the casters, and the entire broadcast crew. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you back here next week.
CLG fans, here's the team you guys were waiting for.
Just felt like we're going to 2-0 this week.
So now can they keep fighting? Elimination losing so much health. Ball's likely to die from the Zed. They switch over to Sneaky. So far, Nara's dropped down.
I kill Nami. Okay, you kill Nami. Okay, I kill Nami. Okay, I'm watching Kokomo. Kokomo. Okay, go Kokomo. Okay. Nice.
That is GG. Winter Fox putting themselves 2-2. Bjergsen with good damage while Turtle joins the fray. The stun misses thanks to Black Shield. Here comes a snipe. TSM end the week tied for first place.
Where's the shockwave? It's only one person. There it is.
Yeah, baby.
They are able to take down Team 8. Oh my god, they explode Jez's. He doesn't even get a chance. And the counter gauge. Oh, the Callista chucks him out, and then he's going to take Buddy Fufu to safety. Mash means get hit by St. Vicious, but he stays alive. Gravity will be able to come up with the win.